Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Bravo.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Kara, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Early Learning and Childcare in Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Kara, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report from the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association, confirming their participation in the bilateral visit to Ghana, Accra, Ghana, from May 21st to the 22nd, 2022.
Find out what it is. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Johns, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Volunteer Firefighting and Search and Rescue Volunteer Tax Credit. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a real privilege to rise today to table this bill. This bill calls on the Government of Canada to increase the tax credit for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue responders from $3,000 to $10,000 in the Income Tax Act. We know that search and rescue responders and firefighters always show up.
Interrupt the Honourable Member. Maybe ask him to start over. I'm sure we all want to hear about his bill, and I'm just going to ask the Honourable Members to keep it down, well, so that we can hear what's going on. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni from the top. This is just for the history books. This is the first time I've had to stop everyone so that we can hear a private member's bill. Start over from the top, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think firefighters really would appreciate that. It's a privilege today to rise to table this bill. This bill calls on the Government of Canada to increase the tax credit for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue responders from $3,000 to $10,000 in the Income Tax Act. We know that search and rescue responders and firefighters always show up in difficult crises such as fires, floods, and accidents in our local communities. 90,000 of Canada's 126,000 firefighters are volunteer firefighters. These essential first responders give their time, training, and efforts to Canadians on a voluntary basis, often putting their lives at risk, allowing local governments to keep property taxes lower than if paid services were required. Increasing this tax credit would allow these essential volunteers to keep more of their hard-earned money, likely to be spent in the communities in which they live. An increase in this tax credit could also assist with the volunteer recruitment and retention. I previously tabled Bill C-201 on this issue, but have brought forward this bill today because it would define eligible volunteer firefighting services and provide clarity on when this tax credit would apply. I want to thank the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs for their work on this issue, as well as the many Canadians who have signed petitions in support. And I hope all members in this House will support this bill and show respect for all the volunteer firefighters across Canada who put their lives at risk to serve their communities. And I want to thank my colleague from Nanaimo, Lady Smith, for seconding this bill. Thank you.
Mr. John, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petition.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one petition to present today from Canadians that are in solidarity with the Hazara community and the violence they've experienced in Afghanistan over decades. Petitioners call on the government to formally recognize the 1891 to 93 ethnic cleansing perpetrated against Hazaras as a genocide and to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day.
Présentation de petitions.
Presenting petition.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to mention to my honourable colleague and thank him for table this petition, and I have the honour to table in the House today a petition for citizens like us who want to defend the rights of those who are depressed. And this petition wants to do this to recognize formally the acts against these people as a genocide, the Hazaras. And if we don't talk about those who are oppressed, who will do it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation
Presenting petition.
petitions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians across the country who are very concerned about the persecution and the genocide that has happened with the Hazara people, all the way going back to 1891. We know that Hazaras continue to face systematic and targeted persecution in Afghanistan, including the killing of newborn infants, including the attacks on men, women, children, and elders. And as Canada has a special relationship with Afghanistan, these citizens are calling on the government of Canada to formally recognize the 1891 to 1893 ethnic cleansing perpetrated against the Hazaras as a genocide. And they are asking us to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Présentation de petitions. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, with growing number of senior Canadians comes an exponential increase in the onset of diseases of brain and mind, creating huge pressure on our healthcare system. It impacts our elderly, their families, and caregivers. There's a need to bring together stakeholders with expertise to shape public policy on this issue. The petition calls for a National Brain and Mind Health Week starting every first Monday of October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Presenting of petitions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on...
Petition.
A petition, okay. Oh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. They're calling upon parliamentarians to do what they can in regards to organ harvesting, in particular to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime crime of systemically murdering Falun Gong petitioners for their organs. And I just want to bring to the attention, Mr. Speaker, of this particular petition because of what we'll be voting on next Wednesday. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Présentation of petition. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again to present a petition on behalf of the good people of Winnipegosis, who were forced to drive over 40 minutes to pick up their mail from after Canada Post closed their local post office multiple times. These rural residents are feeling punished for simply living in rural Canada. These are valid concerns and are amplified by seniors, persons with disabilities, and those who do not have the ability to travel. They are calling on the Liberal government to provide a detailed explanation of why these essential service was closed despite the anticipated staffing shortages, and are calling on the government to work with the Canada Post and the Minister of Rural Economic Development to ensure that these temporary post office closures in rural areas are not normalized. I support the people of Winnipegosis.
Presentation de petition, presenting of petitions, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have here a petition from people across my riding that are very concerned about expanded polystyrene, which is commonly known as styrofoam, and the impact it has on the marine environment. Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly difficult to clean EPS off the beach and shorelines. We know that it's getting into the marine environment and causing a lot of challenges. We also know that the Cathette Regional District and the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities have unanimously endorsed the prohibition of EPS in marine environments. So these folks are asking for this government to take action, and I hope they do so soon. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, presentation of petition, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was glad to finally catch your eye. I'm tabling two petitions today on behalf of my constituents. The first petition is on behalf of Canadians of Persian heritage, as well as Rojolari Kurdish heritage, who live in Calgary. It's calling on the government to immediately implement a conservative motion passed in 2018 and list Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. The petitioners are reminding the government of Canada that Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752, which was shot down by the Iranian regime, claimed the lives of 176 people, including 57 Canadians and many, many, many permanent residents of Canada. They're also reminding the government of Canada that the IRGC is responsible for terrorism across the Middle East, is a huge part of the Iranian regime's forces, and is being currently used to oppress the people of Iran who are fighting for their freedoms. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is on behalf of, again, like I said, constituents in my riding, who are calling upon the Minister of Finance to suspend the federal excise tax and carbon tax for Canadians until the cost of living crisis has been resolved. They are again reminding in their petition to the government of Canada that the price of gasoline is way up all across the country, that the clean fuel standard will cost the average family over $1,300, that mortgages are going to be costing about $7,000 more in the new year, and that the average cost for the family, because of the inflationary spending of this government, will be another $3,000 upon them. So they're asking the government to cut the carbon tax and the excise tax on fuel, home heating, and their groceries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, presentation de petition, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise I'm now tabling a petition on the firefighter tax credit. Firefighters, Mr. Speaker, as we know, especially in rural communities, put their lives on the line. And petitioners from my riding of Courtenay Alberni, from Courtenay, Cumberland, Royston, Dashton, Dashwood, Parksville, Qualicum, Beaver Creek, Cherry Creek, Sprout Lake, they've all signed this petition, Mr. Speaker. They're calling for the tax code of Canada that currently allows a volunteer firefighter and search and rescue volunteer to claim a $3,000 tax credit to if they do 200 hours of volunteer services completed in a calendar year, to be moved to $10,000. So they're calling on this action to take place. I think it's something that hopefully all of this House would support, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to table this petition.
Presentation de petition, presenting a petition, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just one petition today, this one from 136 esteemed Canadians who have recognized that there are a number of issues when Ukrainians come to Canada. So they are calling upon the federal government to do the four following things: develop a federal program to bring Ukrainian children to Canada for temporary shelter, ensure they have access to the necessary medical services via provincial insurance programs, ensure they have access to education services, scholarship in Canada, and finally, ensure necessary financial support for Canadian families hosting those children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, presentation of petition. Very good. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Understood. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux.
Government orders, business of supply, study of an opposition motion on the carbon tax on behalf of Mr. Berthold.
Today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending December 10, 2022. The House will now go through the usual procedures to consider, is this the right stuff? Okay. Consider and dispose of the supply bill in view of current recent practices. Do honourable members agree that the bill be distributed now? Agreed? Agreed. Okay. There we go. Monsieur Berthold, appuyé.
Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that given that Canada's Food Price Report 2023 states that a typical farm will pay $150,000 in carbon tax per year when the carbon tax is tripled.
2, families will pay an additional $1,065 for groceries in 2023 for a total of $16,288 due to increased costs being passed on to consumers. 3, food bank visits were at an all-time high, reaching 1.5 million in March of 2022, a 15% increase from the previous year, according to Food Banks Canada.
4, 20% of Canadians are skipping meals, and grocery price inflation is at 11%.
Government to cancel the carbon tax that is applied on all food inputs and production, including A, all farm fuels, B, grain drying, C, fertilizer, D, transportation, and E, other appropriate aspects of the food supply system. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on December 8th, it might be a historical day. It's a big day for all Canadians because today the House of Commons has a unique opportunity to give some respite to all Canadian consumers that are suffering from inflation, the higher cost of living, the higher cost of food prices, by doing something that is fair. And I am full of hope and optimism that all my colleagues here in this House will finally, this time, do the right thing and vote in favor of our motion to get rid of the carbon tax on everything related to the food supply chain, Mr. Speaker. We're offering all members of this House a unique opportunity to do the only right thing, to give a bit of a break to all Canadians. This motion aims to set things right for Canadians that are having a hard time putting food on the table, Mr. Speaker. We've asked for this on many occasions. We've asked for it. We have begged the government and the other parties to support such a motion to reduce the carbon tax or at least not increase it. But this time we're going even further. We're asking them to remove it on essential needs for the population, namely on food. So this is a day that could be memorable, that Canadians will remember from some time, because there may be parties that will vote in favor of this motion to give Canadians a break. Mr. Speaker, let me say something from the onset. I know there'll be questions. Members, probably from the government, will say, Mr. Berthold, why? Well, they won't say Mr. Berthold, they won't, because I can't say my name, but they will say, why did this member from Mégantic-L'Érable rise and to ask for the abolition of the carbon tax while the carbon tax doesn't apply to Quebec? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the members across the aisle that Quebec is not self-sufficient in terms of oil, food, or the supply chain. Quebec has to get its supplies from across the world, and particularly across the country. Food that we bring from Western Canada, potatoes from the Atlantic coast, have to be transported by truck. And unfortunately, there is a carbon tax that applies to all of these products, and it will increase in the coming years. So this is the reality. And given this, if we deny this, we deny the reality that Quebecers right now they're the most affected by the rising cost of foods. And according to the last food price report presented by Dalhousie and BC University and Saskatchewan University, we're talking about 11% increase in groceries. And Quebec is still the only province that does not pay the carbon tax, as the Liberals will say, even though I have just shown that this is not, it is ridiculous to say this. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax will hurt farmers in Western Canada, who will have to pay higher tax bills that keep skyrocketing, and that will probably lead to bankruptcy in coming years if nothing is done, if the government doesn't do what is fair and abolish the carbon tax. What will happen if we have fewer farmers in Western Canada to provide food to Quebec and elsewhere? We'll have to take our supplies from even further away. We'll have to pay even more for the same food. And if we get our supplies from further, well, then we'll have to spend even more.
Pour amener la nourriture au Québec.
So this will be thwarting the efforts of the carbon tax, because we know full well, Mr. Speaker, that with the carbon tax, the government has not achieved any of its objectives when it comes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk about what's happening out west because my colleague from the riding of Foothills, with whom I'll be sharing my time, will be telling you about the impact of the carbon tax on Western provinces. But where are we at today? What's the status? When we read titles from the newspapers like this, the next few months will be very difficult. Cruel effects. We're talking about the rising interest rates, and we saw that from the Bank of Canada yesterday. All of that combined with the rising cost of food, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about. And that is very well outlined in Canada's Food Price Report of 2023. But before doing that, I'd just like to point something out. In an article by Mr. Michel Girard in the newspaper this morning, the next few months will be very difficult. And I'd like to just quote a paragraph. Whose fault is it? And I'd have to take off my glasses because the type is very, very small. But according to Jean-François Perrault and others from the Bank of Nova Scotia, government expenditures for COVID support programs forced the Bank of Canada to aggressively hike interest rates. And support to victims of COVID is some $2 billion. That was welcome, but it is probably exaggerated. This caused an increased demand, and the bank is trying to slow that down. Now, it was, like they said, things needed to be done, but once again, what we're seeing is that the Liberals weren't rigorous in their approach. This is what the Auditor General said as well. They wasted, they overspent, and as a result, today, we are facing rising inflation. The Bank of Canada hiked the interest rate. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, if everything goes up, if inflation goes up, well, it's hardly surprising to see the cost of food going up. In the report, the annual report, fish has gone up by 10%, butter 16%, fresh pasta, dried pasta. Now, historically speaking, back in the day when we studied, when we were in school, we couldn't afford food. What did we buy? We bought pasta. We ate pasta 5 days a week. On the weekends, instead of eating spaghetti, we ate macaroni for a change. So, Mr. Speaker, the cost of pasta went up 32%, so it's hardly surprising to see that students who can't afford housing, they have to live in their basements, their parents' basements, and that they're also having trouble buying food. The government has created inflation. This is inflation that could be called liberal inflation. We're facing higher costs of everything going up. In the report, they stated that in 2023, food prices for the average family of four would go up, would be some $14,000. Now, what they're seeing in 2022 is that it will be a $455 increase. And what that means is that next year, the average increase in the cost of groceries will be $1,065 for a family of four. That is huge. And as I was saying, Quebec has been the hardest hit by this rise in the cost of food. And in Quebec, according to the report, it's an 11% increase. But across Canada, it ranges between 9.2% and 11% over the course of a single year. I don't know many people who've seen salary increases of that range, and who can afford to buy what they need. And this is just food costs. I'm not talking about housing, about mortgages, about additional costs that people will have to face for their car loans, for example. It is ridiculous when we look at the rising costs facing consumers in Canada. What's worse, according to the report for the Canada Food Bank, Food Banks Canada, there's been a 15% increase Canadians are facing a lack of accessibility because of the rising cost of foods. 23% of them eat less than they should in Canada. This is 2022, Mr. Speaker. This year, during the summer, there was a sharp rise in demand. There hasn't been a rise at food banks, but they've had to go through the most difficult times in the past 41 years, Mr. Speaker, and that's at the food banks. The government needs to take action. Parliament needs to take action. This House can take action, and we can do something here today by voting in favor of our motion, our opposition motion that calls for the carbon tax on food products, including farm fuels, grain drying, fertilizer, transportation, and other appropriate aspects of the food supply system, be cancelled to enable Canadians to put more food on their tables. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm all of a sudden craving Kraft Dinner here. I'm not sure why. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague opposite for having finally acknowledged to a small extent that there's a problem with the environment, that pollution, that there is a tariffication and pricing on pollution. Now, I have a question for him. He talked about prices for goods. Does he think that pollution should be free, or that we should put a price on pollution? Should people just be allowed to pollute without any consequences? Or should we be saying, well, the more you pollute, the more you should pay? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax simply isn't working. It's not working. All it's doing is taking money out of the pockets of Canadians, puts it into the government coffers, but it doesn't enable the government to meet any of its targets. Now, there's an international conference that was held recently where the performance of the various countries was assessed. And you know where Canada ranked with this price on pollution? This tax, this carbon tax? 58th out of 663 countries. 58th position. That's where Canada ranked. 58th out of 63 with the Liberal carbon tax. They're not doing much to help the environment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I ate pasta in CEGEP as well. Now, I appreciate my colleague from Quebec. It's always good to work with him, but I agree with him on this, that when it comes to protecting the environment and dealing with greenhouse gas emissions, the government is failing. They're the dunce of the class. So we were 58th out of 63 countries. What does that mean? They're going to allow larger polluters and emitters to pollute even more? One thing that the Conservatives never do when they talk about getting money where it needs to come from is this. Do they question the fact that large petroleum companies are recording record profits this year and we're not going to get this money to distribute it to our people? I've never heard a Conservative say, well, how is it that these large oil companies are raking in record profits? I'd like my colleague to answer that. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I went to buy groceries with my wife last week, and I went up and down all of the aisles. When I saw that the cost of everything that had gone up, I really asked some questions. How are we going to enable families to afford these cost increases? Now, look at lettuce. It's gone up by 12%, Mr. Speaker. That's what they're saying, but it went from 98 cents to $7 a head. Mr. Speaker, people can't even afford to eat vegetables. Imagine when it comes time to buying meat with these increases. It's essential for us to give Canadians a break. We need to focus on what Canadians need now, what they need now, putting food on their tables so that they can eat and satisfy their hungry. We can help them immediately by putting an end to the carbon tax on everything that's part of the food supply chain. And I'd like to invite my Bloc colleagues to think about that. Questions and comments?
Skeena-Balti Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Mégantic-L'Érable for his speech. I would offer that the impact on food prices from the climate crisis and from the price gouging of the big box stores and big grocery retailers far outstrips the impact of carbon pricing. But my question is this. When farmers across this country are facing massive crop failures, when the infrastructure needed to ship our food is being ripped out by climate disasters, why do the Conservatives not have a plan to tackle the climate crisis, the most significant crisis facing us as a population? Why do they refuse to come up with a credible plan?
Here, here. Good question.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but I think there are some facts that he's not aware of. Now, in Canada, we've had the third best harvest in the history of the country. Despite all of that, when we're putting more and more products on the market, and we should be seeing a reduction in the prices for consumers. But that's not happening because despite the third best harvest in history, prices are higher than they were. They're the highest they've been in 40 years. So there's a problem, Mr. Speaker. It's caused by the carbon tax, the Liberal carbon tax, and we're calling on them to give Canadians a break, to give farmers a break across the country.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable to table this opposition motion today, as it shows our farmers, producers, ranchers, as well as consumers across Canada that the Conservative Party certainly understands about food security and their economic viability. In my opinion, the Liberals have a stark decision to make in the next few months. Their one decision is to continue on this activist, ideological agenda, increasing carbon taxes and taxes on producers, or start to understand that food security and the cost of food should be a priority for all Canadians. For a government that likes to, pride itself on making science-based decisions, clearly the policies they are putting forward are not based on sound science. But what is stark and what was really the impetus of this motion, Mr. Speaker, is when we saw the new 2023 food price report that showed by 2030, when the carbon tax is going to be tripled by the Liberals, that a 5,000-acre farm, which is not a large farm by any means, as a typical farm, is going to pay $150,000 a year in carbon taxes. I would ask the government, how do they possibly think that a farm family is going to absorb that cost and still be able to produce affordable, nutritious food, not only for Canadians, but to help feed the world? How do they possibly feel a farm family can absorb $150,000 a year in carbon taxes alone and still remain economically viable? Incredible. They can't. They simply cannot. And that is the stark reality that the Liberal government needs to understand sooner rather than later. That when they make these extreme ideological policies, there are consequences. As part of that food report, it also stated that the average family of four will see their grocery bill go up more than $1,000 a year, to a total of close to $17,000 a year for a family of four in 1 year alone. The consequences of that, as we saw in March, that 1.5 million Canadians were accessing a food bank, the highest in our history. I can't believe this is happening in Canada, a G7 country, when we are unable to feed our own people, when food security in our own country is at risk. Now, as my colleague said in response to the block question, that we did have the third best harvest in our history this year. So why, if we have such a great harvest, are we talking about food insecurity and talking about the economic viability of our farms at risk? Well, when you have a large harvest, the issue is if your input costs are far exceeding the value of that crop, you are further behind at the end of the year rather than being ahead. And at committee on yesterday, we had Rebecca Lee, the Executive Director of the Fresh Produce and Vegetable Growers Association of Canada, say 44% of their members are selling their products at a loss. Almost half of the produce growers in Canada are selling their products at a loss. They can't afford the massive increases in fertilizer costs. They can't afford the massive increases in fuel costs. So how long does the Liberal government suspect that these farmers are going to stay in business? And if they go out of business, you know what happens? We have to import more of those foods from other countries around the world. What does that do to our GHG emissions? What does that do to their climate change philosophy and policies? We had Dr. Sylvain Charlebois at committee, also one of the most respected food scientists in the country from Dalhousie University. And I'm paraphrasing a bit, but he basically said the carbon tax, and I quote this part, the carbon tax is a bad idea. The carbon tax is putting farms out of business and putting our food security at risk. That's one of the top food scientists in Canada. So the carbon tax is a bad idea. And we're losing farms as a result of that. When we lose farms, food prices go up. When food prices go up, food security is an issue. And as a result of that, we see what's happened with more and more Canadians having to use a food bank. But there's more to that as well. And this is, I think, where the Liberals are missing the point when we make these decisions that are not based on sound science and data. For example, we asked the Minister of Agriculture at committee yesterday, why are you imposing these massive carbon tax increases on Canadian farmers when we're already more efficient than any other country on earth? For example, the data shows that out of Canada's total GHG emissions, which is about 2%, 8% of that comes from agriculture. 8% of 2%. That's infinitesimal on the global scale. The global average is 26%. That is a stark contrast for where we are compared to the rest of the world. So why is the Liberal government not celebrating those achievements by Canadian agriculture? Instead of punishing them with massive increases in carbon taxes, which is going to have a profound impact on food security in Canada, why are you not saying to the rest of the world, or why is the government not saying to the rest of the world, you know what, you want to reduce your GHG emissions from agriculture? We're already there. We'll show you how to get there. Use our technology, use our practices. We'll export our manufacturing. We're already using zero-till. We're already using cover crop. We're already using precision agriculture. We manufacture air drills in Canada that we're happy to export for other countries to use in their production. For our nutrient stewardship. All of these things we're already using in Canada. But they seem to be ignored by this government. And we asked the minister yesterday, how do you expect a family farm to absorb these types of costs? And her answer said, well, I don't understand what your definition of a family farm is.
What? Really?
You're the Minister of Agriculture. If anyone should know what a family farm is, it's the Minister of Agriculture.
Shameful.
And what makes that worse, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberals put forward Bill C-8, which had a rebate for farms in the carbon tax. We know from the Ontario Grain Farmers Association that their membership get about 15% of what they spend on the carbon tax. Finance Canada said the average payback through C-8 for a farm family is about $860. Put that in comparison to $150,000 of what they're going to be paying. And they're going to get $1,000 back? And the Minister of Agriculture doesn't understand that. She's saying, well, it's the family's going to get that back, but the farm is a business. 95% of farms in Canada are family farms, owned by the family. Yes, they may be incorporated, but it's a family farm. You can't separate one from the other. That's why we put forward our private members bill, C-234, which would remove the carbon tax from natural gas and propane to help with grain drying, heating of barns, and those operations which are integral to the family farm. And Mr. Speaker, we have the support of all the opposition parties on that private members bill, the Bloc, the NDP, and the Greens. So the opposition understands how important agriculture is to the Canadian economy and our food security, not only here at home, but around the world. So I'm hoping that the opposition parties also will be supporting our Opposition Day motion today, which again reinforces the importance of Canadian agriculture And the decisions that are impacting our farm families must be based on sound science and sound data. Instead of apologizing for the incredible achievements of Canadian agriculture, a Canadian government should be going around the world as proud as we can be and being a champion of what we do, not apologizing for it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to serve on the same committee as the member opposite in Agriculture and Agri-Food Standing Committee. I wanted to ask the member, he mentioned in his speech about Sylvain Charlebois, who came before our committee, and who just the other day, very explicitly when asked a question about whether the price on pollution is affecting food price inflation, he said no. And so I wanted to just ask the member opposite if he recollects that. And then the other thing, I'll just add that the recent report done by the Canadian Climate Institute shows that there's going to be $25 billion in losses due to climate change by 2025, and that number is going to rise to $100 billion over the next 10, 15 years. So, and this actually undermines our entire growth of our economy. So how does the member reconcile that with the statements that he's made today?
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate the question from my colleague. And again, at committee, their pushes, we need to increase these carbon taxes to reach our climate change goals, but you won't have any farms left. No farms, no food. If you tax them into bankruptcy, then what? And the most frustrating part is they continue to ignore the accomplishments of Canadian farming in terms of our standings with emissions and carbon sequestration and stewardship and conservation. But you increase these carbon taxes and they haven't met a single target. If you were increasing these carbon taxes, as they say, this is the best way to meet our GHG emission goals, you haven't hit a single one. So the proof is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't work, and it's causing harm across Canada.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's interesting because I think that today I'm once again going to ask my Conservative colleagues the same question as usual, and as usual, they won't reply. How is it that today, in 2022, and probably in coming years, that oil companies are raking in the profits, as are banks and big food corporations, and yet somehow this Conservative Party that says that it wants to defend middle class and working class people, how is it that instead of trying to get some of that money out of the incredibly high profits made by these big corporations, why are they instead attacking the carbon tax? The reason Canada is doing so badly when it comes to emissions is that it's subsidizing the oil industry. So I'd like someone in the Conservative Party to tell me when they're going to do something about the oil industry's high profits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. I should have been prepared that one was coming. But obviously, speaking as Albertan, those energy companies are critical to our economy. They pay those middle-class jobs. They ensure that our economies across not only Alberta, but across Canada are operating. And I'm not endorsing taking the carbon tax off large emitters. In fact, Alberta was the first province in Canada that implemented a carbon tax on large emitters like the energy companies. We understand that there are ways that you can incentivize improvements in innovation and technology, and there are areas that those taxes should not be imposed. And Canadian agriculture and food production is certainly one of those.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by thanking my colleague for his excellent private member's bill, and it is an improvement for farmers as well. I am surprised, though, by the Conservative motion not mentioning the grocery store chains. First of all, we know that we're plagued by lack of competition. We know that some of these chains actually hid some money overseas and actually had to pay a CRA fine for hiding money in Barbados. They fixed the price of bread. The Competition Bureau proved that was true. They have excessive profits from COVID-related policies because restaurants were closed closed and they actually had lack of competition. They ended hero pay to their workers unilaterally, despite that they shouldn't be working together behind the scenes. Their CEO bonuses and manager salaries would make a baron robber blush. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they have predatory pricing for local produce on shelves and that restricts some of the distribution of farmers. So how can they not mention the situation with the grocery store chains?
We're out of time, but I will allow the member to answer the question. The honourable member
my honourable colleague should remember the NDP was already put in motion, which was passed in this House several weeks ago, which is being studied at committee.
Reprise the débat, continuing debate. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I did utter an impolite word under my breath, and I apologize for that. Just got the better of me. Mr. Speaker, I hope my mother was not listening. But Mr. Speaker, I'd like to split my time with my friend and colleague from Hull, Aylmer, and he'll be up next. But Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in a debate on the higher cost of living that Canadians and the world are experiencing. Let me reassure the honourable member that our government is well aware of these challenges and that our priority remains helping the most vulnerable in our society cope with the higher cost of living. That is why our government has an affordability plan, a suite of targeted measures totaling $12.1 billion in new support in 2022. The affordability plan is designed to help address the needs of low-income Canadians who are most exposed to inflation. Because of investments our government has already made in the last two federal budgets, many of the measures in our affordability plan are in place right now to help Canadians. In Budget 2021, our government enhanced the Canada Workers' Benefit, putting up to an additional $2,400 into the pockets of modest-income families starting this year. I'm pleased to say that most recipients have already received this increased support through their 2021 tax return. This enhancement of the Canada Workers' Benefit is extending support to about 1 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and helping to lift nearly 100,000 people out of poverty. The government also proposes to provide automatic advance payments of the Canada Workers' Benefit to people who qualified for the benefit in the previous year, with these advance payments starting in July 2023. Workers would receive a minimum entitlement for the year through the advance payments based on income reported in the prior year's tax return. Mr. Speaker, we are also fully aware that Canada and the rest of the world have been experiencing a period of higher inflation, including for food and groceries. This is part of a global phenomenon driven by the impacts of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has led to sharply higher food and energy prices, as has been described today, Mr. Speaker, as well as persistent impacts from supply chain disruptions and the COVID pandemic. That is why we are also providing targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families by doubling the goods and services tax credit for 6 months. This is delivering $2.5 billion in additional support to those who already receive the tax credit, including more than half of Canadian seniors. With the passage of Bill C-30, many Canadians have already received this additional payment. Single Canadians without children are receiving up to an extra $234, and couples with 2 children are receiving up to an extra $467 this year, Mr. Speaker. Seniors are receiving an extra $225 on average. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is the money is coming to them through a straightforward process. That's because the extra GST credit amounts are being paid to all current recipients through the existing GST credit system as a one-time lump sum payment. Recipients will not need to apply for the additional payment. They only need to have filed their 2021 tax return, if they have not already done so already, to be able to receive both the current GST credit and additional payment. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we know that the costs of climate change are significant. Climate change is real, Mr. Speaker, and we know that carbon pollution pricing remains a pillar of Canada's climate plan as an efficient way to incent reductions and drive innovation. Carbon pricing lets industry, households, and businesses choose the lowest cost ways to reduce emissions, and creates demand for low-carbon technologies, goods, and services. The pan-Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution announced in 2016 gives provinces and territories the flexibility to implement their own carbon pricing systems aligned with common minimum national stringency requirements referred to as the federal benchmark. The federal carbon pricing system serves as a backstop in jurisdictions that requested or that do not implement a system aligned with minimum national requirements. All direct proceeds from the federal system will continue to be returned to the jurisdiction in which they were collected. In order for a provincial or territorial government to receive these proceeds directly, to use as they see fit, Mr. Speaker, they were required to request the application of the federal system and commit to not using the proceeds to negate the carbon price signal. More importantly, 90% of the projected fuel charge proceeds will be sent to households in the form of quarterly climate action incentive payments administered by the Canada Revenue Agency. The majority of households will receive more back than they pay as a result of the federal system. This will help Canadians to pay for the food and basic necessities that their families need. Lower and middle income households will benefit the most. Also, there is a 10% supplementary amount for residents of small and rural communities. The other 10% of projected proceeds will be returned through federal programming. 1% of the proceeds will be returned to Indigenous recipients based on co-developed approaches and priorities. The remaining 9% of proceeds returned through the Environment and Climate Change programming for small and medium enterprises in emissions-intensive, trade-exposed sectors. And last month, the Minister of Finance specified climate action incentive payment amounts for the 2022 to 24 fuel charge a year, and those have been announced in this House, Mr. Speaker. In provinces where climate action and incentive payments will continue to be paid, there will be 4 equally quarterly payments starting April 2023 so that households will receive these ahead of costs incurred so they are not out of pocket. A family of 4 will receive each quarter $386, 4 times a year, Mr. Speaker, in Alberta, $340 in Saskatchewan, $264 in my home province of Manitoba, over $1,000 a year, and $244 in Ontario. In provinces where the federal fuel charge will start to apply July 1st, 2023, and where climate action incentive payments will be paid for the first time, there will be 3 equal quarterly payments starting July 2023 in the following amounts for a family of 4, $248 in Nova Scotia, $240 in Prince Edward Island, and $300 in Newfoundland and Labrador. Overall, a price on carbon pollution reduces pollution at the lowest overall cost to businesses and consumers, and it provides an incentive for climate action and clean innovation while protecting business competitiveness. Just concluding, Mr. Speaker, the measures I have highlighted today are delivering timely, effective financial help to millions of Canadians. For our neighbours who need this support the most, this means more money for them this year to help make life more affordable. While putting a price on pollution remains the most effective way to fight climate change while making life more affordable for Canadians, not only does pollution pricing ensure it is no longer free to pollute anymore, for 8 out of 10 Canadians who receive climate action incentive payments, the federal pollution pricing system actually puts more money back in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech this morning. He lives in Winnipeg, and just south of Winnipeg, I'm sure there are a number of those 5,000 typical family farms that would be very near where he lives. What would he say to those operators, those family farms that he just accused of polluting through their use of fertilizer? What would he say to the Canadians, when those farmers are looking at the potential of $150,000 additional dollars by the time this tripling of the carbon tax takes in effect? What's going to happen to Canada's emissions as those farmers go out of business and we're importing more food? What's the price of our food going to be when this carbon tax is tripled? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable member for the question, and invite him to Manitoba to see those beautiful landscapes. I toured that area this spring, Mr. Speaker. It was underwater. It was underwater. About a third of southern Manitoba was out of water. There was a late spring, and so farmers couldn't plant their crops in a timely way, Mr. Speaker. But in 2021, those farmers, many of them had to plow their canola fields under because we had the worst drought in 60 years. We had 2 1 in 300-year floods costing $1 billion each, destroying agriculture in the Assiniboine Valley and many parts of it, Mr. Speaker. And so the impacts of climate change are real, and I would ask the honourable member that where is his climate plan, because the Conservative Party has no plan.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I agree that our Conservative colleagues don't necessarily have a climate plan, but we also need to wonder whether the Liberal plan is any good. Because ultimately, they've given the Conservatives arguments to attack the carbon tax. What's that? Well, it's the fact that we're only 58th out of 63 when it comes to fighting greenhouse gas emissions. The problem is giving companies permits to explore off Newfoundland in what should be protected areas. The problem is subsidizing oil companies. So the Conservative Party doesn't have a plan, and I asked them a question and didn't get an answer. But do the Liberals have a better answer? Will they tax oil companies' excess profits? Will they tax banks and big agri-food corporations' excess profits? Will they use that money and give it to the middle class so that we do something both about greenhouse gas emissions and the cost of living?
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the honourable member. I would agree with him that oil profits are at record levels. They need to put their shoulder to the wheel and help us reduce emissions, Mr. Speaker, and we are working hard with them to cap oil and gas emissions. We will be introducing a clean fuel standard, and we will be removing inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, Mr. Speaker. We've already removed 8. We're on our way to completely eliminating them 2 years ahead of schedule.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and we as well agree that putting a price on carbon is critical. And coming from British Columbia, where actually it was the right-leaning party, the BC Liberals, that brought in the carbon tax in 2009, now supported by all provincial parties, because we understand the impacts of climate change. We've seen Lytton burn down. We've seen flooding. We've seen the impacts of climate change, which I've talked to the colleague about a number of times. My concern here is and I share with the Bloc on this, that there is no excess profit tax on oil and gas companies right now. We've seen the UK take leadership. Other countries around the world, Mr. Speaker. We've seen over $100 billion in profit, record profits of oil and gas companies, but we see Liberals and Conservatives standing side by side, letting them get a free ride. It's unacceptable, because that money could be used for taking pressure off people today, removing the GST on home heating, which would apply to electric heating, something the Conservatives had in their platform, Mr. Speaker, but don't support today. Also removing the 39.5% surcharge on Canada Post, unacceptable. So through you, Mr. Speaker, will my colleague finally charge oil and gas companies the surcharge, the excess profit tax that they should pay, and take the pressure off everyday Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I find myself agreeing with the spirit of the questions that my opposition colleagues are asking me. Oil profits are up. Emissions must come down. The oil and gas sector, the energy sector must put their shoulder to the wheel. They must work with us. Come hell or high water, we must meet those emissions targets, 40 to 45% reduction in emissions below 2005 level, Mr. Speaker. We have emission targets. We will make them.
We are out of time, but I've seen a number of members send up a bunch of times, so I do want to make sure I get them in. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to follow up on the wonderful questions being asked by our Bloc and NDP colleagues here. The specific amounts, the PBO has done a report already. The windfall profit tax being called for by others would generate almost $4.4 billion a year at a time when oil and gas companies, Imperial Oil, made profits of $6.2 billion in the first 9 months of 2021 alone. They're making off like bandits in the midst of a climate crisis, and the federal government has applied this already to banks and life insurance companies. Will the parliamentary secretary comment on the importance of applying the Canada Recovery Dividend to oil and gas companies in the midst of a climate crisis?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, I want to thank my honourable Green friend and colleague. We talk often about the importance of action on climate change, and he is indeed a devoted advocate, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would agree with the spirit of his comments, if not the actual content. And we're going to be working hard to get those emissions down, and we are going to be not giving the energy sector a free pass, as has been implied by opposition members.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Winnipeg South for his excellent speech that he made today, and also his answers to the questions. He really put his finger on the issue. Mr. Speaker, one thing. We now have, in this opposition motion, a reference. Perhaps it's not a long one, but it's one just the same, to a price on pollution. And that's a good thing because, yes, pollution has a price. It's not free. My honourable colleague from Winnipeg South mentioned that in his province, they've seen floods twice, and something that should happen only once a century. They've seen it twice. So in my own riding, Mr. Speaker, I have seen in 2017 and then again in 2019, 2 floods of the Ottawa River that were supposedly, according to statistics, only happen once in a century. And we saw 2 floods in 3 years. Pollution and the climate crisis are with us today, and we have to eliminate practices that are no longer working. And we have to leave people, companies, organizations. Should we leave them to pollute without any consequences? These days are over. And that's why I'm very, very proud to say that we will put a price on pollution, and that we're focusing on the fact that entrepreneurs, we're going to tell them, I believe strongly in capitalism. I think it's a good thing when people make money. And we tell them, for anyone who wants to make profits in the production or service provision, bravo. But if you pollute by doing this, you have to pay. And I have confidence in the wealth and in the ingenuity of Canadians, and particularly of our entrepreneurs, to find ways to produce something by reducing carbon consumption. And in doing so, they'll pay less. Their product will be more efficient. It'll cost less. And people will buy their products because they work. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the idea behind a price on pollution. But today's motion tries to make a link between inflation that we're facing today, the rising costs of prices, and the price on pollution. And, Mr. Speaker, there is no link. Like my colleague mentioned, my colleague from Whitby, in a question he asked, there was a witness at his committee that he was participating in agriculture, a renowned expert in Quebec who knows the details of the agricultural industry, and he asked a question: will the carbon tax contribute to inflation and the rising costs of groceries? And he said no. No. So there you have it. So, Mr. Speaker, what does create problems with respect to inflation is the global context. There are many components. First, there was a pandemic, and then suddenly everyone shut down. They had to make sure that people could remain safe because we didn't want to spread COVID-19. And then, after a certain time, when innovation led to vaccines and following health guidelines, we were able to start to begin to reopen our economy. But all of a sudden, there were a lot of people who wanted to buy products at the same time because people had refound their freedom. And that's okay if it's just one or two people, but we're talking about the entire world that was doing this, and it created tremendous demand. And we saw issues with respect to our supply chains across the world, particularly in China with their strict zero COVID policy, which led to the closure of factories and disruptions in the supply chain. And this had implications across the planet. So if this wasn't enough, there was also the detestable war that Putin is waging against Ukraine. And once again, we saw shortages of products, and it has weighed heavily on the cost of goods. And these are global trends that are taking place. So what do we do with this? What do Canadians do as they're facing rising prices? Our government has an answer, unlike the official opposition. Our answer is to help Canadians who are the most vulnerable. And, Mr. Speaker, we have seen this in various areas. Allow me to explain. Firstly, we want to make more affordable for Canadians. With C30, for a 6-month period, we doubled the GST tax credit. Mr. Speaker, we already have this program to help the most vulnerable Canadians. We have this GST tax credit. It's a non-taxable payment that is paid to individuals and families who are low income. And these are people, regardless of their situation, who need a little bit of help. And this is particularly true given the current situation. Now we're going to spend $2.5 million and put them back into the pockets of roughly 11 million Canadians, people and families who really need this amount for the next 6 months. And with Bill C-31, we created the Canadian Dental Care Program. And once again, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about roughly $1,300 dollars for Canadians that will go back into their pockets so that children can now have access to dental care. And that's one thing. And here's another. We've also spent $500 to 1.8 million Canadians, Canadian renters who are low income, who are having a hard time paying their rent. That's another form of assistance that is very targeted, that is not subject to inflation, and that will make a real difference for those who are in need. And earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, we increased OAS payments by 10% for those who are 75 years of age and older. And also, I could talk about the Canadian Workers' Benefit. It's another targeted form of assistance for Canadians who are in need. With this benefit, there is a refundable tax credit that is offered to Canadians and families who are working but who are low income. So all of these measures, Mr. Speaker, are targeted, reasonable, and they will help people to tackle this global crisis that we're facing. And, Mr. Speaker, we can do all of this at the same time as we fight the climate crisis. And Canada will create a more sustainable economy and a healthier environment, and will also create social cohesion, because we're nothing if we don't have this as parliamentarians. We have to make sure we can bring everyone together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech today. There were certain words in there that I kind of had a little bit of a challenge with, and mostly to the fact when he was talking about Liberal carbon tax and inflation and how they're probably not related, and we're talking about two different things. Well, I know this week we've heard that the Auditor General, there hasn't been a whole lot of respect from the members opposite to her role, but I know that the governor of the Bank of Canada governor has said at FINA committee that, in fact, because of the carbon tax, it has increased inflation. So I'm just wondering if he agrees with those comments from the Bank of Canada governor. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And absolutely, I agree with the Bank of Canada's governor. But, Mr. Speaker, we can't quote something but without mentioning the context. Otherwise, it becomes a pretext to say something that's not necessarily true. So, yes, in theory, what they said, it's the case, but this is very minimal. Minimal. Now, that's the most important thing there. The real cause of inflation are supply chain disruptions. Supply chains are broken, and we have to reestablish them. It'll take time. It's the Chinese policy that we've seen with zero COVID that has upset the entire supply chain. And thirdly, it's the war in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's war that has upset supply chains across the world. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, today we're talking about a motion with respect to the carbon tax. We also know we have before us today C-32 that will provide some supports to our farmers. And in my riding of Mirabel, we have farm fuels and other issues that I'd like to know what the government thinks about this. Right now, the government and even the Minister of Agriculture has voted against farmers. I wonder if they've changed their minds on this. It's really important for farmers in Mirabel. They've talked to me about it on many occasions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel for his question. This question, I have to say that I am not exactly aware of that bill from a private member, but I know well that the government is always here to support our farmers. And the way we're going to do this is to fight against climate change. We know, Mr. Speaker, that today and tomorrow and for years to come, the climate crisis is here. It's impossible if our farmers know this. They know this in their gut, that with the changes they're seeing, we must work on this, and that is why we always have to put a price on pollution and implement several different policies to help to make Canada greener and more sustainable.
Comments, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Sakina-Balki Valley.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech. Now, the Conservatives have raised, somewhat ironically, the fact that Canada is, number 58 when it comes to climate action and our ability to tackle the climate challenge and live up to our commitments. I think it's ironic because the Conservatives don't have a plan to address climate, but it's also a problem because number 58 is not where we need to be as a country. And despite having a carbon pricing system in this country, Canada continues to be a laggard, to not live up to the commitments that we've made and to not perform, and we're not on track to meet the targets that we've set. So to my friend across the way, what needs to be done to improve Canada's approach to climate and stop being such a laggard on this critical issue?
That's a big question, and we only have about 30 seconds to answer it. L'honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'll try to answer this very good question quickly from my colleague from Sakina-Balki Valley. Mr. Speaker, the reason why Canada is dragging behind is because for too long time we saw the effects of our non-environmental plan under the Harper government. Now we have a realistic plan that is in place that is internationally recognized as one of the best plan because it's detailed and there are strong targets and initiatives that are rigorous. And that is why I'm very optimistic for the future. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I had a grilled cheese at the cafeteria, and I hope to see you there because I know you know that I like you very much, but the more I thought about this, I thought perhaps it's better that you weren't there because I met a Conservative member who dropped a coffee on his pants, and he said, "Oh, that damn carbon tax." So apparently the carbon tax is the source of all evil. And then I knew that there would be an opposition day from the Conservatives, and I said, he's going to table a motion to talk about the boogeyman that is the carbon tax. And then I saw the motion yesterday evening, and I was right, and it was almost that was almost the case. This was a motion that we were expecting. The carbon tax is the source of all evils, and by abolishing it would solve everything. This is not about a motion on the price of groceries or to help our farmers. It's another Conservative motion that shows that they're closed up in their ideological cage, and the narrative says that it's impossible to fight the climate crisis and make a transition unless we abolish the carbon tax. It's an ideological cage that they're imprisoned in. And the public debate is also imprisoned by this. And this is a false premise because this is not the only solution. They talk about our farmers, and I'd like to talk about farmers in the lower Laurentian region and in the riding of my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. On Monday, I went to the Congress there, and farmers thanked me. They thanked Quebecers for supporting C-232. That gives them a bit of a break on fuel for GST and programs for grain drying. So we know they were very thankful for our pragmatism and our awareness. And they told me this, and they recognize this, and it's always a pleasure. So rather than a targeted approach, we're still generally looking at the carbon tax. We're not talking about a carbon exchange here for emissions. And the basic principle of this is to increase the cost of goods that come in, and then we'll give taxes go back to households. So the relative cost of these goods will be higher, but we'll compensate people for their purchasing power. And this means that people will look at different products. They'll substitute them. And to do so, we have to be realistic. We have to have a long-term vision of the future. We have to increase the number of options for people. And neither the Conservatives or the Liberals are doing this. At the Bloc, we're realistic. We think we're able to walk and chew gum at the same time without tripping like the Conservatives. And that is why we supported a part of this motion on farm fuels in C234, and that is why we supported removing the tax on grain drying. We've said this from quite some time. They've been saying this for quite some time. We have another bill with this. We don't have to lose time with another motion. But the whole issue of fertilizers, I'd like to pay tribute to the extraordinary work of the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I participated in meetings where that member, as the critic, was with everyone around the table, with the farmers. He met with the cabinet to make sure that supply agreements for fertilizers would not be subject to sanctions, and we wanted to have fertilizers at a fair price. And transportation is also important because there are new areas for emission reductions in the next few years, and if we exclude electricity in most provinces, well, we have an intelligent approach that is targeted and temporary, that shows compassion for people who are paying prices to help taxi drivers and truckers and those who temporarily are facing the backlash of the geopolitical tensions we're facing right now. And I'd like to tell them that my Conservatives colleagues are looking at a cartel from the Saudis and the Venezuelans. It also includes Russia. And recently, last week, Mr. Speaker decided to reduce the oil production to leave prices high, to the great pleasure of Albertan oil companies.
So if we need to look at who's not supporting them, it's the Liberals. When we voted on C-234, I was there. The Bloc Québécois stood up for Quebec farmers across the country. And I was the first in the 338 members to identify. And I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. But as I was saying, I was the first to identify on social media that even the Minister of Agriculture had voted against farmers. And my unions in the UPA noticed that. It didn't go unnoticed. So we need to go through it with this transition. And they never tabled a motion to enable us to assess and approve of the way that we would be able to transition. They're always just focusing on the carbon tax at a time when the International Energy Association has told us that between now and 2050, there'll be a 7% decrease in energy because there are countries that are taking steps. We're not. In the EU, they say between now and 2050, there'll be a 30 to 38% reduction in energy demands. Why? Because there are countries that are doing their homework and Canada's not. At a time when France has announced that between now and 2050, their energy requirements will drop by 48%. Well, why is that? Because they're a G7 country and they're taking steps. And each time a Conservative motion comes up, they don't focus on the basic issues. They are just showing that they are partisan. And I don't want to get involved in that. We deserve to be debating these issues at a higher level here. And then what do? Well, then they attack Quebec. Last week, they published on social media some misleading information saying that the metric tons of pollution cost less in Quebec than in the rest of the country. And the reason is simple. The reason is simple because our system is based on quantity control and prices go up and down. And if it's less expensive at home, it's because there's less demand. And why is there less demand? Because our pollution levels are lower. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? It's because the system stemmed from the Western Climate Initiative. There were U.S. states and Western Canadian provinces. They withdrew from that because they want to pay less. And the reason that they withdrew is because they don't want to transition, because they knew that it would cost more, Mr. Speaker. And so today they're refusing to assess and evaluate solutions. And that's what's put us in the situation that we're currently facing today. Now, let's get back to the issue at hand, inflation, because we know now, this doesn't mean that people aren't facing fuel increases and food prices. People are facing difficulties. I see them on a daily basis. Now, what we need to do is deal with the problems in the supply chain. It's not because of the Bank of Canada that we can't get Japanese cars. There's only one a Conservative who's going to tell us that. It's not the Bank of Canada's fault to say that we don't have softwood lumber. I don't see the federal government cutting down pine trees in the Saguenay. It's not Canada's fault if we have record prices for resources like rice, wheat, commodities on the stock exchange in Chicago. The Chicago Stock Exchange doesn't give a hoot about the Alberta carbon tax. There's only a Conservative who's going to come out and say that to mislead people, Mr. Speaker. And you know why? Climate or global warming is going to cause more problems. It's going to cause more problems in the supply chain. And the Conservatives are simply going to say that this is a myth. It's like I heard this week when they said that holes in the ozone were simply a myth, Mr. Speaker. Only the Conservatives can think like that. So when we table motions on the prayer in the chamber, on the monarchy, praying for a foreign sovereign, now, before we come into the House, they challenge our sense of priorities. But I'd like them to table a motion on our position on fuel. I would like to see them to put forth a motion or put forth a plan, a targeted plan to help people who are struggling and are vulnerable, something to help farmers as well, to deal with these structural problems in our supply chain, and to focus on social housing, because there isn't a trickle down that's happening in housing. We need to take action for people who are on the streets. I'd like to see them put forth a motion that puts forth solutions for the supply chain. The maritime ports in Quebec and the East are saying they need help. So the next time they challenge our question of priorities, I'd like to ask them to buy a mirror because they're currently on sale at Rona. They can look themselves in the face. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I'd like to assure my colleague and to my neighbour of a few things. First of all, we won't be seeing any visits from Saudi Arabia over the winter holidays, because the oil is being taken from Canada and the United States. Another point, he talked about farmers and said they would be receiving a GST amount. That is already being done. It's something that's been reimbursed over the past 30 years because it's an input cost. I'd also like to ask him if he's seen a propane bill from any of his farmers where it says carbon tax at such and such a rate and that it goes up with the carbon tax. Has he seen that? With his own eyes, has he really seen a propane bill for grain drying in Quebec that includes the carbon tax? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague knows that I appreciate him, and I can see that we don't need to increase production for exports, and I'd like to thank him for pointing out this important point. The second thing is that he needs to understand that by abolishing the carbon tax in the provinces that aren't responsible ecologically, we'll be creating unfair competition for producers in other provinces who are paying their carbon tax, and it would appear that they like competition except when it comes to fuel. And I'd like to salute Claude, who is on the UPA union and thanked me for our support for C-234 when it comes to propane costs that are used to drive fuel. And I would like to point out to the Honourable Member that I even went to the farm to visit him.
Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his passionate speech. But the motion today brought forward by the Conservative Party is to eliminate the carbon tax. I wonder how would that affect or come into force in provinces that have brought in their own carbon tax plan and as well issuing any refunds or rebates that may be part of that plan. So how would the federal government implement telling provinces not to implement the carbon tax when it's the province that's responsible for it?
Honourable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I'd like to say just how proud I am to be a Quebecer. And I want to reiterate that. When the Western Climate Initiative was set up and everyone left it and everyone went back on their climate responsibilities, and Quebec as a nation decided to take its responsibilities in hand, to put in place an emission trading system And it works so well, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives are so jealous that they're attacking it. When we're attacked in politics, it's because often because we're right.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, and I'd like to ask him a question with respect to the impact of the tax on our agricultural production in Canada. We are exporters of pork, of chicken, of other commodities, as well as grains. What impact will there be if other countries don't do anything and we increase costs for our producers? Will our producers be able to sell their products abroad, or will they have to sell them at a loss? What does he have to say for the people in his riding? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. While some of our competitors face similar measures in our competitors' countries, what I'm trying to say, what I've been trying to say since my opening remarks, is that we are aware of the need for targeted measures. Now, what the colleague opposite has said is that it applies to a number of markets. Now, because we're aware of the issues facing farmers, the member is asking if we shouldn't remove the tax for all industries, including oil production in the West. That's the most polluting, the one that causes most pollution. That's the problem with the Conservatives' motion. They're more inclined to change the subject than to address the real issues. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition motion that we're considering today is in keeping with the type of motion that we've been debating, the type of Conservative motion that we've been debating since the start of the session. It sends a message of kindness, awareness of financial difficulties that people are facing at present, financial difficulties that are real. Costs of consumer commodities are going up, and I don't doubt my colleagues' goodwill and awareness of that fact. And I want to state that very clearly. Now, having said that, when we take a look at the motion, when we analyze it and get to the bottom of its content, when we check the facts, what we see under this lid of kindness and consideration, a pot of stew that seems to be made up of political and electoral interest with bits of misinformation and incomplete facts. The first premise of the motion puts in place some very scary numbers for farmers who are already struggling to make an adequate income. Under the first premise, farmers will have to pay $150,000 a year in carbon tax once it has tripled. This is a huge and frightening amount. However, the motion fails to mention some information. For example, the amount of the carbon tax will have tripled from its current amount by 2030. So the motion doesn't refer to an event that's happening now, or that it's even in the near future. It also fails to mention that by 2030, a host of traditional measures to reduce the carbon impact on all of our activities will have been put in place. That will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and taxes will go up, yes, but at the end of the day, in 2030, the amount to be paid will be more or less the same as it is now. Now, I'd also like to take a few moments to talk about some inconsistency. Also on the first point, the motion fails to mention a very important element. And the omission of this element is very difficult to understand. It's that the Conservative Party, in the name of the member for Huron-Bruce, tabled Bill C-234, which seeks to remove from agricultural facilities from the carbon pricing obligation. Now, this bill is at report stage in committee, and everyone agrees to move the bill forward quickly. So it's as if the right hand and the left hand hadn't spoken to each other before writing today's motion. So the first premise of the motion could be described as misinformation because the information that it provides is incomplete. And here I'd like to take my colleagues back to their Philosophy 101 class in CEGEP. Misinformation is caused by three things. First, not giving all information necessary to understand the facts, and that's what we're facing here. Secondly, distracting the reader from the information. And that's what this motion is doing by blaming all of the world's woes on the carbon tax, when the rise in consumer prices is a result of a combination of factors. And third, deliberately misinforming. Well, that's not what this motion does, but we have two of the three. The following premises also identify important figures. They are true. However, because of the first premise, we might believe that the only thing causing consumer price taxes to rise is the carbon tax. However, as I just said, this is caused by a host of factors. Now, the demands. The first two demands are to eliminate the carbon tax on agricultural fuels. As I just explained, Bill C-234 covers those aspects. Right hand, left hand, radio silence. The third request is to remove the carbon tax on fertilizers. C-234 doesn't cover that, and that's a pity. A bill to this effect can be put in place quite quickly, with goodwill. And I know that this Parliament is capable of that. Having said that, farmers are facing the impact of sanctions being placed on Russia when it comes to fertilizer, and we need to resolve that issue. The sanctions aren't caused by the carbon tax. They're caused by the war. The fourth request is to remove the carbon tax on transportation. But what means of transportation are we talking about here? It can't be agricultural transport because it's already covered as part of the first demand on agricultural fuels. So it's other means of transportation. So are we talking about heavy trucks, trains, airplanes? In the case of trucks, technology is already in place to reduce the pollution that they cause. In the long term, that technology, including diesel exhaust fluid, will mean that in 2030, when the carbon tax will be $170 per ton, these trucks will pollute much less. And aircraft are also evolving in terms of their fuels and greenhouse gas production. In short, the only thing that's left is trains, which we'll have to work on to get Canada out of a 19th century rail system. I dream of a high-speed electric train or a magnetic train, not a high-frequency train, a real modern train. That would be great. The fifth request is a lack of clarification. Now, it talks about removing all other aspects out of the supply system, but what are they? What are they talking about? Are we talking about electricity? Carbon? What are we talking about? Factories? The oil industry? Now, I don't have a lot of hope there, but it's because it's fuzzier than a mirage in the desert, in fact. There are many causes behind inflation. Labor problems in agricultural and businesses in general. Natural disasters, my colleague mentioned that. Flooding, drought, hurricanes, fires, to mention those. Rising wages in businesses, that too is having an impact. And then the war. We have to include that in the list. Reducing the rising consumer prices to the carbon tax is therefore a gross simplification of a more complex phenomenon. Simplification is misinformation in itself. There are responsible and sustainable solutions, and I would have loved to have read those put forth by my colleagues. Ideas that would help seniors to increase their pensions for those seniors aged 65 to 74, and to enable them to work without being taxed twice. They pay more tax than, for example, families when they pay taxes their entire lives. And plus their pensions are cut. And that makes absolutely no sense. We could also see a support program for those who are most affected by the rising gas prices, such as farmers and truckers. Those are the people who depend on gas and oil. they depend or they're affected by the fluctuating prices. And so we need to come forth with some solutions so that they are not so affected by the fluctuating prices. We need to have a more stable supply. We need to reinforce the problems in the supply chain. So in short, of course, Quebec doesn't pay the carbon tax because it's part of the carbon market. But as my colleague did, I'd like to point out that when Quebec invested in the market, it tried to convince all Canadian provinces to follow suit. They all refused. Quebec, on this good idea, was once again going it alone, like in 1982 when the Canadian provinces stabbed Quebec in the back by reversing their promise. As is the situation with daycare, for which provinces insulted us for 20 years, saying that Quebec couldn't afford its daycare system. But all of a sudden, it was a good idea to have one, and the federal government is paying for it. It's like aluminum. It's like the aerospace industry, the pharmaceutical industry, and so on. So in short, given that the premises in this motion are incomplete, given that a bill to relieve farmers is on the right path and to being adopted and applied, we cannot vote for this bill. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her speech here in the House today. She did mention in her speech that the motion put forward by the opposition party was like a stew and has a lot of ingredients, or should have a lot of ingredients, and she mentioned that one of the main ingredients should be meat. Could you please explain to this House why she believes there's not much meat in this stew from the opposition party?
The honourable member. Well, indeed, at the beginning of my speech, I said that most colleagues here, not just in the NDP, Liberals or Conservatives, but most people in this House have good intentions here. Now, when it comes to the stew, I said that there were some parts that seemed to be electioneering because not all the information is there, which I also explained in my speech. One aspect is being addressed, for example, with inflation, the carbon tax is being mentioned with regard to its impacts on inflation, but other things are not being mentioned, like the ecological impacts, the war, and other things. So those weaknesses need to be worked on. The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague speak about a number of suppositions, but let's talk about something concrete. We know that by 2030, the bill for Canadian farmers due to the carbon tax will be $12 billion a year. What does my colleague think? How much of that money is going to end up going back to farmers, if it's anything at all, in fact? The honourable member. Well, my colleague mentioned suppositions, but his own question contains a supposition in the sense that in 2030, transition measures will have reduced greenhouse gas emissions. So will it be $30 an acre? Yes. But greenhouse gas emissions at the end of the day will make it so that that $30 an acre will be lower because there will be less greenhouse gas emissions. That's the first thing. Then secondly, by 2030, I hope that Bill C-234 that we're currently studying at report will have been adopted and will mean that the carbon tax will not be applied to agricultural producers.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for her intervention. Real briefly, I was surprised that there was no mention of grocery store chains and even the connection of actually getting produce from local farmers and production into the actually chains without being taken advantage of or being at a lesser advantage situation by product placing and so forth. I think it was worth at least a mention in this because it is blamed the price of groceries. But at the end of the day, if Canadian access is really prevented from being competitive, it really hurts consumers.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, indeed, the situation with supermarkets is concerning. With consumer prices going up, with supermarkets wanting to keep their profit margins large, this is concerning, but this was a 10-minute speech where I explained why we're against this opposition motion and where I said that another possible solution, I mentioned a possible solution, but there are others. I only made a 10-minute speech.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on this beautiful day and speak to this opposition motion before us. And at the outset, I want to take a moment to inform the House that I will be splitting my time with the wonderful Member of Parliament for the territory of Nunavut. And it feels funny to be up speaking on this topic, a little bit like Groundhog Day. It seems like no matter the problem, the tool is always the same to the Conservatives. When I guess when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But of course, the climate crisis and the very pressing issue of astronomical food prices and the impact on Canadians is a serious problem that requires serious tools. Now, this bill, or this motion before us is ostensibly about farmers, and I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the farmers in Northwest BC who do such an incredible job. The dairy farmers, the beef farmers. I was meeting in Terrace the other day with the owners of a new goat dairy. They want to produce their own artisanal goat cheese and goat milk right there in the Northwest, which is a really amazing endeavor. And vegetable farmers as well, the market gardens and the producers who sell their food throughout the Northwest. We have a really burgeoning local food culture in Northwest BC, and it's something that we're very proud of. And I think all of those farmers, no matter the size of their operation, should be rightly proud of the work that they do. And it's right, Mr. Speaker, that farmers are facing many challenges. And one of those challenges is the cost of the inputs that they require for their operations. It's not the only challenge. Of course, the longer term, one of the biggest challenges facing farmers is the impact of the climate crisis. And it's somewhat ironic to talk about an Opposition Day motion that seeks to undermine Canada's approach to the climate crisis when the people who are feeling the impact of the climate crisis most intimately are farmers across our country. So at the outset, I want to talk a little bit about the farmers who would be affected by this, but I also want to talk about the farmers who wouldn't be affected by this. And I appreciate my colleagues in the bloc highlighting that, of course, in Quebec, the province is a part of a cap and trade system, a carbon market that is provincial in nature, that the federal government has no tie-in to. In British Columbia, of course, we're in a similar situation because we have a provincial price on carbon. And so it concerns me that at the heart of this motion is a bit of deception, because it talks about helping farmers across the country, and yet it's not going to help farmers in Quebec. It's not going to help farmers in British Columbia like the ones that I represent. No, there's going to be zero help for those farmers if this opposition were to pass and the government were to act accordingly. Now, the real problem faced by farmers who are struggling with the cost of diesel for their tractors, I talked to one neighbor out on the south side of Francois Lake. He's got a beef operation out there. It was unbelievable, the price that he was paying for diesel for his tractor. And this is a real challenge. But if we look to Canada's carbon pricing system as the villain in this, I think we're looking in the wrong spot, because the real challenge when it comes to gas prices, when it comes to diesel prices, is the absurd gouging by the oil and gas companies. And you don't have to ask me, Mr. Speaker. You can ask the President of the United States, Joe Biden. He called it war profiteering, and he's threatened to put an excess profit tax on oil and gas companies in that country, who aren't just gouging farmers, they're gouging all Americans who require petroleum products in their lives. Or you could look to the United Kingdom, where a conservative government has put a 25% excess profit tax in place on the oil and gas companies there. And they're going to take the revenue from that excess profit tax and they're going to drive it back into affordability measures so that the British people can benefit during hard times when inflation is out of control. Those are the kinds of real measures, and those are the kinds of measures that we've been advocating in the NDP, that this government should get serious about cracking down on profiteering, on excess profit taking during a time that is difficult for so many Canadians. That's the kind of action we need, Mr. Speaker. Now, thinking about the carbon tax in British Columbia, it has an interesting history, of course, because the carbon tax was brought in 2007, 2008 by the noted eco-socialist Premier of British Columbia, Gordon Campbell. And he did that because, to his credit, he believed that climate was the existential issue of our time and that we need to act in a way that was rigorous, in a way that was evidence-based. And he believed, and he's a very, very conservative political leader, as you well know, Mr. Speaker, he believed that markets were the best way to do that. Because, of course, that is part of the conservative philosophy, that the best way to tackle things is through markets, because markets are efficient and often they provide the lowest cost approach to tackling big problems. So if you believe that the climate crisis is a problem, and by you, Mr. Speaker, I mean, you know, the larger metaphorical you, if one believes that the climate crisis is a problem, then it makes sense to choose a tool that is efficient and low cost. And of course, that's why the Conservatives in their last election platform had sort of a price on carbon. They wanted to use a market-based mechanism, albeit a bit of a goofy one, which was going to charge people a carbon tax and then take that money and put it in a special savings account that then they could only use to buy eco-friendly things like bicycles and solar panels. Like, it was a bit of a weird implementation of the idea, Mr. Speaker, but at its heart was the idea of using a pricing mechanism. And they did that because, of course, almost every single economist in the Western world agrees that pricing carbon is the most efficient way to go about it. I myself, Mr. Speaker, you might be surprised to hear, I'm a bit agnostic on the topic. I want to make sure that we use whatever tool it takes to drive down emissions and tackle the climate crisis so that my kids and yours can have the kind of stable future and prosperous economy and good quality of life that I've enjoyed, that my parents enjoyed. That's what we need. And this motion, Mr. Speaker, does not achieve that. Now, when we talk about the cost of the climate crisis, those costs are astronomical themselves. And if we don't act in a definitive way, not only to drive down emissions, but to adapt our communities and our infrastructure, we are going to be paying dearly for this crisis. In British Columbia, we've already felt that. We lost the entire community of Lytton, burned to the ground. We had flooding in the Lower Mainland take out a huge amount of key infrastructure and cripple our supply chain just this past year. And of course, in 2018, there were devastating wildfires across Northwest BC that affected so many parts of our economy, so many parts of our community. This is a crisis that deserves a serious approach, Mr. Speaker. The affordability crisis and the crisis of inflation and food prices is a serious issue that deserves a serious approach. We do that by cracking down on profiteering. We do that by having a real climate plan, Mr. Speaker, that uses credible, evidence-based tools to drive down emissions. I'm agnostic as to whether those are regulations or whether those are pricing mechanisms. What we need is urgent action. And we need political leaders that have a plan, that are transparent about their plans, that can tell the Canadian people that, yes, this is the issue of our time, and we intend to tackle it with all the seriousness that it deserves, because our kids are worth it, Mr. Speaker, and the people in our communities that are struggling with the price of food, they're worth it. The seniors that can't afford groceries in Terrace, in Smithers, in Prince Rupert, in Kitimat, those people are worth it. And motions like this that are inherently deceptive, that try to fool British Columbians and Quebec residents and people across the country that somehow removing carbon pricing from certain sectors is going to solve these problems, frankly, is unfair and it's unjust, and it's not the way to approach very serious issues in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Good job. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And interesting comments from my colleague across the way. And one of the issues that I've brought up is that the Conservatives seem to be on an island in itself when it comes to the price on pollution. In fact, it used to not be that way. As the member will recall, in the last federal election, all major national parties supported a price on pollution. Even the Conservatives made a commitment to having a price on pollution. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on what would have been, at the time, fairly misleading, given the fact that they went to the electorate and said, look, we believe and will support a price on pollution, given their position that they're taking today.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the Parliamentary Secretary. I think, honesty in politics is one of the most important things, and I believe all political leaders need to be upfront and transparent with Canadians about how they intend to tackle the biggest issues of our time. And when they do that, they need it to be based on evidence, and they need to show their work. They need to show the math. They need to show how they're going to actually tackle the problems that we face. And we know a lot about the climate crisis. The majority of Canadians support urgent action on the climate crisis. What we need, and I would argue that this government hasn't done nearly enough in this regard, what we need are policies that are rigorous enough to actually drive down emissions and ensure that it's done in a way that's affordable for Canadians. At the end of the day, the numbers don't lie, and Canada's numbers are not good.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I like the revisionist history from my colleague's speech and the colleague across the way that, positions change. It was only 2009 that the NDP leader in BC was going to scrap the carbon tax. She felt that it was going to be punishing for BC residents. So, it's ironic that now there's this massive change in position. But it upsets me a little bit that the NDP's position on this, and they are supporting C234, and I appreciate that. It's an important message to our producers, but this motion is very similar. We're just expanding the exemptions on the carbon tax. And I don't want to see this dividing one area of Canada from another, BC, Quebec, and the rest of Canada who are paying the carbon tax. But this does help BC farmers. BC farmers are buying fertilizer. BC farmers are moving cattle from one area of the country to the other. So would my colleague not agree that his farmers will be impacted by a carbon price that goes in 2030 is going to cost every farmer at least $150,000 a year? How does he expect his farmers in Skeena-Bulkley Valley to absorb that cost?
For Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague noted, we do support targeted efforts to help the farming industry, and we've supported the private members bill that's been brought forward by his party. I think it's one approach and certainly something that's been well received. But the reality is the measures in this motion would not be equally applied across the country. And so if we're talking about helping farmers, let's have proposals that help all farmers across the country, not just ones in some provinces that happen to pay the federal carbon price. I think that's a fair approach, and that's an approach that I would be more willing to look at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the day, it's quite clear. We see that the Liberal plan to do something about greenhouse gas emissions is not working, and that Conservatives have an ideological plan to attack the carbon tax, which also won't work. We know how this movie ends. We already know how the parties will vote. Could we not take advantage of today, since we're debating, to cast light on the ineffectiveness of both the Liberal and Conservative parties when it comes to climate change? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I share my colleague's dismay that not only are we talking about this same topic for, the sixth time now, but we're doing so in the context of a government and an official opposition, neither of whom are doing enough to tackle the climate crisis. So we need a more rigorous approach on this most important issue, as I said in my remarks. And frankly, we can use this opportunity today to highlight the ways in which the liberal approach is not putting us on the path to meeting our targets and providing the kind of safe future for our kids that they deserve. So thank you to my colleague for his remarks.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'm happy to rise as the member for Nunavut, and I thank my constituents for their trust in me and for allowing me to continue to amplify their voices and Indigenous people's voices as well. People are struggling. There's a rising cost of groceries, gas, and costs for housing. We all know this. This is a reality that Nunavummiut have been experiencing for decades, and it is unfortunate that while we've been suffering these high costs of living for decades, it's only a more recent experience for most Canadians, and I'm glad at least to see that most Canadians now can understand what the struggles have been for my constituents in Nunavut. Billionaires are getting rich, while more people are suffering in poverty. Time and again, I've stood in this place to talk about the profits of major grocery stores that continue to keep showing increased profits at the same time as we've seen in the opposition motion, increased use of food banks. New Democrats are showing leadership. We are speaking and seeking for accountability. We've seen the impacts of our good work. I've risen a few times in this House to talk about subsidies to grocery stores that are being provided, like the Nutrition North program. Nutrition North is subsidizing for-profit corporations like North Mart, who continue to show profits. The Northern Stores is a major grocery store in Northern Canada, not just in Nunavut. They are in Northern Ontario, Northern Quebec, and these subsidies going to grocery stores is completely unacceptable. To speak to farmers, I see from my notes that there are already huge exemptions that are provided for farm fuels in the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Act. So I think that this motion may be quite ineffective if passed. This motion by the Conservatives will not do anything for provinces that have their own pollution pricing schemes, like in British Columbia. I'll return to my speaking notes about the food costs, because that to me is something that I think we all can try and do something more about. To remind this House, the CEO of Sobeys was awarded $8.6 million in 2022. Sobeys, a grocery store, is having so much profits that they're awarding their CEO $8.6 million. And honestly, we have to ask in this House, how can we make sure that there is tax fairness? How can we make sure that they are paying their fair share of taxes so that we could help to ensure that we're actually alleviating poverty, as well as making sure that families are getting the help that they need? How does this party defend to their constituents that this is okay? What do the New Democrats want? What we do want is to force CEOs and large corporations to pay their fair share in excess profits. They need to be taxed for all the profits that they are making. There needs to be a launch of an affordable and fair food strategy that addresses the profit motive of grocery companies, including a request to the Competition Bureau to investigate the profits of chain grocery stores. We need to have supports for farmers with relief from high grain drying costs and heating and cooling of buildings used for raising and housing of livestock, while advancements in green technology are being developed to replace carbon-based fuel sources. We need to support investments and increase investments for Nunavut to transition off of diesel into renewable energy. There needs to be a reform of the Nutrition North program. To date, the Nutrition North program that is, as I've said, subsidizing for-profit grocery stores self-monitors this program. The federal government does not monitor how these for-profit corporations are doing in the program. There needs to be a removal of GST from heating bills. And finally, I'll conclude by reminding this House that while Canadians pay their price for rising food prices, billionaire Galen Weston, chairman of Loblaws, has increased dividends to shareholders from $118 million to $125 million by 2022.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the issue of the price on pollution is something that has been around for many years. We've seen provincial governments bring it in of different political stripe. We've seen the national government in support of a price on pollution, along with New Democrats, the Bloc and the Greens, and it would appear as if the Conservative Party is alone in its opposition to a price on pollution. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide some of her thoughts in regards to, and I believe it's the caribou population and the impact on environmental change in northern Canada, just so that they maybe get a better sense of awareness for our Conservative friends in terms of the real impact of climate change.
There you go. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his question. Climate change indeed has been impacting my territory for years. I'd like to thank Nobel Peace Prize nominee Sheila Watt-Cloutier, who published her book, Right to be Cold, to raise awareness about just how early on she started raising awareness about the impacts of climate change. Hunters are telling me that the caribou are at risk. They do, with the climate change, when it warms up and then it rains and then it freezes right away, caribou are losing their source of food. It's hard. It makes it very difficult for them to chip away at the ice to reach their source of food. So it is absolutely having an impact.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation in Nunavut and in northern Canada and for Canada and Quebec is very concerning, because I would say it's the place that is facing the largest climate impacts in Canada. We talked about the caribou, but I remember I was in Fairmont in the north, and they used to be able to hunt caribou there, but it's no longer the case. But there was an impact. Climate change, what impact has it had on my colleagues' riding? Also in terms of infrastructure and houses, etc. Thank you.
Koyanami, to the member for her question. There are other factors as well that's contributing to climate change and the impacts on calving grounds of caribou. Too much of the mining industry is looking to interrupt calving grounds. There are specific projects that are having impacts that we need to hold accountable. The mining industry, who continues to keep trying to push for mining to continue in our territories, especially on calving grounds, who we need to protect so dearly. So even though the mining sector says that they'll do mitigation, they don't do enough. We've seen that decision. We've seen the impact of Inuit Uniting when they called for the rejection of Baffin Lands Phase 2 project, which would have had an impact, deeper impact on the caribou population. And we thank the Minister of Northern Affairs for listening to Inuit when they rejected the expansion of that project.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the member for Nunavut for helping us all understand the devastating impacts of the climate crisis in the north. I know she and I agree that we need to be phasing out all fossil fuel subsidies. And she knows that in the Liberal NDP Confidence and Supply Agreement that there's a commitment to get early starts on doing that by the end of this year. I know how effective she is in this place. Can she comment what she can do to help advance that, to ensure that there's follow-through on that agreement? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nunavut, 30 seconds.
Koyanami, for that important question. There are projects that are trying to go ahead, like the Kivadlik Hydro Link project, that we need to see commitments going through. The Inuit community in the Kivadlik region has done great work to address the needs to do what it can to make sure that there's use of renewable energy to replace to replace reliance on diesel. And they've been working with other great Indigenous nations to make sure that this project can go ahead. So the federal government needs to do its part to make sure that this project.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's a privilege and honor to rise and bring the voice of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this place. And before I forget, I want to inform the House that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable friend and colleague from Thornhill. Food inflation remains a top priority for Canadians from coast to coast, with almost 6 million people reported living in food insecure homes in Canada last year. And this is as per Canada's food price report. And this number is expected to be even higher in 2022. Food inflation is impacted by a number of factors, including general inflation, supply chain issues, geopolitical situations, and of course, internal policies. General inflation in Canada has reached the highest level in decades, as the more this government spends, the more things cost. We have seen local supply chain issues caused by the global pandemic. And there are global impacts to food, especially fertilizer supply, as a result of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Yes, these events aren't controlled here. But here at home, the Liberal carbon tax continues to drive up the price on all goods, along with all of the other non-pandemic spending related that this government has chosen to do. Canada's general inflation rate is 6.9%, the highest it's been in 40 years. And food inflation has exceeded general inflation for 13 consecutive months, with food prices increasing, surpassing even the high-end predictions for 2021 at the astonishing rate of 10.3% this past September. This has led to food banks experiencing their highest level of demand in decades. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has had global impact on food prices through trade restrictions and further supply chain interruptions. This ongoing conflict has especially affected the fertilizer market here in Canada, more than it should have, since Canada should be far more self-sufficient in nitrogen and potassium than it is. We have the natural gas here to produce our nitrogen fertilizers, but not the pipelines across Canada to get the gas to Eastern Canada. So rail cars do some of the cross-Canada shipping of our petroleum products, which ties up and makes more expensive the option of railing potassium to Eastern Canadian markets. Saskatchewan is a very large producer of potassium, but instead of using our own, we've become dependent on imports. As Russia is also the world's largest exporter of fertilizer, and as trade restrictions remain in place, the shortage of fertilizer puts pressure on global prices. But instead of helping farmers, this government has demonized our farmers' use of fertilizer. The introduction of a fertilizer emissions reductions target of 30% couldn't have come at a worse time. And this unscientific scheme isn't based on any measured baseline data. And progress couldn't even be directly measured because there isn't a base to measure from, nor a way of directly measuring emissions. Canadian farmers are already outproducing the world on sustainability and continue to improve their environmental record as they are already up to 70% more efficient in fertilizer use than many other countries. Russia is also the largest gas exporter in the world, meaning that sanctions imposed on Russia by Canada and a number of other countries have placed pressure on the suppliers of gas, once again driving prices up. Higher fuel costs affect food prices in every step of our food value chain, as suppliers are forced to pass along their increased costs at every step up the chain, and then, of course, ultimately to consumers. This government's carbon tax is yet another factor, and that's the subject of today's Oppo motion, driving up food costs across Canada, as its exemptions are currently limited to only on-farm fuels, while is still applied in many other areas of the food supply chain. Not only does the carbon tax directly raise costs for Canadians, but it has far-reaching indirect effects as well, especially if this government insists on tripling it. It's important to note that a large part of inflation, and certainly the carbon tax, are internal policies over which this government has control. Madam Speaker, in my remaining time, I want to spend some time on an important issue that has been a priority for me since I first became a Member of Parliament, and that is the role that grocery retailers play in our inflationary challenges. At one end of our food supply chain, on the one end, our food supply chain continues to be crippled by this government's cash grab carbon tax, and we're certainly hearing about that in the House today. But let's look at the other end of this equation and the role that large grocery retailers who complete the double whammy along with the carbon tax. This government has the opportunity to address the crisis of food inflation and lower food costs, namely through the implementation of a grocer code of conduct. Farmers are often called the first step in the food value chain. However, the field to fork expression, it's a bit of a misnomer. Farmers have many, many suppliers. And so we aren't, or they aren't, I still consider myself a farmer at times, the first step in the value chain. These suppliers in turn incur the carbon tax on many of their products and, of course, on the transportation of their products to the farm. And again, these costs are once again passed along to the farmer. Food manufacturers and processors are next, and then on to food distribution, either retail or to the food service industry. The carbon tax has occurred at each step of this chain, of course, eventually ending on the consumer's lap. There are two seemingly contradictory statements being bandied about these days. The first is that retailers are seeing record profits, and then the counter-argument from the industry is that retailer margins have not changed in percentage terms throughout the pandemic. Both of these statements can be true, as retail volumes have increased during the pandemic as consumers shop more retail versus the food service that supplied the restaurants and institutional trade. The carbon tax applied to the delivery of farm inputs and outputs and to the transportation all along the food chain has increased costs. And so retailers, maintaining their margins in percentage terms, which is what they're claiming, are applying this margin to a higher cost from suppliers and to higher volumes generated by the change in the market from consumers shopping retail versus food service. And of course, their profits then set records. However, there is an opportunity before us that we could accomplish many goals if we get it right. When properly implemented, it would result in increased profits for food manufacturers because of fair trading practices and reduced administrative costs in attempting to comply with the many, and I'm putting in quotation marks, rules applied by retailers. It would also lead to reduced costs for the retailers themselves in administrating all these programs allegedly used as profit centers. But most important, Madam Speaker, it would reduce food costs for consumers. Right now, shelf listing fees, fines for short or late deliveries, and a host of other administrative exercises are adding costs that eventually end with the consumer paying a higher price. There is certainly an international precedent for such a solution, as the UK, Ireland, and Australia have all gone down this road to varying degrees of success. Initially, retailers were afraid that imposing a code would lead to a reduction in the number of retailers with gross sales meeting the threshold for the application of this code. However, in the UK, since fixing their original attempts, they've seen more retailers succeed. At the outset of the program, only 10 retailers reached the threshold of dollar value throughput, and now there are 14 large enough, meaning that the code has not driven consolidation. In addition, and this is very important as well, it's allowed the 10,000 independent grocers, so crucial, or this would allow the independent grocers, so crucial to so many parts of our rural Canada, to be treated on par with the big five that control 85% of the grocery retail trade. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, an appropriately structured code results in lower consumer prices and fairer trading practices within the value chain. And finally, punishing farmers with an unscientific fertilizer emission reduction target and applying a carbon tax to almost every step of the food value chain only serves to drive up food prices, and it serves to drive more Canadians to the food bank. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech here today. My question to him, though, in the motion with regards to eliminating the carbon tax from various entities and throughout the country, how would that apply to provinces that brought in their own carbon tax and have had it in use for a number of years? Would that change their way of doing things, or are you only selecting provinces that backstop is brought in by the federal government and leaving the other provinces to continue with their program?
Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Newfoundland for the question, and of course I think he's very familiar with how the federal government, the provincial government have different jurisdictions, and the trepidations that any federal government would have on imposing on the provinces. However, it would certainly help on the vast majority of the majority of provinces where there is the federal program, and would certainly go a long way in setting leadership in removing the punishing carbon tax to our food value chain. In those other, it would set the example. I don't think those provinces would continue.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax is not the devil in disguise. There are some things that are problematic, but there are issues with respect to companies. Small and medium-sized companies are more penalized than larger corporations, which emit more and benefit from measures that are designed to increase production and that also cause them to pollute more. Now, my question to my colleague is this: wouldn't it be better for the carbon tax to truly target companies that are creating the most pollution instead of giving them relief benefits?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for the question. And as has been stated earlier, we're not opposed to having incentives or disincentives placed on large emitters where it makes sense, where it leads to where there's options and where there's other practices that can lead to a reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions. A carbon tax is not that plan across the food value chain. That's the point of our opposition motion today. All it does is raise food prices for consumers. 8% of the 2% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions to world greenhouse gas emissions comes from our agriculture. We will not impact our climate change targets. Neither will the carbon tax, as is being presently administered across Canada, impact Canada's goals. Just our neighbour to the south has been meeting and will be meeting their climate targets. There is no carbon tax. Our agricultural and our food systems are so interrelated that we're being made uncompetitive by the additional environmental charge here that is not helping us address our climate targets.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
It's like Groundhog Day in here. We're doing another Conservative opposition day on lifting a federal carbon tax that doesn't apply to 6 provinces and a territory. Madam Speaker, there are other issues that this Conservative opposition party could take on. They've got 112 members of Parliament. Right now, I just met with the MPP for Kiiwetinoong, Seoul, Manakwa. Madam Speaker.
Could we have some order, please? The honourable member is asking a question, and it is his right. The honourable.
I have a very serious question, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member.
I was talking to the Ontario MPP for Kiiwetinoong, Seoul, Manakwa just now. Madam Speaker, he has 14 nations in his riding that don't have clean drinking water. The Conservatives could have used an opposition day to call on the government to tackle it. There's no Canadian that should go without clean drinking water in this country, Madam Speaker. Instead of bringing forward motions that can't be applied nationally, when will the Conservatives take on that challenge, Madam Speaker? Because it's actually represented by a Conservative in this House. This is a very important issue.
Chatham-Kent Limington.
If I recall, it was a Conservative government that put the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations in place, and it's been this Liberal government that has not followed through. I will gladly support clean drinking water for every First Nation. But 1.5 million trips to the food bank by Canadians, every single Canadian eats. This opposition day motion reduces the cost of food and does not hinder our environmental targets. So I will support every Canadian eating. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise and add my thoughts to the debate, and it's shocking, actually, to watch the mental gymnastics that is taking place in this House to say that the rising inflation that every Canadian is feeling and the carbon tax has nothing to do with the cost of food. I've heard that a number of times. Look, anyone watching in this country right now is affected by the price of food, because regardless of all other things that we talk about, and there are lots of important things that we talk about in this place, if people can't feed themselves, they simply can't do anything else. And if you're worried about feeding your family, well, not you. If they're worried about feeding their families, they simply don't have the luxury necessarily of worrying about some of the other issues that we discuss here. And if kids aren't eating, their school, their growth, their health all suffers. We usually think of things like mass food insecurity happening in other nations who simply don't have the bounty that Canada has, but we never think about it in our own country on such a mass scale. But the sad state of affairs in Canada right now is such that more people are being driven into poverty by failed economic policy from the government. Many rely on food banks and some aren't eating at all. And if that's not important, then I think we should all question why we're here. How do we know this? Well, our constituents tell us every day. Just last week, I got an email from somebody in Thornhill. He said, I've lived in Canada for 8 years now. I'm a student and I work and I pay my taxes. Our rent is being increased, food is being increased, and I'm on one student's salary and I'm in so much debt. Instead of building our life here, we're being ruined by the piling debt because of government inefficiency. That's right from their constituents. I assume members opposite or members in this House are hearing similar refrain. It's not just people in our communities that are telling us this, it's also the statistics. A survey from Angus Reid found that not too long ago that nearly 60% of Canadians are having a hard time affording enough food for their families. Food Banks Canada, an organization, recently revealed that food bank use in 2022 was at its highest level ever recorded. That's nearly 1.5 million Canadians used a food bank in just 1 month. That's 35% up just in 2 years. I want to make something clear, Madam Speaker. We are a G7 country. We are one of the richest countries in the world. When people can't even afford food, there is something wrong in Canada. So we should ask, what is it? And then, how do we make it better? And I've heard a lot of rhetoric from the other side about these two questions today. The Liberals say it's all because of Putin's war, and it's all due to international phenomenons. Even though we know that 0.3% of our trade is with Russia and Ukraine combined, and that inflation in this country was already double well, 2.5 times higher than the target rate was when the war started. It's always something else. It's always someone else. It's always somewhere else. It's a complete abdication of the responsibility from the people in charge of this country, the people who continue to want more control and less responsibility. And what do we see the NDP saying? Well, they're saying the entire inflation crisis is due to what they're calling greedflation, companies taking on unreasonable amounts of profits, and that there's nothing else at play here. Madam Speaker, they're missing the bigger picture because there's somebody else that's taking away more money than their fair share from Canadians, from their paychecks, from their hard work. And that's the same Liberal government that they're propping up in their supply and confidence agreement. The greed that is making this crisis a crisis is the greed of the federal government, the greed of power, and the greed of politics, because they're actually profiting from inflation. The fall economic statement showed that the government revenues went up more than $40 billion because the cost of everything is going up. People are having a harder and harder time making their paychecks last, and the Liberals want a share of that too, because they're increasing the tax or the premiums on EI and CPP. Then it's a plan to triple the carbon tax, the one that they said they wouldn't hike, the one that Canadians are paying more into than they're getting back, the one tax that hasn't met a single environmental target this government has ever set, ever. We know that people are struggling and they're looking for hope and they're looking for real leadership and a real plan from a federal government. But it's no surprise that the people who got us into this mess have no plan to get us out of it, because what they're proposing is more of the same. Tripling the tax on food, on gas, on groceries, on nearly everything else, on home heating. More than that, new fertilizer restrictions on Canadian farmers that are going to make it even harder for them to grow good, nutritious, affordable food right here in our country. And they're going to keep the reckless spending and the deficits, and they're going to keep the waste and the tax hikes and the mismanagement, and it's making inflation even worse. We saw yesterday another rate hike of 0.5%. That's the 7th one in a row. How are people going to pay for this? We know that the Liberal plan is costing Canadians. The bank governor said so. The one before that one said so too. And it's not just because of them bringing us here, but it's also where we're going. The latest food price report released this week estimates that food prices are going up another 5 to 7%. That's $1,000 of after-tax income for a family, for a typical family, to pay a typical grocery bill. Where do families find that money? We've got to do something, because this isn't sustainable and it's not okay. And the Liberals they're not going to listen to the millions of Canadians that are raising the alarm bells. At least there's one party in this House, it seems, after today that is listening. We're calling on the government to cancel the carbon tax on everything food production related, including farm fuels, grain drying, fertilizer, transportation, to bring immediate relief. They can do something now. They hear it. They hear it when they go back to their constituencies. They hear it from people who can't afford to eat in a G7 country, in a rich country, in a country like Canada. We've taken major steps already on this. Bill C-34 from my colleague from Huron, Bruce, would exempt the carbon tax from natural gas and propane used on farms. I want to remind colleagues from the NDP and the Bloc that they voted for that. And they can vote for this one. They can do the right thing by their constituents. There's even more that we could be doing. We could be growing more food right here in Canada. We could be supporting good-paying jobs. We could be lowering prices at the same time. And the fact that members in this House don't think that this issue is important, or, talking about it being Groundhog Day, well, that might be the case for them. But this is what Canadians are actually talking about, and this is what Canadians are actually struggling with. When our neighbors are making decisions about feeding themselves, we've lost the plot. And Canadians will remember that this is the government that told us that interest rates would stay low. They told us that the carbon tax wouldn't go up. They told us that the problem was deflation and not inflation. And they told us that everything would be okay. Madam Speaker, we have record inflation. We have a plan to triple the carbon tax. We have the highest interest rates since the 1990s, the highest in the G7, and everything is not okay. It's time that the inflationary taxing and deficits that have led to this stop. It's time that we put people back in control of their lives. Let them keep their own money. This is not our money. We've got to be able to do the very basic thing of helping Canadians feed themselves in Canada. Reducing taxes, capping government waste, removing red tape, those are just some of the best ways to end the inflation crisis. We talk about it here every single day. This is trickled down to the ability for people to feed their families, to feed themselves, to be productive. The solution is not going to be bigger budgets. It's not going to be higher taxes. It's never going to be more government. It's the exact opposite of what we're seeing. My time here is limited, but if I were to list all the things we could be doing better, I'd be here all day. But I want to be clear, this specific proposal today, it's not the silver bullet that's going to make all of the problems go away. It's not the magic fix, but it will help. And anything that we can do to help Canadians right now is something worth doing. They're watching. When our very ability for our neighbors and our constituents to feed themselves is at risk, it is incumbent for us to act in this place because it's too important not to. So supporting this is just a start, and I hope that members in this House will do the right thing and spare Canadians their support for a failed carbon tax, one that they said wouldn't go up, one that they said would reduce emissions, which hasn't, one that is costing consumers and driving the cost of everything up. But today I hope they'll find just an ounce of courage to start with food, to start with the production of the very basics of the thing that we need to feed ourselves in this country. That's the least they can do by supporting this motion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if the member can provide her thoughts in regards to the last federal election. In the last federal election, the member, like 337 other Conservative candidates, had adopted a policy platform position saying to all Canadians that the Conservative Party of Canada supports a price on pollution. Today, Madam Speaker, contrary to what they told Canadians they were committed to doing and advocating for, they've taken a complete and absolute reverse on that position. And I'm wondering, how would the member justify that policy reversal to her constituents today?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I don't have all day, but if we wanted to talk about all of the broken promises from all of the platforms of the last number of elections from the Liberals, we could be here all day. The fact of the matter is that the carbon tax doesn't work. They haven't met a single target. It costs Canadians more than they pay. They said the opposite. They also said that it would never go up. This is not the carbon tax that they presented to Canadians. This is not the carbon tax that they voted for. This is not even the government that Canadians put in place because of the supply and confidence agreement based on policies they never brought to the Canadian population. That's what the members should be asking about. Why continue to support a failed carbon tax that costs more and does nothing in terms of their own targets?
Questions and comments. L'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse Blainville. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax is something we've talked a great deal about during this session. Perhaps we could debate whether it works or whether it doesn't. But one thing for sure is that the fight against climate change, Madam Speaker, is not working. On the other hand, if we look at this from a different perspective, I agree that there are people facing great needs. The hike in prices means we have to take action. Does the member agree that this isn't a time to cut taxes, but instead it's a time to say we need to have a better distribution of wealth during difficult times in an economy? Is this not a good approach?
I appreciate the member acknowledging that the carbon tax may not work. I appreciate the member acknowledging that Canadians are struggling to pay their bills. What I don't understand is how there is a complete disconnect in this House from $500 billion of debt, 40% of which had nothing to do with COVID. That's more than $200 billion of wasted, in a lot of cases, according to the Auditor General, which apparently they don't listen to anymore, isn't driving up inflation, isn't making life harder. We've heard it from experts. We've heard it from the Governor of the Bank of Canada. We've heard it from economists across the country. I cannot understand how members in this House can stand up and say that, the cost of government is not driving up the cost of everything else in the country. And we have a solution today, and they can support it.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know there's a couple things here that they've broken promises on, the Conservatives. They broke a promise when they promised to bring in a price on carbon. They broke a promise when they promised to remove the GST on home heating. Madam Speaker, this is something they had in the last couple of campaigns. And then they bring forward a motion today that's unenforceable in many of the jurisdictions in this country. Madam Speaker, we need to have a real conversation, and the member talked about the disconnect between the debt and what she's not talking about is the disconnect between the record profits. And you don't need experts. I can tell you, everyday Canadians know that when big corporations are having record profits in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and the government's not charging an excess profit tax like many countries, the UK, other conservative governments around the world, Madam Speaker, Germany have excess profit tax. They also have carbon taxes, Madam Speaker, in the EU, Japan, UK, New Zealand, Sweden, Norway. When will the Conservatives get on board, Madam Speaker, and understand that we need to make sure that those excess profits are returned to Canadians, some of them, to help take the pressure off of them?
Honourable member for Thornhill, 20 seconds.
I get it that the member doesn't like the opposition motion and perhaps he can use his own day, but the NDP consistently is choosing politics over principle. They are there to protect their own pensions over paychecks of Canadians. They're choosing to tell Canadians about a GST on heating when they voted to triple the carbon tax. They're supporting the government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an interesting process that we have in our rules inside the House. And, opposition is afforded the opportunity to be able to bring in opposition days. And I've talked about this in the past in terms of how opposition parties will establish different types of priorities. I will give credit to the Conservatives. They are definitely focused. They are focused on the price on pollution. They're on that little island of their own, not only here in Canada, but around the world, where they are now convinced, Madam Speaker, that price on pollution is bad. And this is now, I believe it's the 7th time in which the Conservative Party, as the official opposition, has decided to bring this issue to the floor. And I don't know, Madam Speaker, if it's because they like to feel really important that they're the only party inside the House that actually supports getting rid of a price on pollution. After all, Madam Speaker, the Bloc support a price on pollution, the New Democrats support a price on pollution, the members of the Green Party support a price on pollution, and we all know that the Government of Canada supports a price on pollution. It should be no surprise, Madam Speaker. Back in 2015, the world came together in Paris. And in that dialogue that occurred there, where Canada was well represented from all sorts of stakeholders, including provincial entities, Madam Speaker, that what came out of that was one of the ideas that really resonated was the need to have a price on pollution. Shortly after taking government, we made the decision that, yes, let's listen to what Canadians were saying, appreciate the importance of our environment, and implement a national policy on ensuring that there would be a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Now, in Canada, we weren't alone. There were actually provincial jurisdictions that already had a price on pollution.
Members might be surprised to know this, but one of the first, it might even be the first jurisdiction in North America to take the principle of a price on pollution and put it into a budgetary measure was the Conservative Party when they were in government in the province of Alberta many years ago, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. The province of Quebec, under Jean Charest, was actually brought in a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Interesting enough, Jean Charest was a leadership candidate in the most recent leadership. There's been a few leadership contests within the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. The most recent one, Jean Charest, was one of the candidates. Received substantial support. And he too was an advocate. His government, Liberal government in the province of Quebec, brought in a price on pollution. The province of British Columbia has a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. So what happens is people around the world are looking for ideas, and we come back from the Paris conference saying that, yes, we need to get on side and recognize that the price on pollution is one of the most effective ways at being able to deal with the climate crisis of the century, Madam Speaker. That's there. Now, I can appreciate there are climate deniers within the Conservative Party. There are actual members of Parliament in the Conservative side that don't recognize that climate change is a reality that's taking place, Madam Speaker. At the time, the Conservative Party actually opposed it. When we first brought it in fairness, the Conservative Party opposed it. But in the lead up to the last election, not last Conservative leadership, but the leadership before that contest that they had, Madam Speaker, they actually changed their position from their original position of opposing the price on pollution. To the degree in which the then leader of the Conservative Party, just 2 or 3 years ago, or actually just last year, I should say, because it was during the election, they actually put forward in their platform, every member of the Conservative candidate, or all Conservative candidates in 338 ridings in Canada, coast to coast to coast, had a platform document, and it said that the Conservative Party of Canada supports a price on pollution. Now, Madam Speaker, another leadership contest takes place, and the Conservatives are now quite happy to say, well, they're not really too sure what they're saying. They just kind of skip answering the questions when asked about it, Madam Speaker, as I just finished demonstrating in my question to the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party. They made the decision that it's just bad, that Canadians should believe them, that we should just be getting rid of the price on pollution. So says the new leader of the Conservative Party. Remember the other idea that the leader of the Conservative Party had? Cryptocurrency? Told Canadians, you want to fight inflation, says the leader of the Conservative Party, invest in cryptocurrency. How did that idea pan out for the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, much like the most recent position of the Conservative Party on the price on pollution, that idea didn't fly. At the end of the day, those individuals that followed the advice of the Conservative leader of Canada have lost a great deal of money, well over 60% of their investment, Madam Speaker. In fact, when I say over 60%, I'm probably being a little conservative in that estimate, Madam Speaker, as many have lost a lot more. Think of the seniors that they often talk about as if they're advocates for seniors. We still haven't even heard heard any regret or apology, whether it's coming from the leader of the Conservative Party or any Conservative candidate in regards to that idea, Madam Speaker. What are they waiting for now with the price on pollution? They like to say, we're going to get rid of the carbon tax, as they call it, Madam Speaker. Do you know in Winnipeg North, 8 out of 10 people actually get a net benefit with the price on pollution? There is the climate incentive check that's given out 4 times a year. So what they should be saying is, if they're going to get rid of the price on pollution, that also means they're going to be getting rid of those rebate checks, Madam Speaker. Winnipeg North is not alone. It's actually 8 out of every 10 homes in the country, Madam Speaker. So when they say, well, you know, there's going to be a tripling of the price on pollution, and of course, Madam Speaker, they're not talking about this year. They're talking over the next 8 years as there will be an increase. What they don't tell you is so is the rebate. So you have the price on pollution and you have the rebate. All they want to talk about is the price on pollution. They're more concerned about the bumper sticker going into the next election saying, axe the carbon tax. That's what their priority is, Madam Speaker. Not about the environment. It has nothing to do with the environment from the Conservative. They don't even have a plan, Madam Speaker, as has been illustrated time and time again. The last time they actually had a plan was the price on pollution, and they abandoned that plan, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party is not reflecting in terms of the desire for Canadians to see some sort of a plan dealing with the environment. And to make matters even worse, they're spreading misinformation intentionally, Madam Speaker. I wonder if they were to come into Winnipeg North and we were to do a little bit of door knocking, and the Conservative candidate would stand beside me and say, well, you know what, we're going to get rid of that price on the pollution. And I say, well, you know what, if they get rid of the price on pollution, that means you also get rid of the rebate, and you get more money because of the rebate than you'll pay on the pollution, generally speaking, for 80% of my constituents. And then, Madam Speaker, not only that, but at least as a government, we are recognizing that the environment does matter. It is an important issue, unlike the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. I suspect if the sole debate was on that issue in the constituency of Winnipeg North, I would get more than what I received in the last federal election, Madam Speaker. And I'm very grateful for the 50% plus that I got in the last election, Madam Speaker, but I believe I would even get more support if that was the only ballot issue that was being decided, Madam Speaker. Because it puts more money in the pockets of my constituents, and it deals with the price on pollution for climate change, Madam Speaker. When you talk about farmers, you know, the Department of Agriculture spends far more today than it did when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. In fact, we are spending literally hundreds of millions of dollars, well past $1 billion, supporting farmers. Supporting our prairie farmers, Madam Speaker. We had one Conservative member say, well, you know, this year was the 3rd best on record here in Canada. Yes. Our farmers, in particular our prairie farmers, my focus Manitoba, canola, wheat, flax, all these wonderful bumper crops, not to mention the other commodities, whether it's the pork industry, cattle industry, or our chicken industry. All of these industries we value. That's why we have a very much a proactive proactive Minister of Agriculture, and not only is she proactive, Madam Speaker, we're providing cash support. We're ensuring that we can move towards a greener economy, just like other countries around the world. There is an expectation that Canada has to demonstrate leadership, Madam Speaker. And I believe it's important that we do just that. And by recognizing the importance of moving forward in a positive way with the environment, we will be in a much better position in the months and years ahead to be able to assure opportunities well into the future, so that Canada can continue to play that important role that it does in the world, whether it's providing food, Madam Speaker, or the many other industries that Canada leads in. So the Conservative Party likes to say that this is all about the issue of inflation. And inflation is a very serious issue, Madam Speaker. I like to think that it doesn't matter what side of the house that you're sitting on. We all recognize how important the inflation is to address as an issue. You know, the Conservatives bring forward a motion that really does not deal with the issue in which they're talking about, Madam Speaker, in a tangible way that's going to be there to assist Canadians, at least for a majority of those Canadians. We have put into place, over the last number of months in particular, a series of policy announcements that does deal and support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. So when the Conservative Party says, well, we're concerned about inflation and the government needs to do more to support Canadians, that, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, unlike the Conservative Party, we're not going to sit back and just watch things take place. There is a role for government. And before the Conservatives, as they start to say now, make the suggestion that government shouldn't play a role, let me talk about inflation in a larger picture. The picture being outside of the Canadian boundaries. You know, Canada is doing better at our inflation rate than the United States of America. We're doing better than England and many different European countries. We're well below the average of the G7 countries, Madam Speaker, overall. From a world perspective, our inflation rate is doing well. You know, it's interesting. I looked up the inflation rate between the United States and Canada. The last 2 years of Stephen Harper, because I think this is an appropriate, because the Conservatives are trying to give us, they're trying to tell us what it is that we need to do, as if they have wonderful experience in dealing with inflation. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, in the last 2 years of Stephen Harper, the United States of America's inflation rate was less than what Canada's inflation rate was. In other words, Canada had a higher inflation rate in the last 2 years of Stephen Harper. Today, if you look at our administration, in the last 2 years, our inflation rate has been less than the United States, Madam Speaker. I don't think we need to follow the advice of the Conservative Party of Canada, in particular, the leader who recommends things like cryptocurrency, to be able to deal with the types of policies that are important to not only try to have that impact on inflation rate, the overall inflation rate, but the things in which we can do to support Canadians at a time in which inflation hurts. Because even though I point out the USA and Canada is doing relatively well, my constituents, like everyone else in Canada, they're hurting on the issue of inflation. We're very much aware of the grocery prices and how much it's hurting the pocketbook, Madam Speaker. I too am offended in regards to the farmer who puts their blood, sweat, and tears into ensuring that we have food production. They're not reaping in these huge profits or rewards for the efforts that they're putting in, nowhere near to the same degree as others that are, Madam Speaker. But there are things that we can do to help. You know, the government, and if I were to list them off, you know, Madam Speaker, we can talk all we want. The Conservatives continue to vote against measures to support Canadians. Whether it was issues like the dental program for children under the age of 12, Madam Speaker. Whether it was the Canada Housing Benefit to provide rental subsidies for Canadians. 2 million Canadians would benefit from that. On the dental issue, Madam Speaker, already 35,000 children have put in an application for that since we just brought it in a couple of weeks ago. The doubling of the GST rebate for the next 6 months, 11 million, or virtually 11 million Canadians will benefit by that, Madam Speaker. The Canada Worker Benefit, by making quarterly payments, thousands of Canadians are going to benefit from that. What about the elimination of student federal interest, Madam Speaker? The thousands of federal students that are going to benefit from that. Not to mention childcare. This government, unlike the Conservative Party, recognizes that there is something that the government Canada can do, and I can tell you every Liberal member of Parliament will continue to fight day in and day out to ensure that we can marginalize the negative impact of inflation, because that is the right thing to do, even though as a nation we are still doing better than the USA and most G7 and G8 countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax, well, the biggest issue is that tax and carbon emissions don't have a ceiling. Someone can pollute a lot without lowering. They'll still pay their tax. It won't have an impact on the GHG emissions. So in 2013, Quebec signed on to the carbon market, which does create a ceiling for emissions and establishes an exchange between large producers and the smaller producers of carbons to remain at a higher level. And Canada also decided to sign up to the carbon market. My question would be simple. Why did Canada continue its process to set a ceiling on carbon emissions, not just here, but in the entire continent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the specifics of that answer would probably be best put in terms of a question to the Minister of Environment. But what I would note is that the province of Quebec, and I need to recognize Jean Charest. Jean Charest was very much a progressive, and even though he was the Liberal Premier at the time, very progressive in his thinking in regards to the environment. And he ultimately led the country through the province of Quebec, a very strong nationalist who understood that the environment matters and led a lot of initiatives. And that's why I think when you take a look at it, Madam Speaker, in that last federal Conservative leadership, where Jean Charest actually did quite well, Madam Speaker, he's got to be looking at the Conservative Party's positioning today. From a progressive Conservative position of saying a price on pollution is good and leading the country through the province of Quebec while he was the Premier, and to see the Conservatives taking this sort of position, I suspect there's a lot of Conservatives that are wondering what the heck's happened to the Conservative Party of Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Speaker, my question for the member from Winnipeg North who spoke about all of the great work that the Liberals are perceived, or in his mind, to have done. I'd like to ask him if he could explain to the House why they felt the need to give CERB payments to prisoners, why they felt the need to do, because I'm being asked why does that have to do with the motion, because it's inflationary spending, which has led to this cost of living crisis that we're in. So could the member explain why the need for prisoners, public servants being paid CERB, high school students living at home being paid CERB? I wonder if he could explain to the taxpayers of Canada why that was necessary.
Good job. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, I am not going to blame the recipients of CERB payments for the reason for inflation. You know, families found it very difficult. We're talking about millions of families, 9 million families, Madam Speaker, virtually, that needed to have CERB for a wide variety of reasons. The Conservative Party might want to try to blame those families. But from the government's perspective, Madam Speaker, we needed to be there to support Canadians going through the pandemic. Had the Conservatives been in power, it's obvious that they might not have done that. And as a result of this government, as a result of a Liberal government doing it, as a result of a Prime Minister that understood the importance of having Canadians' backs, we were in a better position to be able to get out of the pandemic in the fashion in which we have. And Madam Speaker, I'll compare our record to any G8 country that's there today, Madam Speaker. We have done exceptionally well. There's always room for improvement, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, I look forward to continuing the dialogue on that particular issue.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for listing all of the initiatives that the NDP have brought forward, like dental care, like the rent subsidy. But my question's a little bit more concrete for him. I've been sitting in the House all week listening to the Liberals ask the Conservatives how they can face their constituents when they the Conservatives promised to put a price on pollution and now are against that. I'm wondering how this member faces his constituents when the Liberal government did promise to put that price on pollution and did promise to deal with our climate crisis and have done so in such a poor way that we've met none of our targets, that we are at the bottom of the barrel for actually dealing with the climate crisis in this country. You know, on one side, we have some Conservatives that have been, frankly, very dishonest with their constituents. On the other side, we have a government that has actually done nothing for our climate crisis. How does he face his constituents?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I talked to my constituents about putting into place a national policy so that every province, no matter where you live, there is a price on pollution. I talk about the 2 billion trees that are going to be planted as a result of policy. And it's interesting, you know, we often get the question, well, where are those 2 billion trees? And they start as seedlings, Madam Speaker, and it takes a little while for them to grow. But I am very confident that we will continue to look at ways, whether it's the banning of single-use plastics, to planting trees, to having a price on pollution, not to mention the numerous budgetary measures to support getting Canada on the right road of having a greener economy, Madam Speaker. That's what I would be telling my constituents.
For Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member knows the interventions I've shared in this place, that if the governing party were serious about the climate crisis, they would start by taking the Canada Recovery Dividend that's already in Bill C-32 and apply it to oil and gas companies. So I'll move to a different topic. One thing I think we do agree on is addressing affordability, particularly for those who need it the most, and that's people with disabilities across the country who are disproportionately living in poverty today. They've been calling out for an emergency response benefit to address the rising cost of living and food in day-to-day life. And if all parliamentarians were serious about addressing affordability in this place, they would be directing funding to those living with disabilities. Can the member share about his level of support for addressing poverty for those living with disabilities through an emergency response benefit? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, and I thank the member for the question. The issue of disabilities and how we can assist and support the disabilities, I think, was really amplified in terms of the problems when we came time during the pandemic to ensure that we could provide direct payments to people with disabilities. And I thought at the time it took a while before we could ultimately create the data bank or the mechanism that would ensure that there would be a disability payment going out. We were able to do that, Madam Speaker. I do know that the minister responsible also has some fairly historic legislation. I don't necessarily know all the details of it. I'm open to it. You know, in the legislation the member just referenced, there is the intergenerational grant or credit for housing that deals for seniors and people with a disability, where on-site or additional suites could be built. I would think that's a positive thing. It might not be the type of detailed answer the member would want, but that's the best I could give at this point.
Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague once again for his very direct and informative speech. I want to give him an opportunity to highlight once again the things that we have done as a government to support Canadians through this affordability crisis, and compare that to what the Conservatives have supported or not supported.
Parliamentary Secretary.
That's Madam Speaker, I happen to have a list here. And it's a list in which I would go by this way. The doubling of the GST rebate for 6 months, 11 million people. Remember, the Conservatives originally opposed it, the member might recall, but they were shamed into supporting it. So we're glad they flip-flopped. Thank you very much. Canada Housing Benefit, they oppose that one. That's to help 2 million people with rental support. The Canada Dental Benefit, that's the program where 35,000 children have already put in an application for. Well, they oppose that one too. The Canada Worker Benefit, which creates more payments. It helps at a time in need, i.e. Inflation, as the member knows. Well, Madam Speaker, they oppose that one too. The student interest, the wiping out of the student interest, they oppose that too, unfortunately. The child care, this is a real big one, Madam Speaker. You know, we're talking about a lot of money that they say is absolutely wasted, that we shouldn't have done, to ensure that child care is affordable coast to coast to coast. In fact, Madam Speaker, they say they'll rip it up, that they won't support that. So obviously they voted against that. And if I had more time, Madam Speaker, I'm sure I could come up with even more detail.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour and a privilege to rise once again today in this House and address the concerns of my constituents in Perth Wellington and indeed Canadians across this country. And before I get into the meat of my discussion, I do want to note to the Chair that I'll be splitting my time with my dear colleague, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's. I think it's appropriate that we as a Conservative opposition are debating this Opposition Day motion today. Today is the last opportunity that we as an opposition can bring forward an Opposition Day motion. And we are focusing on the issues that we've been hearing about from constituents for the past year and before. These are the issues that we've been raising time and time again in this House, in question period, and the issues that we are hearing time and time again from constituents in our ridings across this country. The cost of living, the cost of everyday essentials keep going up. And we hear this from constituents who are struggling with home heating, with groceries, with the cost of putting money or gas in their gas tanks. I've been receiving emails and phone calls daily, hourly, by the minute basically, from constituents sharing with me their concerns. Sam from Arthur wrote me a heartbreaking email about how she and her husband, a carpenter, are nearing retirement. And they're struggling. They're struggling to get by. In her email, she wrote this: "Balancing a budget was incredibly difficult before COVID, but now it is beyond me. Speaking for myself, basic essential groceries absorb at least half of my income. In our case, we tried to plan well. We took care of my husband's parents until they required full-time care, and we did our very best to conduct our affairs in the right way, for the right reasons. Now that we are at the point where we should be celebrating life with each other, we are struggling to try to make ends meet." And Sam isn't alone. Sam expresses the concerns of so many in our communities. Danny from St. Mary's wrote this. He said, I have been very closely watching the Parliament broadcast and what is going on with gas prices and the inflation that is going on right now. Honestly, I'm very disgusted with the way the Liberal government is looking at these issues. I'm disgusted with the way the Liberal government continues to misinform, evade, and deflect on every single issue. My weekly gas price to go to and from work was approximately $150 a week. It is now $250 a week. My wife and I generally buy the same groceries all the time. Our grocery bill has gone from $160 a week to $250 a week. This is $200 a week more that is being spent each and every week. That is pretty close to $1,000 a month just in inflation. Or Anthony from Perth South, who wrote this. I have a really big concern with gas prices. When are we going to see affordable prices? Buying an electric car is not a viable option given the cost, even for a used car. Or I received an email from Pam from Mount Forest in the north part of Wellington County, who wrote this. I almost cried talking to my husband last night about how much our expenses have been going up in the past month. Last weekend, we picked up a modest freezer pack and a few other things from the butcher, which was over $450. And being realistic, it will last my family of 4, maybe a month. Then we picked up our groceries, another $250. $700, and we will have to get more from the grocery store at the end of this week. I also received an email from Walter from West Perth, who had to go back to work after retiring. He wrote this, gas is driving everything up except my pension. So now I get to go back to work. So much for a nice retirement. There has to be a way to get this Liberal government under control or out of office. Mr. Speaker, people in Perth Wellington are struggling. People across Canada are struggling. And while this Liberal government is making more and more inflationary spending, the impact of this inflationary spending drives up the prices and makes matters worse for everyday Canadians. Over the past few months, the Liberal response to the criticism has been varied from pathetic to downright infuriating. This past Monday in question period, I asked the government about the cost of groceries and the rising number of Canadians who are forced to use food banks. And how did the government respond? They gave a non-answer from a parliamentary secretary. They repeated the same false claim that the carbon tax was necessary to fight climate change, yet as we've seen, emissions keep going up as the carbon tax goes up. These evasive and cowardly answers fail to address the real concerns. And unfortunately, the Liberal government has taken the approach that they say the same thing time and time again. It might eventually become true. But the fact is, it's not. The carbon tax has the impact of driving up the costs of growing, processing, and transporting food, making it more expensive for farmers and farm families and Canadians across the country who are trying to feed their families. Yesterday, I was up in question period again and asked another question. I got an evasive answer. Instead of getting a response from the Prime Minister or Minister of Finance, I received a response from a different minister who took the opportunity to boast about the money that went out for CERB. But what she had neglected to acknowledge was that the day before, the Auditor General reported that nearly $13.4 billion with a B, had gone out in overpayments or to those who are ineligible or to people that should be investigated further. We also heard, Madam Speaker, from the Auditor General that those in prison received the CERB. So when a Liberal minister stands and say their spending is helping those in need, it simply doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Creating more and more inflationary spending will only drive up the costs of prices in the short term, and in the long term, create structural economic problems that have been going on since 2015. Now, Madam Speaker, often we get asked when we're out visiting our constituents, well, what would you do? What would you do if you were in power? Well, this Opposition Day motion is our answer. We would take the carbon tax off of all food inputs, all inputs that are used for production of the food that feeds each and every Canadian. And we've been trying to do this for for months now. In March, we had a motion calling for a tax reduction on gas and diesel prices. The Liberals and NDP rejected it. In September, we introduced a motion calling for a moratorium on new taxes. The Liberals and NDP rejected it. In October, we introduced a motion calling for a tax exemption on home heating. And can you believe it, Madam Speaker? The Liberals and NDP rejected it. In Canada, where it gets exceptionally cold in the winter, they rejected our call to remove the carbon tax on home heating. Every time we propose meaningful solutions for families and Canadians across the country, these proposals get rejected. So, Madam Speaker, what does this motion do? Here on our last day of the supply period, we call for 5 simple things: to cancel the carbon tax on farm fuels, grain drying, fertilizer, transportation, and other appropriate aspects of the food supply system. Madam Speaker, Canada quite literally helps to feed the world. But we are handcuffed in that ability when the input costs keep going up on farmers and farm families. And in fact, Madam Speaker, just yesterday at the Agriculture Committee, which I had the honour to sit in on, the member from Regina Louvain asked a very simple question to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. The member asked, "Minister, do you know what percentage of Canadian farm families Canadian farms are family owned? What percentage of farms are family owned?" The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food responded, "No." The answer to that is 95% of farms in Canada are family owned. Farm families feed families across Canada. And this motion serves to make it more affordable for farm families to feed our country and more affordable for families to feed their families. When we read our heartbreaking emails each day about families struggling to make ends meet, about 1.5 million Canadians using a food bank in a given month, 500,000 of those being children. When we hear this, we have the opportunity and we have the necessity that we need to act. We need to remove the carbon tax on essentials. We need to remove the carbon tax on what it takes to feed our country. So, Madam Speaker, we've put this motion before the House, and I'm incredibly hopeful the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc Québécois will join our Conservative opposition in making it more affordable for Canadians to feed their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader Senate.
I want to read something to the member, Madam Speaker. It says, "We recognize that the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use pricing mechanisms." You know what this is from, Madam Speaker? This is from the platform that this member ran on and was elected on what he and his riding was elected on September the 20th of 2021. He ran on a platform of pricing pollution. And now Conservatives stand before the House and suggest that they're dead set against it. The people that voted for him thought that this is what he believed in when they voted for him. How are the Conservatives being so hypocritical as to now come and demand everything but this option of pricing pollution?
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the member from Kingston and the Islands quoting from our platform from 2021. I'd encourage him to read the whole thing because there's a lot of good stuff in them. And I'd encourage the members to steal any ideas from it he wishes because there's some great ideas in it. What we had promised in our platform was to make life affordable for Canadians. We were against a consumer carbon tax. We were against forcing Canadians to bear the brunt. We were against making it harder and harder for Canadians to afford to feed their families. And in fact, if he keeps reading that platform, he will see that we were in favor of a grocery code of conduct. It was one of the key elements of that platform that would have reined in the powers of the grocery store to make it more affordable for Canadians while supporting farmers, farm families, and Canadians across the country.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go back in time in 2020 gas prices went below $1. We were saying, wow, it's not expensive, 99 cents a liter. And I spoke to my spouse at the time and I said, oh, they're going to go up with a vengeance when we start to use our vehicles again. And then we ended up with prices that were subsequently over $2 a liter in some places. So what the oil companies lost at the time, they easily earned back. Wouldn't it be a good idea for oil companies to be limited or indexed on their excess profits in order to put an end to this coalition between them that really pushes up and inflates the price of gas at the pumps? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Let's be clear. Many Canadians work in the oil industry. The industry contributes benefits to our economy, some $48 billion in tax revenues for the government. Canadians must have an opportunity must be able to drive to work. And in the opposition, it's our job to put forth ideas and solutions for Canadians to face a more sustainable cost of living.
Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. It was certainly interesting, and while I certainly don't agree with many of the things he brought forward, it was interesting. He did talk about how we can make things more affordable for Canadians, and I think that's something that everyone in this House, I certainly hope, is eager to do. However, the Conservatives have voted against many of the initiatives that the NDP have initiated, the things like dental care, the things like the rent subsidy, GST, taking GST off home heating, all of those things were voted against. One of the other things that we could be doing, that we should be doing, is what the Conservative Party in the UK is doing, where they have put in place a 25% excess profit tax on companies that have made massive profits during the pandemic. Would he vote against that initiative as well, or would he be supportive of something like that for the government?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her question. And she touched on ideas that come from different parties, different countries. And one of the things I always think is important is we look to other jurisdictions and see what they've proposed. And in fact, the British Columbia New Democrats in 2009 had a great idea. And I'm quoting from a headline from the very respectable Toronto Star, which said, BC NDP promises to kill carbon tax. I think that's a great idea and one that we as Canadians would support.
Do you mean debate? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honoured to follow my colleague who gave a very entertaining speech. And it's always a great honour for all of us to stand in our place and speak on behalf of the communities that elected us. The debate today is about a motion we put forward that we think is very reasonable in this economic crisis that we're experiencing right now. This cost of living crisis. And that's a motion that calls on the government to remove the carbon tax on all those input costs into the food process that we have, whether it's through agriculture or, in my part of the world, elements that are affected on the pricing on fishing. And I'll tell you why that's important. It's because the carbon tax is really a tax on everything. Most people are probably aware of that the primary reason that we're having this inflationary, some say a just inflation type of period, is that we have a tax that's applied to everything and it's pushing the prices up, combined with government spending. So just a little bit for my colleagues here to understand a little bit about why these costs that to some here who, we are paid a fairly good salary here, may not feel the pinch the same way as people in my community do, where the median income, individual income, is $20,000 a year, and the median household income is only $44,000 a year. And we are forced in our province to heat with either oil, which is 53%, oil that comes from Saudi Arabia, dirty Saudi Arabian oil, or with electricity that is generated 60% in Nova Scotia by coal that comes from Colombia. And so we don't have the choice because of decisions of the current government to use clean Canadian energy in our province. So we're forced to use these methods, and that is dramatically increasing the cost of living. And when you have an average or a median income of $20,000, these increases are huge. So some of the constituents that have written me, and we're all getting calls, I'm sure, on all sides of the House from people who are suffering. And I'll tell you what Jeff Kinnar from my riding said. He said, "I was absolutely shocked today to pay over $2 a litre for diesel for my truck. I'm a pensioner living in a rural area of Nova Scotia, trying to enjoy what I consider to be a well-deserved retirement. I did my time in the public service and have a modest pension income. Fortunately, I have a few medical issues, which I do, and I do own my own home. But these fuel prices are unbearable for those who live in rural areas, who must make regular trips to town for groceries, prescription drugs, and medical appointments. It was shocking to see that almost the entire crew of Liberals has jaunted off to Europe while extorting the Canadian public to do their part on the fight on climate change." Now, Nancy Seelig in my riding wrote...
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I was listening to my colleague. Is he saying that the Liberals are extorting the public? Or exhorting. Okay, I just was worried about what I'd heard.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Check your ears.
The NDP member from the Costly Coalition obviously is very sensitive to any accusation that his friends and his fellow caucus members are doing to put up the Christ of everything. So I'll go back to what my constituents wrote me, and the member from the Kingston Islands, I'm sure, is getting emails like this. So Nancy Seelig wrote to me, "I'm writing to you to raise the issues facing those of us on a federal disability pension," something a member for Kingston Islands, I guess, obviously is not aware of, that people live on disability pensions. "Please raise our pension. My oil bill was over $700 and I get $895 a month. I cannot afford prescriptions, power, cable, phone, or internet, to say nothing of food. I live in rural Nova Scotia, so everything I need I have to drive to, but I can't afford gas. I'm usually home anyway, but this is ridiculous." She goes on to talk about her medical needs, and she says she's living a life like the early days of the pandemic because she can't get out and misses appointments. Meanwhile, the government is giving away millions of dollars, and I understand why they have to do it, and I sympathize, but what about Canadian citizens? Don't they care about us? I find it hard to see my mom, as she is 35 kilometers away, and I can't afford the gas to visit her. She's on old age pension too and can't afford food. I would think that the Liberals would care about these issues and vote for this motion because of this. And we're seeing, for example, that food inflation, some of the members may be aware that food inflation is up 10.8% because of the policies of this government. Fish inflation, very important in my riding, is up 10.4%. Butter up 16%. Eggs 11%. Margarine 37%. And I'm not buttering you up on this. The reality is it's gone up by 37%. Bread and rolls, which, is something that we butter up, is 17%. And I could go on. So the food costs have grown enormously. Now, fishing is an important part of my riding. The lobster season in the winter has just started. It's a dangerous job, fishing the North Atlantic for lobster in the winter during storms with waves and the snow and the dangers of being out to sea at 40 to 50 miles offshore. But the cost of diesel, and I know I'm going to get scoffs from the other side, but the cost of diesel now for a fishing boat is $2.70 a gallon. That's triple what it was at the same time at the start of the season last year. It's triple it. And because of the policies of this government, we no longer have access to the necessary bait weren't allowed to fish mackerel because of the decisions of this government. And the reality is now they have to buy bait from Europe and Norway, and the bait is now doubled to $1.40 a fish. So, and those who have a loan by the Provincial Loan Board, these are young entrepreneurs who have gotten into the fishing business, have upwards of $1 million of loans to get into, to buy their boat, to buy their license, to buy their gear. Their loans have just rolled over this fall. And you know what they went from? Take a guess. They were paying 2%. Give me a number. What do you think they've gone into? They've more than tripled to 7% on $1 million. This is an incredible burden and cost increase to the food that we eat. And so that's why we're putting forward this motion saying you've got to give relief. This government has to give relief to Canadians to stop this cycle of inflation they're causing that's driving up the food and making our constituents have to choose between heating and eating. So how did we get here? Those tiny deficits, remember, promised in 2015, balanced by 2019, $110 billion of deficit spent before the COVID, this government, which was supposed to have balanced budgets. Then in COVID, over $200 million was spent on non-COVID related issues, adding more debt to the country than all other prime ministers combined in the history of this country. That excessive spending puts more cash into the market, chasing fewer goods, which means our paychecks can't buy what they used to. It's sort of basic economics, but if we had a government that understood or paid attention to monetary policy, they would have understood that and saw it coming, as we did 2 years ago, warning this government that this is what was going to happen. But the Minister of Finance said here that she was worried about deflation. Can you believe that? Deflation, and did nothing about understanding the basic economics of our economy. So, Madam Speaker, I have a lot more to talk about the wasted government spending that has led us to this point where we're calling on the government to give some compassion and relief so people can afford to buy food and don't have to choose between food, heating, and prescriptions in my province, and in some cases selling their houses. I've asked questions here, and I had Debbie on the phone. Her mother has to sell her family house. She has to sell the family house because the price of home heating has gone up from $200 to $400 a month in her house. We get calls every week of people having to sell their houses because they can't afford to heat it anymore, and they have to make the choice between maintaining that home or eating, and so they have to sell the home. So we're calling on the government to show a little compassion, reduce or eliminate their failed carbon tax, by the way, which hasn't met a single carbon target set out. They haven't reduced carbon outputs in this country since they've been in. It's an inflationary tax intended to drive up inflation, and it's not working. So we would urge all members in this House to please support this motion today. It's a brilliantly crafted motion, I believe, which will really help Canadians suffer through this terrible economic time that we have.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague during his remarks talked about government spending over the last 2 years, and some of that spending has included a national childcare program that has been rolled out across the country. And indeed, the Nova Scotia minister is actually an MLA within his riding. And so we just announced that childcare fees are going to be going down by 50%, that there'll be another 1,500 spaces added in our province of Nova Scotia alone that help support families in my riding and indeed the member opposite's riding. Does that member support that government spending over the last 2 years? Why does he not support it? And will he support the legislation that we've introduced today that will enshrine that moving forward so that families in his riding and mine can be supported with important affordability measures that make a difference in our young kids?
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Kings Hants. He, of course, representing a rural riding in Nova Scotia, will know that there's almost no institutional child care available in rural Nova Scotia. I have one institutional child care space that helps nobody in my riding, and there is over 70,000 or 80,000 families, I think, on the waiting list in Quebec for this program. So, and that's a mature program, so it's not going to help. And I think it's misleading, highly misleading to the families in my riding to think that somehow this is going to help them achieve their childcare needs.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the colleague opposite for his speech here today. He mentioned two things that kind of caught my attention. One is the price of diesel that somebody is burning in his riding, and the price of gasoline for somebody else to try and get to medical appointments or to visit their mum. How much of that price, because he quoted the actual price of the per litre in his speech, how much of that price is a federally implemented carbon tax, or is it a provincially implemented carbon tax? Could he please?
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from the Avalon who does an excellent job chairing the Fisheries Committee, and I enjoy working with on that committee. Now, I see some come see, come saw movements over there from the Parliamentary Secretary. So on the question, there is no provincial carbon tax on that diesel because we didn't impose a carbon tax provincially in Nova Scotia. And the price has gone up from 90 cents to $2.70 because of the inflationary policies of this government and the policies of this government that have led to our dependence on Saudi Arabian fuel coming into Atlantic Canada, including to the refineries in that member's province who has energy coming from Saudi Arabia. So the cost.
I have to give time for other questions. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you. In 2013, the government of Quebec, not Canada as I accidentally said, got into the carbon market with California. Negotiations were held earlier. At that time, there was a conservative government. Now, the advantage of the carbon market is that it caps carbon emissions. The government of Quebec tried to encourage the government of Canada to join the carbon market, but that was not done. With hindsight, does my colleague see the advantages of the carbon market instead of taxation, which does not set a cap?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, because the carbon market is basically allowing somebody to actually pay in the end of the day for continuing to pollute. And it just puts the price of everything up, even in the province of Quebec. And we haven't seen carbon emissions come down as a result of that. In fact, the province with the most aggressive carbon tax in this country is British Columbia, and we've seen nothing but increases in carbon in that province for the almost 20 years that we've had a carbon tax in place.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I enjoyed my colleague's speech, especially reading some of the constituency concerns. I think they're highlighted. And the cost here in Windsor, Ontario is significant as well. And I would like to hear from a perspective in terms of a problem that we have that's compounding everything else. And I haven't heard the Conservative position on this. The City of Windsor had to spend $5.7 billion to actually clear the illegal border crossing blockade at the Ambassador Bridge, and it cost tens of millions of dollars per day to the Canadian economy. Does this party support making the City of Windsor residents whole? On top of all these other expenses, we now have to foot the bill for nearly $6 million to clear this illegal blockade for the rest of the country, especially when most of those people came from outside this region. Does he support that restitution for the City of Windsor?
Very brief answer from the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, I'm not an expert on the priorities of the City of Windsor's municipal government, but I think they enjoy having the responsibility of policing and not having the federal government do it. So I would say when you take those responsibilities on, it involves a cost to do that throughout the year, whatever the challenges are.
The honourable member for Davenport. Is the honourable member for King's Hands on a point of order?
Speaker, obviously, I think the procedural rules suggest that no member would ever suggest that another member would mislead the House. But before me, I have a report from the Nova Scotia government that talks about the amount of registered daycare spaces in South Shore St. Margaret's. Could we?
That's debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be very happy to be sharing my time with the very honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to join in today's debate on the issue of higher costs of living. It's an issue that's top of mind for our federal government and also top of mind for the residents of my riding of Davenport. It is also the top economic challenge facing our country right now. We've been speaking with Canadians and we know the real uncertainty that they are feeling today. First, we have experienced a once-in-a-generation pandemic. We turned the Canadian economy off, and then we turned it back on again. And then Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, and now we're dealing with inflation. All of these are related, of course. Global inflation is not created by the decisions of any one government alone. No global inflation has been created by the combined aftershocks of 2.5 years of a historic tumult. Fortunately, Canada is faring better than most other G7 countries in these very difficult times. But that reality doesn't change the impact it's having on Canadians when they're looking at their grocery bills or their gas receipts. Our federal government knows how challenging these past several months have been. And while inflation is down to 6.9% from a peak of 8.1% in June, it is still too high. And it is also no comfort, Madam Speaker, that Canada's inflation is one of the lowest of all G7 countries. Affordability and covering the cost of everyday living, it will continue to be a top issue. It will continue to be a difficult time for a lot of Canadians, for our friends, for our families, and for our neighbours. Our economy will slow, the same as economies around the world, as central banks continue to act to tackle inflation, as we heard from the Bank of Canada yesterday. There will be people whose mortgage payments are rising. Businesses will no longer be booming in the same way it has been since we left our homes after the COVID lockdowns and went back out into the world. Our unemployment rate will still be low, but it won't be its record low. We know that Canadians are worried about this, about higher costs of living, and they're also wondering, Madam Speaker, when it will all end. And for the Canadians who need it the most vulnerable, those who feel the bite of rising prices most acutely, our federal government is there with the measures in our affordability plan right now, this year. Our affordability plan has been providing up to $12.1 billion in new supports throughout this year, with many measures continuing after this year to help make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. So let me go through some of those measures, Madam Speaker. We've doubled the GST credits for 6 months, which is providing $2.5 billion in additional targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families who already received the tax credit, including more than half of Canadian seniors. Many received this additional payment last month. The second thing we're doing is enhancing the Canada Worker Benefit to put up to an additional $2,400 into the pockets of low and modest income families starting already this year. We've also increased on a permanent basis the old age security by 10% for seniors over 75, and that began in July, which increased benefits to more than 3 million seniors and provides more than $800 additional dollars in the first year to full pensioners. In addition, we have a $500 payment this year to 1.8 million Canadian low-income renters who are struggling with the cost of housing through a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. We're also, Madam Speaker, cutting regulated childcare fees by an average of 50% by the end of this year. And I'm delighted that we've introduced Bill C-35 legislation that will protect the access to affordable, inclusive, high-quality learning and childcare for now and ongoing. This legislation will make it harder for any future government to cancel or cut any child care in the future. And so I'm very happy that is happening and is currently underway, Madam Speaker. What else are we doing? We are providing dental care for Canadians without dental insurance who are in households of under $90,000 and who have children under the age of 12. They're getting up to $650 this year, and they're getting up to $650 next year. What else are we doing? We're indexing to inflation the benefits, including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Pension Plan, the Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. All of these measures means that Canadians are getting more money back in their pockets when they need it most. And when it comes to pollution pricing, we know that a national price on pollution is the most effective and least costly way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and putting money back into the pockets of most Canadians. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to further highlight two other measures in this plan in more detail. First, in the Fall Economic Statement, we set out a plan to further improve the Canada Workers' Benefit, in addition to already expanding and enhancing it in the Budget 2021 to reach up to 3 million Canadians who do important jobs but don't get paid very much. The federal government currently delivers the Canadian Workers' Benefit through tax returns. So that means that eligible Canadians need to wait until the tax year is over to receive the money they have already earned. But, Madam Speaker, bills need to be paid throughout the year. And so that's why, in the Fall Economic Statement, we set out a plan to further improve the Canada Worker Benefit. With the changes proposed in the Fall Statement, the Canada Worker Benefit will reach up to 1.2 million additional hardworking, low and modest income Canadians through advance payments that would be made in July, October, and January, based on the worker's income in the previous year. So this means that in total, the Canada Workers' Benefit will top up the income of up to 4.2 million Canadians, and they're among the lowest paid Canadians because no one who works 40 hours a week should have to worry about paying the bills or putting food on the table. The second measure I would like to underscore is our federal government's investments to support early learning and childcare. Childcare, Madam Speaker, is not just a social policy, it is an economic policy, too. Affordable, high-quality childcare will grow our economy. It will help give every Canadian child the best start in life and will allow more women to enter into the workforce. I call this policy a game changer. In fact, just last week, Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada reported that almost 82% of women in their prime working years had jobs in November, the most on record. As our implementation of the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system continues to close long-standing gender gaps in conjunction with a tight labor market. And at a time when the cost of living is top of mind for so many, the investments we have made are having a real, tangible impact on what is often one of the biggest monthly expenses for a family. I will tell you, Madam Speaker, it is very popular among my residents in my riding of Davenport. They love this National Child Care Plan. They're absolutely using it, and they very much appreciate the additional dollars, especially during months like December when there are some additional family gatherings and they need a little bit of additional dollars. Madam Speaker, in Budget 2021, our federal government has made historic investments of $30 billion over 5 years to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. In less than a year, we reached agreements with all 13 provinces and territories. And as I mentioned earlier, by the end of this year, regulated childcare fees will be reduced by an average of 50%. By 2025-2026, childcare fees will average $10 a day by then for all regulated childcare spaces from coast to coast to coast. Today, that means parents across British Columbia can now save on average up to $550 more per month for each child they have in licensed childcare, representing an additional of up to $6,600 in annual savings. This is on top of the existing savings of up to $350 per month introduced by the Child Care BC Plan in 2018 for a total of almost $900 of savings per month on average. As we continue to work with provinces and territories on the implementation of agreements, we're also creating an early learning and childcare infrastructure fund. Through an investment of $625 million, this fund will enable provinces and territories to make additional childcare investments, including the building of new facilities, all with the goal of making high-quality childcare across Canada more accessible and more affordable. Madam Speaker, as my time comes to a close, when it comes to ensuring Canadians will get through this challenging economic time, we're providing inflation relief through our affordability plan to Canadians who need it the most vulnerable, who are most exposed to inflation. We, of course, cannot support every single Canadian the same way we did the emergency measures at the height of the pandemic. To do so would only make inflation worse and more persistent. But saying that, I want to say that we have been responsible in terms of our spending, we are being compassionate, and we're going to continue to have the backs of Canadians who need it the most, both now and moving forward. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Luma.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much to the member for Davenport, because she just admitted at the end of her speech, the more the government spends, the higher inflation goes. She just said it. She said, at the height of the Emergencies Act, we cannot spend that much because it makes inflation go up. So my question would be to her is, now that she was honest about that, to listen to her speech, Canadians would think they've never had it so good. Yet 1.5 million Canadians use the food bank every month. So does she think that is a statistic that shows her government is doing well? Yes or no?
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So I want to mention to the first part of the member's question, what I had said is that we have to be very responsible in our spending, and I think that that's exactly what we have been. We've been very responsible in our spending in our fall economic statement, where we were very targeted in terms of how we were going to actually spend money. We want to make sure that we're providing targeted funding to those who need it the most, and I've provided a number of those examples of how we were actually targeting that funding, and none of that will add to us actually increasing inflation. In terms of food banks, it is a very serious situation, something I definitely worry about in my riding of Davenport, but I will tell you all the measures that we've put into place will continue to help our most vulnerable, and will put additional dollars in their pockets, and we're hoping that the use of...
Have to give time for questions. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, what's too bad today is that on the one hand, we have the government with inaction on climate change, then we have the Conservatives with populist measures saying that the carbon tax isn't doing anything about climate change. Now we're 58th out of 63 in the list of countries in terms of how we're handling greenhouse gas emissions. It's a good thing that we have the carbon tax, or we'd be the very last. So my question is simple. At a time when Quebecers and Canadians have trouble making ends meet, well, we see banks, big corporations and agri-food, we see oil companies raking in the profits, and yet right now this government is allowing companies to start new oil production projects at a time when everyone internationally is trying to reduce oil production. This makes no sense. It makes no sense that Canada is boasting about being good in the area of climate when it's so low down in the ranking. So when will the government finally go get some of that money that these big corporations are raking in and give it back to hard-working middle-class citizens?
For Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent questions. I do think that our oil and gas companies are raking in the profits. I do think that they need to be using their profits in order to ensure that they are putting it towards reducing their emissions, to decarbonizing, to a just transition plan, to actually helping their workers continue to have good paying jobs as we move forward and decarbonize and achieve our net zero by 2050 targets. I don't agree with them that we haven't done enough as a government. We've put in over $100 billion. We've introduced over 100 actions that is going to move us to ensure that we achieve our Paris Accord targets, and that will ensure that we meet our net zero targets by 2050. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, my colleague just read off a long list of NDP proposals that are there to help Canadians: dental care, doubling the GST tax credit, the rent benefit. We're glad to see that. She also read many Liberals have read off lists of jurisdictions and countries that have a price on carbon. We're glad to hear that as well. But Madam Speaker, I've got a list for countries that have an excess profit tax: Belgium, Czech, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, UK, Italy, Netherlands, Poland, Romania. I can go on, that have had the courage to go after CEOs. Madam Speaker, the member said they can't help Canadians like they did in COVID, but they're helping CEOs like they did in COVID. They're helping shareholders like they did in COVID, Madam Speaker. So my question through you is, when is Canada going to make the list for countries that are taking on greedflation and excess profit from oil and gas companies?
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent question. I'll say two things. One, the supply and confidence agreement between the Liberals and the NDP was about us coming together and working on the things that we both believe in: the environment, housing, Indigenous and reconciliation, dental care, pharmacare, and to me, these are important priorities for Canadians, and I'm really glad that we're working very hard together on achieving these objectives. In terms of actually going after the oil and gas companies and the profit making, what I would say to you is that we have already raised corporate income tax rate. So we have increased it by 1.5% on Canada's largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies.
I have to interrupt the honourable member to let the member for the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge to start his speech, but he will be interrupted for question period.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And as we have about 2 minutes before we start question period, and I know all my honourable colleagues in this House are very excited for question period to begin, I'll just say a few remarks and then turn it back to you, Madame la Présidente. I will say, Madame la Présidente, as many of us here know in this House, the National Child Care Agreement, the Early Learning and National Child Care Agreements come into application across this country. And I know for my family, and we are quite blessed in many ways, and the impact for us is, of course, a positive one. But I know our daycare, where our little one just started actually this week at about 13 months of age, we received notification that the price of the daycare fees in the daycare we have my daughter at, and the daycare has been in existence for about 30 years. And first off, I want to give a shout out to all the early childhood educators out there taking care of kids across the country. And I also would like to give a shout out to our government and just how this accord is just so transformational for families across this country. The fees that we are charged, and of course we're very blessed as a family, we can cover them without issue, have gone down 25%. There'll be a further 25% reduction. And Madame la Présidente, for families across Canada, these reduction in childcare fees and the after-tax dollars, the after-tax savings that families will be able to have because of the child care agreement that our government negotiated with all provinces, with all territories, is transformational for families, is transformational for our economy, participation rates, and so forth. So I just wish to applaud the government, and as being a part of it, I'm very proud of the agreement that our government was able to sign. And now with that, I'll turn it back.
And the honourable member will have 8 minutes after question period to conclude his speech. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise today to mourn the passing of a great woman whose impact will not soon be forgotten. Liz Bird, who passed away in November at the age of 81, was the sort of community leader who was never afraid to roll up her sleeves and get to work. Liz was a longtime District of Vancouver councillor and a founder of the prestigious Collingwood School. Self-describing as a bit of an activist, Liz led a nationally publicized protest to protect the ecologically fragile Eagle Ridge Bluffs from destruction. She raised $8 million for community initiatives and was a key advocate that led to the setting up of the Kay Meek Art Centre. Liz's contributions have led to countless recognitions, including the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal, and she played a defining role in shaping West Vancouver as we know it. West Vancouver will forever be indebted to Liz for everything she's done, and our thoughts and prayers are with Liz's family and friends. Thank you, and may you rest in peace.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
In 2016, this government legalized medical assistance in dying for adults who had an incurable illness that was irreversible and caused intolerable pain. Many of us warned that we were now on a slippery slope which would lead to many others being offered assisted death. We were assured that assisted suicide would never be expanded, and yet a short 6 years later, it is being offered to those who give mental illness as their sole reason for ending their lives. And there are plans to extend the scheme to minor children. Now we're hearing terrible stories of veterans being encouraged to end their lives rather than receive the mental health supports they need. Assisted suicide is even being approved for those who can't find adequate housing or have fallen through the cracks of our social support system. The government has moved too fast and too far. Life is a beautiful gift. Before we move from a culture of life to a culture of death, let's reconsider the precarious path we're on and pause any further expansion of assisted death.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to commend several constituents from my riding of Cape Breton-Canso who are truly making a difference for their community this holiday season. For the past 15 years, Inspector Billy Turner, Sergeant John Anthony, and Constable Marvin McDonald of the Cape Breton Regional Police have volunteered their time toward the department's Shop of the Class initiative. Shop of the Class is a program which pairs local elementary students with a Cape Breton Regional Police officer, an officer who volunteers their time to help that child fulfill their holiday wishes through donations and sponsored activities. Thanks to the work of dedicated officers like Inspector Turner, Sergeant Anthony, and Constable McDonald, 278 local children have incredibly had their spirits brightened so far. Mr. Speaker, this goes far beyond the call of duty, and so from the bottom of my heart and the bottom of my constituents' heart, I'm proud to say thank you to these officers and for all they do. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Terrestre-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I salute the tugboats of the Steel Workers Union on strike from Ocean Remorquage at Sorel Tracy, a port service company under federal jurisdiction, which demonstrated yesterday in Quebec City to obtain decent working conditions and wages and to demand anti-scab legislation. For more than 5 months, these workers have been facing an employer who has decided to profit from the weak Canadian Labour Code to hire scabs, thus allowing this conflict to continue. As a reminder, the Minister of Labour has been mandated to introduce a law to prohibit this practice, which greatly affects the workers' balance of power, but he will only do so in December 2023. There is no reason for this delay. He must act now. The Bloc has already introduced 11 bills to correct this injustice. And today we reiterate the importance of this issue by giving our support to these workers who are striking. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House to reiterate the importance of hunting in our rural communities. Even though I'm no hunter right now, I really do love a good deer patty burger. For my Franco-Ontarian community, I know that hunting is really a deep part of our lives. And when the hunting season comes, people get together. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the Prime Minister declared a gun registry in Hawkesbury. Hunters were never part of our bills, as is the case for C-21. It's normal that some amendments be debated at National Security Committee, and I pay tribute to the Liberal Bloc and NDP efforts to ensure that hunters will not be subject to this law by error. Hunting is a legitimate mode of life. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to honor my Sindhi friends, Sufi and Muzaffar, and to recognize Sindhi as one of the ancient languages of the world and one worth preserving today. While Sindhi is recognized as an official language in the province of Sindh in Pakistan, it is not recognized as an official language by the Canadian Consulate in Karachi, nor by the High Commission in Islamabad. This lack of recognition of a prominent regional language is resulting in a barrier of communication between the Canadian Consulate and High Commission and the Sindhi people. This needs to be changed. The Sindhi people deserve to have consular services in their native tongue. For this reason, I'm calling on the Canadian Consulate in Karachi and High Commission in Islamabad to consider recognizing Sindhi as an official language and to provide its services to the people in the Sindhi language. Sindhi is a rich, beautiful language, and it ought to be preserved. Merbani.
The Honourable Member for St. Leonard St. Michel.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to congratulate Roberto Luongo, former Florida Panthers goaltender, on his induction in the Hockey Hall of Fame. A native of my riding of St. Leonard and who also grew up on my street, Roberto Luongo is known for his on-ice butterfly style of goaltending and remains one of only 3 goaltenders in history to have played over 1,000 games in the NHL. He is a recipient of multiple awards, mentions, and trophies, and has appeared in 3 Olympic Games, winning gold twice at Vancouver in 2010 and at Sochi 2014. Beyond his considerable hockey skills, Roberto Luongo is also a man with a big heart who has actively participated in multiple fundraising for charitable causes and sponsored events for underprivileged children. Lou, affectionately called by his devoted fans, continues to inspire our constituents who skate and hold their hockey practices in the arena that proudly bears his name. Auguri, Roberto Luongo, our #1 hockey player.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday I was proud to announce a new investment of $25 million to revitalize the Jewish Community Centre in my riding of Vancouver Granville. Bravo. For generations, the JCC has been the center of Jewish life, and it's been the place where people of so many different communities have learned to swim, have gone to daycare, and attended seniors programs. And the new JCC will be at the heart of Vancouver Granville, with more than 500 units of affordable housing, expanded daycare spaces, an aquatic center, a theater, and so much more. But it will also house the Vancouver Holocaust Education Center, which at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, will be an important weapon in the fight against hate and ignorance. The J West will be a place of gathering, of learning, and of helping us understand one another. And above all, it demonstrates the incredibly generous contribution of so many in the Jewish community in Vancouver in building a place where all of us can belong. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, Regina hosted 2 major events over the past month. The 109th Grey Cup took place in the heartland of Canadian football. And even though Canada's team was not playing, Rider Nation still rode out the red carpet and hosted an amazing Grey Cup week. It was a great game between Winnipeg and Toronto. Yes, they still have a team. Over 33,350 fans packed Mosaic Stadium and watched the Argos squeak out a win over the Bombers. Sorry, member from Winnipeg. Next up was the 51st edition of the Canadian Western Exhibition. People from across Canada and abroad came to see the best of beef genetics, and the Maple Leaf Finals Rodeo was sold out every night. It was great to see the enthusiasm for Canadian agriculture, with over 100,000 people going through the gates at Agribition. It was a joy to walk through the barns and the trade shows and see the buzzing of activity. If you've never been to Agribition, please make time next year. It's a world-class show. Mr. Speaker, these 2 events prove once again that Regina is the best place in Canada to host a party.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the great performance of the volunteers at the Cégep of Sherbrooke, who won the Bull d'Or finals in college football last month. In the game, which gave them their first title since 2010, the team set itself apart by its famous defensive play and hard-hitting attack. Congratulations to all the players and coaches. Whether it's our athletes or sports, Sherbrooke stands out on the Canadian scene. Sport in Canada must become increasingly accessible to all, and our government is taking action. Thanks to the leadership of my colleague, the Minister of Sport, our government is providing $25.3 million in financial support over 3 years for gender equity in sport. Moreover, Budget 2022 sets out $16 million over 3 years to support measures to create a safer sport system. Together, let's continue to support our athletes by ensuring that national support policies and practices reduce the risk of harassment, abuse, and discrimination, and create a safer and more inclusive sports system for all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As families look forward to gathering for the holidays, rising food prices will buy them less while costing them more. This is a cost of living crisis for millions of Canadians, and the Liberal carbon tax is only fueling more inflation. New data shows a family of 4 will pay nearly $1,100 more for groceries next year. By the end of 2023, families will have paid almost $16,300 just to put food on their tables. On top of that, a typical 5,000-acre farm will have to pay $150,000 in carbon tax per year once the Liberals triple their carbon tax. Farmers need to dry their grain and heat their livestock barns. They're getting punished for no fault of their own. Every time the carbon tax goes up, the cost of transporting food also gets more expensive. To help struggling farmers, it's time the Liberals reined in their inflationary spending and axed the carbon tax once and for all.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Champion Pet Foods with facilities in Parkland County and Morinville are state-of-the-art and provide jobs for hundreds of Albertans. Their naturally sourced Origin and Acana pet food brands are internationally recognized for their quality. Since February 2022, after an avian flu outbreak in Canada, China, Champion's largest market, placed restrictions on Canadian pet food exports. They did not do the same for the United States, despite similar issues with the avian flu. The World Organization for Animal Health has recognized that Canadian pet food products are safe, and yet China maintains its unscientific restrictions on Canadian exports, the only country in the world to do so. This represents an existential threat to thousands of Canadian jobs and billions in Canadian exports. This government needs to stand up to Beijing and protect market access for world-class Canadian products. It's time for the Minister of International Trade to step up to the plate and end this absurd ban on Canadian pet food.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, today the circus community is mourning. Today I would like to lift the curtain that hides the backstage to highlight the work of a pillar of the circus who has had an influence in Quebec. John Roch Archard was a visionary not known to the general public. He directed the National Circus School of Montreal for 13 years, and he co-founded this group, the only circus arts association in Canada. He is a person who listened and who created a structure in this area. He worked actively to innovate an art form that seemed incapable of renewing itself, and without him, the circus arts may have disappeared. The circus was his life. Mr. Archer died last week after a long bout of illness at the age of 79 years. I offered my condolences to his family, and I joined the community of the circus artists in their mourning. I'd like to honor his memory and walk in the footsteps of those who follow him.
Mr. Speaker, border communities have suffered disproportionately during the pandemic and have yet to fully recover. Partly this is due to the shutdown of Nexus centers, which has created over a 300-person backlog. Nexus allows commuters, workers, and travelers in the U.S. and Canada to cross rapidly, which is essential to trade between both our countries, the largest economic relationship in the world. In addition, the Windsor Police border blockade was a threat to our national economy and cost municipalities nearly $6 million in policing costs to remove. The federal government has yet to reimburse the city, leaving local taxpayers on the hook for a national security action, becoming a delinquent deadbeat. Even on Bill C-21, the Liberals have demonstrated ineptitude by not providing the necessary resources for our CBSA officers to stop gun smuggling. Ignoring our border communities is poor short-term policy and will have long-term consequences for our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Today, December 8th, we mark World Climate Day to remember the very real threat of global warming and the need to act to limit its effects on the planet. Today, and what can we see? A dramatic increase in carbon, an increase in extreme temperatures, an increase in methane, a loss of boreal, equatorial, and tropical forests, forest fires, acidification and lower oxygen levels in the oceans, melting glaciers, Arctic ice melts, droughts, extreme flooding, a decline in biodiversity, food supply at risk, and millions of climate refugees. And there are others. The government is giving billions to adapt to climate change. And money is good, but reducing GHGs is better. I feel that in Canada, just making the government understand the urgency of taking climate action would already be a step forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, more and more people are finding themselves on edge as they struggle to feed their families during this Liberal-made cost of living crisis. Grocery prices are up by 11%, rising at the fastest pace in 40 years and are expected to rise another 5 to 7%. Wow. 1 in 5 families are skipping meals, with 1.5 million using a food bank in a single month. In Ontario, first-time food bank usage is up a whopping 64%. 9 in 10 are tightening household budgets as consumer debt rises 8.2%. The average credit card balance for Canadians, record high, $2,100. RBC estimates that households will have to allocate 15% of their income to just debt servicing alone. And earlier this week, the Auditor General confirmed what Conservatives have been saying all along. This cost of living crisis has been made worse by the Liberal government's wasteful spending and absolute refusal to put any controls in place. Speaker, Canadians are out of money, Liberals are out of touch, and the Prime Minister and his costly coalition have broken Canada.
That's right.
The honourable member for Whitby.
I rise today to recognize Don Mitchell, the former mayor of Whitby, who served our town for over 30 years. He made the difficult decision to not seek re-election and retire this year. Don was first elected in 1991 as a councillor and moved on to serve as mayor for over 8 years. As a lifelong resident of Whitby and a lover of history, Don always worked to promote and preserve the rich history and heritage of our town while aiming to build modern, complete communities, both healthy and sustainable. Don stood for what he believed in and was relentless in his commitment to preserve the environment and address climate change. Under Don's leadership, Whitby became a more inclusive, sustainable, and healthy place to live. I have no doubt his legacy as mayor has left its mark on Whitby. So Don, on behalf of the people of Whitby, I want to say thank you for all you've done for our community. You embody the spirit and dedication it takes to build strong and more resilient communities, and I hope you look back proudly on your work for Whitby and know you've made a real difference. I also want to wish you and your wonderful wife, Liz, all the best as you embark on this next chapter. Happy retirement, my friend.
Questions, question orale, the honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, enormous deficit spending by this Prime Minister caused the Bank of Canada to hike its interest rates for the 7th consecutive time this year. An average mortgage will cost Canadians an extra $7,000 in interest payments alone. This Prime Minister's reckless spending has already driven up the costs on gas and groceries, and his failed energy policies will make home heating costs double. He'll further pile-drive Canadians financially when his failed carbon tax increases this year. Why won't the Prime Minister stop his wasteful inflationary spending, axe the failed carbon tax so Canadians can keep the heat on this winter and food on the table?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are nothing if not at least consistent. They continue to ask us to stop being there to support Canadians. They oppose the child care agreements that we signed with the provinces, child care agreements that we're enshrining into law with legislation we're bringing in today. They oppose the dental support for low-income Canadians to make sure the kids have the best start in life possible. They oppose the rental supports that we move forward to deliver for Canadians. They stood against the kinds of supports we were flowing to Canadians through the dark times of the pandemic. We will continue to be there for Canadians and remain fiscally responsible because that's what Canadians expect.
Well, member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, it's easier for this Prime Minister to sit in his ivory tower and blame everyone else and spend even more of Canadians' money to cover his own inflationary mess. His inflation tax is going to cost Canadians an extra $3,500, according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada. He is the architect of sending 1.5 million Canadians into a food bank, 500,000 of which were children. He's responsible for 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals. He keeps failing, and Canadians continue to be on the hook for it. When will he understand Canadians can't afford any more of his failures and just want to eat and heat their homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Conservatives say they stand with Canadians, and then they stand in opposition to measures that ensure that Canadians can send their kids to the dentist. Then they stand in opposition to measures that will give families who pay a large amount of their low incomes on rent to get an extra bit of help. Then they stand against and continue to stand against child care fees that have been cut in half across the country, that is not only giving opportunities
opportunities for kids to get the best start in life, not only supporting parents when the cost of living and payments are so high, but at the same time ensuring that our economy grows as people participate fully in our growth.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to keep his head in the sand when it comes to people's home heating bills. You know, someone from my community reached out to me recently saying that they had to make the tough decision whether to pay for their Fortis home heating bill or to buy groceries. Wow. He chose to heat his home even though the bill went from $46 a month to $163 a month. And he said that now he has to go to a food bank just to feed himself. The same food bank that he used to donate to. So why is the Prime Minister tripling down on increasing carbon taxes for everyday Canadians who can't even heat their homes now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard from Canadians right across the country that they are facing difficult times. We know how important it is to be there for Canadians, which is exactly what we are doing as a government, despite Conservative politicians opposing that. We're there with dental supports. We're there with rental supports. We're there with cutting childcare fees in half. I was just in the Honourable Member's province a few days ago to make an announcement on the fact that childcare fees have been cut in half, saving families hundreds, even thousands of dollars a month. We will continue to stand with Canadians despite Conservative opposition.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fior. Mr. Speaker, Canadians woke up yesterday morning with news that borders on nightmarish. The Bank of Canada announced an interest rate increase, the 7th of the year, thanks to the Liberals and their inflationary spending. For a family with an average mortgage, that's $7,000 more in interest per year, and their house isn't even heated yet. We know that the carbon tax applies to home heating. Will the Prime Minister cancel this tax so that Canadians don't get cold in their own homes this winter? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are all concerned about the rising cost of living for Canadians. But on this side of the chamber, we are delivering assistance to Canadians. The Conservatives can continue to oppose it. We have come forth with dental supports, rental supports. We are providing more affordable daycare spaces across the country. We will continue to be there for people, despite the fact that the Conservative Party continues to vote against all of our measures to help people. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fior. It's quite ironic that Liberals say they understand the misery of Canadians when they allow themselves to give $32 billion in benefits to dead people and prisoners. What we should understand is that in Canada, we face winter temperatures that can drop to -45. Record cold temperatures are expected. It's not a luxury to keep warm in Canada in the winter. Can the Prime Minister make a commitment to do the only honourable thing he can and cancel his carbon tax so that Canadians can heat their homes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's incredible to see Conservatives attack the assistance that we give Canadians. He just made fun of the emergency benefit we provided during the pandemic. It provided direct assistance to Canadians, to businesses, to Quebecers, to Canadians across the country. It was essential not only to make it through the pandemic, but also to ensure that our economy would rebound quickly. We were there for Canadians despite the position of the Conservatives and will continue to be there to support people. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. In the government's contract with Sinclair Technologies, which is partly owned by Chinese interests accused of espionage, is a very concerning example. We know that the government is cancelling it, but the government awarded a contract to a company owned by a Chinese government, providing them with access to the RCMP secret frequencies. It's a filtering system that ensures the confidentiality of communications of the Prime Minister and foreign heads of state visiting Canada, and no one thought it was necessary to do any security checks. How can the Prime Minister explain that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are always watching out for hostile actors. We are very concerned by this this contract with Sinclair Technologies, and the government will be taking all the necessary steps to ensure the integrity of national security and to put in place measures to ensure that nothing happens like this again in the future. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, with respect to measures, the government has a Crown corporation whose mandate is to monitor telecommunications security, the CSE, the Communications Security Establishment. But imagine this, no one saw fit to call upon the expertise of the CSE to assess the national security risks associated with the contract that gives access to RCMP's secret frequencies to a company accused of spying in the U.S. Mr. Speaker, no one in the government thought it was necessary to ask the CSE to do an investigation. How can he explain that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, we're very concerned by the situation, and that is why we asked the minister and officials to follow up on two aspects. First of all, what we have to do to ensure the integrity of our secure communications network now, and how can we improve the situation, the system rather, so that no problems like this recur in the future. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. While sick children suffer and our pediatric hospitals are overflowing, the Prime Minister is simply trying to fade away into the background. Worried parents are filling waiting rooms with their little ones, and the Prime Minister isn't there. We're looking for him everywhere. This isn't time to play Where's Waldo? At Saint-Justine Hospital in Montreal, at the Centre Mère Hospital in Quebec City, the crisis is unprecedented. Our public health care system needs help. There's nothing more frightening for a parent than to have a sick child. Why is the health of our children not the priority of this Prime Minister?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a parent, I fully understand the concerns of families with respect to pediatric care. We are determined to ensure that all families have access to essential services and medication their children need. We will continue to work hand in hand with the provinces and territories to improve healthcare services and to achieve results for Canadians. People know that we need to see improvements in our healthcare systems, and the federal government will be there to ensure that the provinces deliver the results for families and children.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, the federal government is not present. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Ontario hospitals are so overwhelmed with sick kids that they're calling in the Red Cross. Staff at the Alberta Children's Hospital are worried a child might die waiting for care because they're overrun with patients. Across Canada, the situation is dire and parents are horrified. But Liberals are missing in action and Conservative premiers are moving to privatize healthcare. Canadians expect leadership from their Prime Minister in a time of crisis. When will he call an urgent meeting with the premiers so that our children get the care they need and deserve?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always defend our public health care system. We believe that all you should need to get health care in Canada is a health card, not a credit card. That's why we're making sure that in our discussions with the provinces, as we floor more money than ever before into the health care systems, we're asking for better outcomes. We're asking for concrete results. We're making sure that Canadians get the health care they need. We know the system is failing far too many Canadians right across the country. We will be there to ensure there are significant improvements.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
These Liberals have taken wasteful spending to the next level, whether it's tens of billions of dollars in wasteful COVID benefits, $54 million on the Arrive scam, or $6,000 a night in a luxury hotel room for this Prime Minister. These Liberals have no problem reaching into the pockets of Canadians, taking their money and throwing it on the inflationary fire that they lit. Life has become unaffordable under the mismanagement of these Liberals. So will they stop their wasteful inflationary spending so that Canadians don't have to decide whether to feed their families or to heat their homes?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
I don't think the 13 million Canadians who got individual COVID benefits would agree that that was wasteful spending. We were there for them from the beginning when they needed it, and the Auditor General agreed. She said that we were able to get money into the hands of Canadians quickly, that money was well spent and helped people stay home safely, and that it avoided significant economic and social consequences.
Well, Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
They absolutely got tens of billions of dollars into the hands of prisoners and deceased very quickly, and that is is wasted money, and it's money that these Liberals need to be accounted, they need to account for. At the same time, we've heard from Ipsos polling this week that the majority of Canadians are scared they won't be able to put enough food on the table or gas in a car to get to work. 4 in 10 Canadians are worried that they're going to lose their jobs and they're in an economy under these Liberals. They've created a Canada where Canadians are afraid every day. Will they end their wasteful spending so Canadians can feed their families and heat their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, we've created and are creating a Canada where Canadians are there for each other, where the government is there for them in their times of need. At the height of the pandemic, 9 million Canadians accessed CERB, Mr. Speaker. We will not apologize for being there for Canadians when they needed us. We start from a place of compassion, from a place of trust. That doesn't mean there aren't controls in place, but unlike the Conservatives, we trust Canadians and we're going to be there for them when they need it.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
$54 million on an Arrive scam app, and the Liberals don't know who got rich. $4.5 billion to cut homelessness by 50%, and yet tent cities continue to increase across this country. And the latest, Mr. Speaker, $4.6 billion went to COVID relief to people who didn't even qualify. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to spend billions and billions of Canadians' taxpayers' money. So how do they have the audacity to expect them to pay for their incompetence?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
How ironic is it that the Conservative Party of Canada's strategy to combat an affordability crisis is to do less for Canadians in their time of need? It comes as no surprise to me because from the beginning of the campaign, the pandemic, their leader started with a press conference saying that these big fat government programs would not receive the support of the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, those programs kept food on the table for my neighbours and a roof over the heads of their children. Those programs kept open the doors of small businesses in my community, and the owners were able to keep the lights on. Those programs kept workers on payroll that allowed them to be able to afford the cost of living and at the same time maintain the benefits that their employer provided for them. I regret none of these programs. We would do it again because it was the right thing to do then. It's the right thing to do now.
Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' inability to listen is inconceivable. We are not saying that that didn't help people. They are not accounting for nearly $30 billion that the Auditor General is calling for them to investigate. Who are they listening to? 1.5 billion people used a food bank. Children are starving. People are dying by suicide. We are not saying that. When will they listen, have some humble pie, and quit their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Minister. The Conservatives, in the report by the Auditor General, she specified that our programs that were put in place helped save lives and jobs, Mr. Speaker. We were courageous and we looked after our economy. There are a lot of people on the ground who I've met with, and what do people tell me? They say they are happy that the Liberals are in power and have been since the start of the pandemic. It would have been a disaster for them if the Conservatives had been in charge. We will continue to look after our people.
For Chilliwack Hope.
It cost Canadian families a record amount to feed themselves in the last year, and unfortunately, it's only going to get worse. A new report confirms that it will cost over $1,000 more for Canadian families to put groceries on the table this year, driving their food costs to over $16,000 per year. Canadians who used to donate to the food bank are now lining up to use the food bank. So why don't the Liberals put an end to their inflationary policies, stop driving up the cost of everything so that Canadians can afford to feed their families again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is because of the actions of this government and the measures that we have put in place that 2 million fewer Canadians are living in poverty today, Mr. Speaker. In just a few days' time, Canadians will be able to apply for a new rental benefit. This is a direct payment that will help Canadians make ends meet, and this is targeted spending in order to help vulnerable Canadians. Experts have all agreed that this is not inflationary spending. This is being there for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal program and plan is a total and complete failure. Food inflation is at a 40-year high. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals to try to make ends meet. 1.5 million Canadians used the food bank in 1 month alone. 500,000 of them were children. Canadians cannot afford these Liberal inflationary policies. They can't afford to feed their families. So why don't they stop with the inflationary spending, stop making everything more expensive, and let Canadians get back to providing for their families?
The Honourable Minister.
You know what Canadians can't afford, Mr. Speaker, is bad financial advice from the Conservatives opposite. If Canadians had taken their advice and invested in crypto, they would have seen their savings wiped out. But instead, on this side of the House, we've actually been there to support Canadians. The Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted over 450,000 children out of poverty since 2015. 2 million fewer Canadians living in poverty thanks to the investments that this government has made in Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we trust Canadians, we believe in Canadians, and we're going to keep investing in them. I just wish the members opposite would do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged banks to do their part in the fight against climate change. He asked them to come up with a verifiable plan for rapid transition to renewable energy. But in the meanwhile, Canada's big banks are among the world's top 20 backers of fossil fuels. Much of the money for oil comes from Canadian banks. Will the government put in place measures to encourage banks, our banks, to move towards clean energy?
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to highlight the work that we do for the environment. We said that we would stop putting money into fossil fuels, and we're doing the work now to protect our waters, our land, and we're doing that now. We're talking about it here in Montreal. We're talking about it with the international community. Everyone has come to see what we're doing, and we're proud of the work that we're doing to protect the environment. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government's funding the oil sector, but the Canadian banking sector is as well. In the past 2 years, RBC's oil investments went from 19 to 39 billion. That's a heck of a lot of money. It's more than doubled over the past 2 years. If we had a government that was really determined to fight global warming, they'd do two things. There would be barriers to financing polluting energies, and there would be incentives to invest in renewable energies, but that's not the case. What's the government waiting for to act? Until there's not a drop of oil left to siphon out? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And like the Honourable Member, we are committed to concerted climate action, and that's why we have the most ambitious climate plan in Canada's history, Mr. Speaker. $100 billion invested since 2015, a $9.1 billion emissions reduction plan. And Mr. Speaker, we are working to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector. We're going to be eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. We're introducing a clean electricity standard, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are going to attain our climate goals while building a clean economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The Prime Minister announced, as part of COP15, the creation of 2 square kilometres of protected lands. That's quite the feat. Animals will be able to live peacefully, and trees will be protected. This is great for biodiversity, except we have to ensure that this won't protect or won't prevent the extraction of resources. So there are exceptions for gas, mines, and whatnot. If these protected lands can be used for anything, how are they even being protected? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that we are focusing on protecting our biodiversity and environment. We have the protection plan that I mentioned, and I'm very happy that we can talk about what we've done to protect other areas. We made a great announcement yesterday. And this is very important for reconciliation. It was good for the environment as well.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, just moments ago, the Assembly of First Nations, which represents Indigenous peoples across Canada, issued a declaration publicly opposing Liberal Bill C-21. This Liberal hunting gun grab is not only a threat to the livelihood of hunters, trappers, and sport shooters, it is a violation of the treaty hunting rights of all First Nations. When will this Prime Minister end his attack on law-abiding hunters and Indigenous treaty rights and stop Bill C-21?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, today Liberal members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security alongside the Bloc Québécois and the NDP requested 2 urgent meetings to be held immediately. Mr. Speaker, the premise behind this is to work together. To work together with the Bloc and the NDP. Unfortunately, the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, continue to be part of the problem versus being part of the solution. Mr. Speaker, the mission here is to get guns off the street and
ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to...
God, don't let us hear that again.
that I may have missed.
Come back to that.
I'll do it now. Okay. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul, does she want to withdraw the statement she made, please?
Statement, Mr. Speaker.
And apologize. Both. I'm sorry. I've got all day. I guess it's a standoff, and maybe I'll just consult my table officer so I know exactly what to do about this. I'm going to ask one more time for her to apologize, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. She's not going to apologize. Thank you. Ms. Dancho, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you withdraw from the House video conferences for the remainder of this day's sitting. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, does he want to finish off what he was saying?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to take this opportunity as well to thank the Bloc, and in particular their MPs, those that are in the committee, the one that brought the motion forward. Thank you for that. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, the key here is to work together, is to ensure that we work with different organizations or different members of the House to ensure, once again, that we get those dangerous weapons off the streets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, consultation at this late of stage in the process is an act of bad faith by this government. It is a slap in the face to reconciliation. This government needs to go back to the drawing board, consult with First Nations, and consult with hunters across this country before coming up with any new legislation on this matter. It's black and white. The Assembly of First Nations knows it, Conservatives know it, and all other parties know it. This government was denying it for weeks, saying they weren't going after hunting rifles and shotguns, but now they're finally admitting it. They know that they were misleading this House. When will this government stop going after law-abiding hunters and sport shooters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been very clear, Mr. Speaker, that we are not targeting the guns commonly used for hunting. I applaud the members of the Bloc.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please continue.
Tell the truth this time. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, from the top or continue? Okay. I applaud the members of the Bloc and the NDP for working with us to try to come up with solutions while the Conservative Party are just looking for problems. Mr. Speaker, the committee is doing the important work that it needs to do on this legislation. I invite the honourable members from the Conservative Party to join us in finding solutions and support our emergency motion for a meeting to invite witnesses to come to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing our Prime Minister hates, it's diversity of opinion. He goes after anyone he doesn't agree with by insulting them, harassing them, and restricting their rights. His latest target, law-abiding firearm owners. He's banning thousands of firearms used for hunting while giving gangs and smugglers a free pass. The PM should spend more time up in a tree stand and less time standing against hunters. The Liberals have missed the mark on C-21. When will they stop targeting law-abiding hunters and farmers?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Sports.
Mr. Speaker, after what we just heard from Conservative colleagues and the insults directed at my colleagues, I don't think we have any lessons to take on that front. But when it comes to firearms, we've been clear from the beginning. We don't want to prevent hunters from hunting or Indigenous communities from practicing their traditions. And that is why we will continue to work with those who want to collaborate to protect Canadians and prevent handguns and assault weapons that have perpetrated horrific massacres, whether at the Quebec City Mosque or the Polytechnique. So I would ask everyone to act in a responsible way to protect Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, the government's proposed amendment to C-21 has become a textbook case on what not to do. This change was brought in at the 11th hour with no consultation and no testimony. It has distracted from the original purpose of the bill, and it hurts rural communities. Hunters, farmers, and Indigenous communities are outraged that some of the rifles and shotguns that they used to provide for their families could be banned. The Minister of Public Safety blindsided Canadians when he made this mess. How is he going to fix it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by acknowledging the good work that the honourable member does on the Public Safety Committee and the perspective that he brings forward. We will not be banning any guns that are commonly used for hunting. We spent 2 hours at committee today getting very technical answers on what is included in the bill, what is included in the types of guns that are being considered under this legislation. I look forward to working with the honourable members and, in fact, all members of this House to make sure that we get this legislation right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, that answer wasn't good enough for the people of Northwest BC, and it's not good enough for the people across rural Canada. We're not going to clean up the mess the Liberals have made of this bill, and people feel hoodwinked by these last-minute amendments. Now, this was meant to be a bill about limiting handguns and protecting victims of domestic violence, but now they're going after the tools that my neighbors use for hunting, for predator control, and for backcountry safety. When is the Prime Minister going to realize the mistake he's made, fix this mess, and back up the bus?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the important role the committees have is exactly what they're doing right now. This bill, we have been very clear from the beginning. Its intention is to remove assault-style weapons from our streets and handguns that are involved in terrible tragedies. There is the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Tell the truth.
I'll let the Honourable Government House Leader from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that in many different moments in time when we're dealing with contentious legislation, we have an opportunity to work on our differences and find solutions. And I would suggest in this instance, when we're talking about the type of weapons that are involved in terrible tragedies, in tragedies like the one, unfortunately, we commemorated and memorialized just a couple of days ago with Polytechnique, that our square focus must be on keeping our streets safe and to be able to look at the eyes of victims and make sure that we're removing those guns that are offending. And what we have said in no uncertain terms that those guns that are used for hunting are ones that we want to make sure are not included.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important childcare is to families from coast to coast to coast. Families in my province of New Brunswick are already seeing the benefits of the significant investments that Canada and the province are making. I was glad to see the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development introduce legislation earlier today to enshrine the principles of a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system into federal law. Can she please update this House on this important initiative?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Today is a historic day. This morning, I introduced Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, our childcare plan is working. Fees are being reduced across the country. New spaces are being built and women are getting back to work. This legislation matters. Let me remind the House that the leader of the Conservatives boasted in 2015 that his government had proudly cancelled Liberal childcare agreements. And in the last election, every Conservative candidate ran on a promise to cancel affordable childcare for Canadians. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to let that happen. On this side, we're going to support children, support families, support women, and support our economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals recklessly awarded a contract to the subsidiary of a Beijing-controlled company to provide counter-espionage technology, a company that literally faces 21 espionage charges and has been blacklisted from the U.S. as a national security threat. The Liberals literally handed the keys of our national security over to Beijing. How could they be so incompetent?
The Honourable Minister for Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, and as the Prime Minister made very clear today, the Minister of Public Safety and I yesterday also share these concerns around this particular contract that the RCMP had with Sinclair Technologies, and you will have heard that that contract has been suspended. As the central purchasing agent for the Government of Canada, Public Services and Procurement will look very closely. I have instructed my officials to examine this issue. We're going to look at our procedures and our processes with the greatest intensity to ensure our security of our infrastructure.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Public Safety repeatedly claimed that vigorous security processes are in place, except that that isn't true. government officials are on record saying that security issues were not considered when this contract was awarded, a contract that affects our national security directly. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals finally accept responsibility for this complete failure on their part to protect our national security?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There is nothing more important than safeguarding our democracy, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP have confirmed that the contract with Sinclair Technologies has been suspended and that they're conducting further reviews to ensure that the integrity of our infrastructure is in place. Given the current geopolitical dynamics, we're taking all actions to combat foreign interference, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, it's quite remarkable, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government gave access to an RCMP communication system to a Beijing-held company at a time when the RCMP is actually investigating Beijing's interference in our elections. No security check, no questions about this company, even though the RCMP will be giving it secret codes at a time when the Americans have put the company on a blacklist for reasons of espionage. Instead of accepting his own responsibility, the Prime Minister is blaming others. Why is he always so feeble when it's time to stand up to the regime in China?
Minister for Public Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our priority is protecting the integrity of Canada's contracting system. When problems are identified, we act. I have given public servants the directive to examine contracting procedures and identify those that can be improved. Thank you. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we have serious problems in Canada. Based on Liberal answers, the media are the main source of the Prime Minister's information about Chinese interference, whether it's about funding a network of candidates or a Chinese communist regime-held company which gets a contract to protect RCMP communications, and yet the Prime Minister says that his intelligence specialist did not inform him. Either he's burying his head in the sand or he knows, but he's intentionally hiding information. What answer are we going to get today? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As parliamentarians, Canadians, we agree that that contract should never have been signed. We all agree that national security is everyone's responsibility, and on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have always taken measures to face foreign interference. My colleague will recall that a few months ago we blocked 3 transactions in order to protect critical minerals in this country. When it comes to national security, we will always be there to protect Canadians' interests. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec adopted a unanimous motion on academic freedoms yesterday, that the National Assembly note that promoting more representation should always occur within the consideration of equal qualifications, and that the Assembly denounce the federal government's interference. It is funding research chairs based on criteria that do not reflect Quebec's specificity. So instead of imposing its ideological agenda, why doesn't Ottawa just let Quebec manage its own research chairs? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As he knows, research chairs throughout the country are independent from the government. But one thing is certain. We are the government that has invested the most in science. Nearly $16 billion since we came to power, and I think that's the right thing to do. We all agree that the best decisions are those that are based on data and science. Thank you. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about money. We're talking about the criteria for funding research chairs, and they no longer have anything to do with research. No one seems to care anymore about the nature of the research. It's about who the researcher is, their skin color, ethnic origin, gender, sexual orientation, or disability. Apparently, no one wants an average white man as a researcher. We need better representation. We all agree. And when qualifications are equal, it is urgent to promote underrepresented minorities. But how is excluding a category of people, how is that a policy of inclusion? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. We all agree about diversity and inclusion, and that's the directive that research councils received. But as my colleague knows, the criteria are developed by the various research councils. We on this side of the House, we are investing in science, we are investing in research chairs, and I think that we all agree that we want to promote diversity and inclusion, both in science and in society.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has again exposed the incompetence of this government. $32 billion wasted paying COVID cash to prisoners, the deceased, people living overseas, and non-eligible corporations. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has found more waste.
I'm hearing a lot of rumbling and voices, people talking to each other. If I can ask the Honourable Member for Edmonton West maybe to start over, because I'm having a hard time. There's some chatter going on.
Yes, from the top. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has again exposed the incompetence of this government. $32 billion wasted paying COVID cash to, low-income prisoners, low-income deceased, people living overseas, and non-eligible corporations. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has found waste of $4 billion more, with people being sent money who will actually earn more income than the program allows them to be qualified for. Will this Liberal government end their wasteful inflationary spending so Canadians can afford to put food on their table and afford to heat their houses?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, this entire House approved an approach to the COVID benefits that was quick, that got money into the hands of Canadians quickly, that was based on attestation, and that ensured that post-payment there would be verification. We are going through that process now in a responsible and compassionate way. As the work is ongoing, I can assure this House that we will make sure that we follow up with everything. Thank you.
Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spent so much money that he actually ran out of people to borrow it from. So we had the Bank of Canada create a complex scheme to pour billions into the accounts of wealthy financial institutions. Now, as the bank raises interest rates to fight the inflation the government caused, the Bank of Canada is actually losing money. So, simple question. For the first time in Canadian history, as the Bank of Canada loses money, how much taxpayers' money will have to go to bail out the Bank of Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have heard us explain why it was important that we were there for Canadians, and if we had to do it again, we would, because Canadians needed us and we were there in their time of need. Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is that in an hour's time we will be voting on Bill C-32, and the Conservatives have consistently voted against this bill. This bill contains an important measure that will further lower the small business tax rate for our entrepreneurs in this country. If the Conservatives wish to be consistent about their position, why are they voting against a tax cut for small businesses?
Well, member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, what the minister's not telling you is that 40% of all that new spending had nothing to do with the pandemic. And now the Auditor General has told us that over $30 billion of it was wasted. That's what's causing inflation. The government's answer is to pour more inflationary gasoline on the raging fire. It's already taking a big bite out of Canadian households. And now as interest rates rise to fight inflation, Canadians have to pay more in interest payments to the banks. But so too does the Bank of Canada. The Bank of Canada has one shareholder, the Minister of Finance. So how much money will taxpayers be on the hook for to pay off the Bank of Canada's losses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives bothered to look at the facts, they would see that we have the lowest deficit and the lowest debt among G7 countries. They would also see that the international community and investors have extraordinary confidence in the Canadian economy. Thanks to the decisions that our government has made, we still have a AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker. I would also note that were it not for the important supports that we had put in place during the pandemic, our economy would not have rebounded as quickly and as strongly as it did, among the strongest in the world, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, Haiti remains a subject of grave concern. Canada has expressed its strong support for Haiti and wishes to support Haitians in their search for peace and democracy. We need Haitian solutions to the crisis, but also support from the international community and regional partners. Under the leadership of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what has been done to ensure that other countries follow Canada's example, to ensure that our partners commit to supporting Haitian solutions? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question and his significant leadership on this matter. We have imposed severe sanctions on members of the elite in Haiti who are taking advantage of gang violence. And our current goal is to move forward political dialogue. That is why our UN Ambassador Bob Ray is currently in Haiti as we speak. Our objective, as always, is to support solutions by and for Haitians. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government is completely disconnected. Canadians are so worried. Everything is more expensive. Clothes, heating, housing, and food. Butter now costs $6, so some won't even be able to bake Christmas pastries. Or others are looking for sales and are buying products that are almost expired. An emeritus professor has said that 2023 will be even worse. Can the Prime Minister give some hope and a bit of breathing room to Canadians and cancel all planned tax increases? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I still don't understand how Quebec Conservatives can be against what our government has done to face climate change. I understand that the Conservatives don't seem to care that much about climate change, but in 1 hour we will vote on Bill C-32 to lower taxes on SMEs and entrepreneurs. Why do the Conservatives systematically vote against tax decreases, including those for the middle class?
Calgary Centre. Well, Mr. Speaker, Europe is facing an energy crisis this winter that will force people to choose between heating and eating. People are facing the trifecta of inflation, job losses, and energy shortages. To address this, European governments have reversed carbon and excise taxes. What are the Liberals doing? They're increasing Canada's carbon tax by 30%. Even Scrooge would find this unacceptable. When will the Minister of Finance realize that this crisis is not fiction and curb this tax increase on everything?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I'm pleased to remind the honourable member that I had the pleasure of making an announcement in Nova Scotia of a new national program that's going to see $5,000 grants to help homeowners install heat pumps that will save them thousands of dollars every year on home heating costs. This is in addition to a $5,000 grant that was available through the Greener Homes Grant Program. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We've got new measures including a doubling of the GST rebate, more support for low-income renters, new grants in place now to help families with the cost of sending their kids to the dentist, and much, much more. Every step of the way, our focus has been on affordability since 2015. I hope the Conservatives finally put their money where their mouth is and support us for once.
The member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know a shell game when they see one of the impact of actually taxing Canadians to say they're going to give it back in all kinds of programs means we're all going to get better just by giving the government more money. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, an independent officer of Parliament, a 30% tax increase means an extra $700 out of the budget of Albertans. Meanwhile, European governments have provided energy tax relief to the tune of €8,000 per family. Let me ask again, why is this finance minister the only one on earth who is ignoring the obvious inflationary effects of this tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, we are focused like a laser beam on affordability, Mr. Speaker. And I hope in just a few short minutes the members opposite will vote for Bill C-32, which helps affordability. You know what else helps affordability, Mr. Speaker, is the Climate Action Rebate. It puts more money in people's pockets. 8 out of 10 families will benefit. But you know, Mr. Speaker, you know what they won't benefit from? The advice of the Leader of the Opposition to invest in cryptocurrency. And, Mr. Speaker, there's a few days left in this session. I hope the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the opportunity to apologize. He should, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's been almost 10 months since Russia began its genocidal full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have mounted a remarkable counteroffensive, retaking territory and in so doing defending our security and democracy around the world. NATO Secretary General has said that Canada's military support, including our training of the Ukrainian armed forces, has been integral to Ukraine's progress on the ground. So could the Minister of National Defence share with Canadians the work that Canada is doing to train the Ukrainian armed forces?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for his leadership on this issue. Since 2015, under Operation Unifier, the Canadian Armed Forces have trained more than 34,000 Ukrainian military personnel. We are training them in England. We are training Ukrainian engineers in Poland. And Mr. Speaker, why? Because their sovereignty, their stability, and their security is global security as well, Mr. Speaker. And we are there in the short and the long term until Ukraine wins this war.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Yesterday, the Bank of Canada's interest rate hike was hiked yet again. Interest rates have already fueled the high cost of rent. This will just make it worse. Canadians are now facing a nearly 12% rent hike. In Vancouver, a one-bedroom apartment costs over $2,576, more than a 17% increase from last year. The NDP has always said the $500 housing benefit is not enough. Will this government help renters by expanding and extending the housing benefit?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the honourable colleague has not stated all the facts. The fact of the matter is we're the government that introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which is already delivering an average of $2,500 to vulnerable renters across the country, and it's active in all 10 provinces and 3 territories. So the $500 top-up that the honourable member is mentioning is on top of that $2,500 average payment. On top of that, we are moving ahead with the Rapid Housing Initiative, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, and more supports for vulnerable renters, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on December 6th, I again questioned the government on the very serious matter of foreign interference. The government revealed that their strategy is to observe and report. Seriously? To observe and report, Mr. Speaker? To whom? To the Brain Trust, who approved Chinese communications equipment for the RCMP? There are more protests in China and Iran against those regimes than action from this government. Mr. Speaker, mall cops observe and report. Why is this government failing to protect Canadians and stand up for Canada?
The Honourable the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There's nothing more important to us than safeguarding our democracy. And that's why, as a government, we're taking action to combat foreign interference. We begin with our national security agents. They conduct investigations and use all tools at their disposal. It includes the significant work that's being done to shore up Canada's institutions and critical infrastructure. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it involves longer-term solutions, which is why we're exploring changes to legislation to strengthen Canada's defences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have to today. We have a couple of points of order. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following: that the House recognize the extraordinary contribution of Jean-Paul Riopel, to the arts in Canada and Quebec, and that this be formally recognized next year. Thank you. All those opposed what the honourable member is suggesting, please say no. The House has heard the motion. That those oppose the motion, please say no. Carried.
The Honourable Minister for Families is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it troubles me greatly that during question period, the member from Haldimand Norfolk, while the member from Fredericton was asking me a question,
called her an anti-Semite. I would ask that she withdraw and apologize for these comments. It's unacceptable to say such things in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid I wasn't aware of that, but I'll look into it and come back to the House if I see necessary. Thank you. It being the honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, that unequivocally did not happen. I would like a recording replayed. It did not happen. It did not. That did not happen.
Okay, if I can ask the members to place their questions or their comments through the chair. Okay. It seems like there was some misunderstanding or possible misunderstanding. I don't want this to turn into she said. The honourable minister.
The blues are checked because it was something that I heard as I was preparing to answer that question. It shocked me greatly. I would expect that we don't use that kind of language in this House. If I am and I'm quite troubled.
Okay, you know what? Sometimes what I'll do is I'll look into the answer and see if anything was recorded. And if there is, we'll come back. If not, we'll just let it rest. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I do require an apology because if this did not happen, and I know unequivocally that it did not happen, Mr. Speaker, I require an apology.
Like I said, we'll check the Hansard and then come back if need be. It being 3:18, pursuant to orders made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-32. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La question.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Fortier, moved que le projet de loi
that Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, be now read a third time and do pass.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Pitspot-Taylor.
Madame Pitspot-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Sabara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Latanzio.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Aboutir.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Colkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If any members could not vote for technical problems, they can use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 209, 209. Nays contre 105, 105.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. La question du jeudi, l'honorable.
Thursday's question, Mr. Chair. One moment, please.
Now we have a very important question being asked and answered, of course. So if everyone can just take it down a notch. Very good. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lorable. I will start from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker. Maybe this may be the last question for a Thursday for 2022. I'll be asking the government leader in the House if he could tell us what deliberations are left for this week and for the last week before the House rises for MPs to go back to their ridings for the holidays. The honourable leader of the government in the House, thank you very much. It's a good question. We will continue our discussions. We will leave before Christmas. I could say that this afternoon we'll continue debate on the opposition day. After that, we will vote adoption of supplies for the current period.
At report stage, a third reading of Bill C9, the Judges Bill. Next week, priority will be given to S8, the sanctions legislation, S4, COVID-19 justice measures legislation, and C18, the Online News Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, reprise de débat sur une motion d'opposition sur la taxe sur le carbone au nom de Monsieur.
Carbon tax, Mr. Bactel.
Has 8 minutes remaining in his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to recommence speaking on such an important topic, but also on our government's record for assisting Canadians at this period of time. I was looking for the riser. I asked the page to bring, but nonetheless. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Government is trying to put food on the tables of Canadians. We see prices increase every day for foods that we eat every day. Bread, all food items cost more today. For many families today, it's difficult at this time to make ends meet because of inflation.
Remember that inflation is a global phenomenon, and food inflation is no exception. It is a result of the COVID-19 pandemic that has been exacerbated by Vladimir Putin's illegal and barbaric war in Ukraine, and to make things worse, the snarled supply chains that are affecting people and businesses around the world. However, there is some room for hope in Canada, Mr. Speaker, much hope. While inflation was 8.1% in June, it is now down to 6.9%, lower than what we see in many peer economies. For example, the United States at 7.7%, the Euro area in double digits at 10%, the United Kingdom at 11.1%. Still, Mr. Speaker, inflation at 6.9% in Canada is too high. I do personally, as an economist, forecast inflation going down in the quarters ahead, which will bring much needed relief to Canadian families. On the bright side of things, as we are all bracing for a global economic slowdown, I believe that there's no country better placed than Canada to weather the coming global economic slowdown and thrive in the years ahead. Indeed, Canada has an unemployment rate near its record low, as more than 500,000 Canadians are working today, more than the beginning of the pandemic. We also have the strongest economic growth in the G7 so far this year, and the lowest net debt and deficit to GDP ratios in the G7. And on top of that, our country maintains its AAA credit rating from all three rating agencies. Actually four.
However, we understand that times will continue to be tough for many Canadians. With inflation, the next few months will be difficult for our friends, our families, and our neighbors. Many Canadians need help to get through this crisis, and our government is being there for them. For example, with our plan to make life more affordable, we are putting forward $12.1 billion in measures to help Canadians make ends meet and provide for their families.
Mr. Speaker, that the measures we are putting forward aren't pouring unnecessary fuel on the inflation fire. They only provide targeted, fiscally responsible help to those who need it most. I would like to remind my colleagues of what our affordability plan has to offer. First of all, an enhanced Canada Workers Benefit that will put up to $2,400 more in the pockets of modest income families that assists on a yearly basis nearly 3 million Canadian workers. Cutting regulated childcare fees by an average of 50% by the end of this year. As I noted in the first 2 minutes of my speech prior to question period, my family received news that little Leia, who's at daycare now, the fees for that daycare have been reduced by 25%, and a further 25% will occur by the end of the year. Great news, not just for my family, and we're very quite blessed, Madame la Présidente, but for families that need that assistance, that need that help. It's just great news. A 10% increase in old age security, which we had put in prior to the increase in global inflation. $800 more for seniors, over 3 million seniors, those aged 75 and up, those who need it the most. Dental care for Canadians. We see over 35,000 Canadians have signed up for their children under 12. These Canadians under the income of $90,000 a year may not have or do not have private insurance, a $500 payment that we will make to 1.8 million low-income renters who are struggling with the cost of housing. And of course, Madame la Présidente, the doubling of the GST credit for 6 months, which is providing additional relief to 11 million individuals and families. And of course, everything is indexed to inflation, Madame la Présidente. And as I mentioned earlier on in my this week on speaking to C32, is then Finance Minister Paul Martin, who introduced the indexation of all benefits of all marginal income tax rates to avoid what's called tax creep or tax creep due to inflation. And it's something very, very important. It was one of the largest tax cuts that was ever introduced into Canadian history, and again provided a boost to incomes, and it's great to see that continue to be.
When we think of the rising cost of living, we are, of course, talking about the cost of groceries, but we are also talking about the cost of housing. Our government believes that everyone should have a safe and affordable place to live. But this goal, which was taken for granted for many previous generations, is increasingly out of reach for far too many Canadians, and rents continue to rise across the country, pushing people farther and farther away from where they work.
We move forward with a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Program that would provide a tax repayment of $500 to low-income renters. Again, 1.8 million Canadians will receive this payment. This payment will provide direct assistance to those most vulnerable to inflation and those experiencing housing difficulties. Again, 1.8 million low-income renters, including students who are struggling to pay for housing, will be eligible for this new assistance. This one-time top-up is a part of a broader set of initiatives introduced in Budget 2022 that will invest more than $9 billion to help make housing more affordable, including by alleviating the supply shortages that are one of the main causes of the high price of housing, particularly in the GTA.
At the same time, with Bill C-32, our government is moving forward with its ambitious package of measures to build more homes and make housing more affordable from coast to coast to coast.
Faster, Bill C-32 proposes to move forward with a new tax-free home savings account. This account would allow prospective first-time home buyers to save up to $40,000 tax-free toward their first home. Comme pour le régime enregistré d'épargne retraite, le REER, la cotisation serait...
Like the Registered Retirement Savings Plan, RRSP, contributions will be tax-deductible. Unlike the tax-free savings account, the TFSA withdrawals will be tax-free. The first-time homebuyers tax-free savings account is a new tool that will help first-time homebuyers save for a down payment. We will also enhance the first-time homebuyers tax credit. Professional fees associated with a real estate transaction are another barrier, which is why we are proposing to double the first-time homebuyers tax credit. This enhancement would provide up to $1,500.
There, I look forward to questions and comments from my honourable colleagues from all sides of this honourable place.
We appreciate the member's French efforts. Now, the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague as well for his French. He's making a lot of effort, and we've heard a lot of that from many MPs from Quebec. He talks a lot about housing today. The Federal Advocate for Housing published a report on homelessness, which is very critical when we look at what is happening in Canada. I would like to quote the press release today. The housing report was published confirming that a human rights crisis is now going on in the cities of Canada. Canada, a G7 country. We have a human rights crisis when it comes to housing and homelessness. Now, his government should respond to that report. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I want to thank my colleague for his question this afternoon. For housing and the cost of living in the entire country, it's important to come up with many measures to help Canadians.
Adopted in the Fall Economic Statement or put in place by the Fall Economic Statement. Some of those measures flowing through to the Bill C-32 and the upcoming Housing Accelerator Fund. We will work with all levels of government to ensure that housing supply is boosted for Canadian families, for first-time buyers, and for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Questions and comments?
Madam Speaker, it's always important, I think, to help the Conservatives deal with their deep political amnesia. So let's go back before Doug Ford tried to rip up the charter rights of janitors in schools, and before Doug Ford tried to pave over the Greenbelt to help wealthy investor pals. Do you remember his very first act? It was to attack the carbon trading system that existed in Ontario, because people in Ontario didn't pay a carbon tax. It was Conservatives who brought a carbon tax into Ontario and then stamped their foot and shouted and hollered while Ontarians had to pay a carbon tax that they never had to pay before. And this was all because of Doug Ford. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, why is it that the Conservatives come up with one dumb plan after another that hurts ordinary people and then blame everyone else for the things that they have inflicted on us?
L'honorable député de Vaughan Woodbridge. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I've had the opportunity to travel with the member for a number of days and gotten to know him, also on committee. I consider him a friend. I wish to say that our government will continue to put in place measures that will continue to help Canadians deal with the affordability issues that we see due to global inflation. We will continue to move this economy forward. We'll continue to create good jobs and good futures for Canadian families across this beautiful country that we're blessed to call home. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend for his speech. I noticed at the beginning of his speech that he listed a litany of reasons, external reasons why we're experiencing inflation, none of them attributable to this government. So I would want to ask him, since this government has added $500 billion in debt, how much more debt do you think it would take for actually to have a cause on inflation if $500 billion is having no effect?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente, I wish to thank the honourable member from Chatham-Kent-Leamington for their question. I am very good friends with the member, and it's been an honor to get to know him these last several months, and we have many mutual friends in that area. I wish to say our the financial ratios and our AAA credit rating speaks for itself. Ever since we Liberals obtained our AAA credit rating many years ago, we've ensured that our financial foundations are strong for today, for tomorrow, for future generations. Lowest debt to GDP ratio, lowest deficit to GDP ratio. The numbers speak for themselves. We'll continue to put in place the programs to support Canadian families, and we'll continue to put in place the programs to support investment and job creation here in Canada. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. I'll be splitting my time with the member for both. When I was first elected to this place, it was probably about after maybe a year's time, I was approached by a member of the Liberal Party. And he came to me and he was trying to make chit-chat and taking an interest in my riding. He asked me where I was from. I said Alberta, more formally Lethbridge. And he said, oh, that's a rural riding. I said, yeah, it's mixed with a small urban center. And he said, oh, so you have farms? I said, yeah, we have farms. He said, oh, well, what do you produce? So I gave him the list. We produce chicken, eggs, beef, pork, buffalo, grain, cereals, pulses, dairy. And I'm proud of this. And then he turned to me and had a little bit of an inquisitive look, and he said, well, you produce grain. I said, yeah. He said, well, you don't really produce it for food, though, do you? It's just for fuel. And I said, excuse me? Because I didn't think I quite understood him. And he said, well, yeah, like, it's just for fuel, right? And I explained to this member that, sure, like, some of it is, but mostly it's for silage or for animal food or for human consumption, the vast majority. And he said, oh. And a little bit dumbfounded, he kind of shrugged his shoulder and said, that's weird because I thought most Canadians just got their food at the grocery store. I will let this member remain nameless for his sake. But I share this story for this reason, because it highlights just how out of touch this Liberal government is when it comes to Canadians, when it comes to their way of life, when it comes to this big, beautiful, vast country we call Canada, and all of the incredible things that are done here. It shows the lack of knowledge that exists when it comes to rural areas and how hard-working, innovative, creative, entrepreneurial farmers are. Meanwhile, this government likes to exercise its ego, engage in theatrics, and mostly virtue signal, which is primarily what the carbon tax is all about. The carbon tax. They talk about it as if it's this, oh, what's that phrase? Cost of pollution. Cost on pollution? Price, thank you. Price on pollution. Thank you. I knew I didn't have it quite right there. I appreciate that help there. A price on pollution. Now, I'm going to get to that in just a moment because I find it rather an interesting term. But what I wish to highlight here is that they have put this in place but have not met a single climate target. So that would mean that it can't be a solution. It's simply signaling a virtue. Now, I would say that it's a failed experiment. But what's interesting to me is that even in signaling a virtue, it's a virtue that applies to all others, but not actually to this party or this government. Here's why. Because we're talking about Liberal members who get on a jet. Multiple of them will get on jets and fly halfway around the world, multiple times over, to be able to go to climate conferences. We're talking about a prime minister who has no problem getting on his private jet and going to places for frivolous reasons, surfing, perhaps on important days. We're talking about a prime minister who has no problem living in one residence and having his food prepared for him in another, and then driven over in a vehicle that uses fossil fuels on a daily basis. Interesting. So this virtue that is being signaled, which is to care for the environment, applies to everybody else, but not the Liberal members. It's incredibly disingenuous, it's incredibly hypocritical, and it's harming Canadians because it's driving up the cost of everything. What we see then is essentially the Liberals' prescribed solution as simply being therapy for their guilty conscience, but not actually something that is creating real change. It's shameful because it's punitive towards Canadians just to help them sleep better at night while accomplishing nothing. Let's talk about those farmers, shall we? Let's talk about what they really do. Because contrary to some of the Liberals' belief, they don't just grow crops for fuel. They do happen to feed not only our own country, but the world. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about those hard-working individuals. In 1978, there was a radio broadcaster by the name of Paul Harvey, and he gave a speech entitled, "So God Made a Farmer." God made a farmer. And in it, he outlined the incredible characteristics that a farmer would hold to be a fit caretaker of the land and the animals. And he reflected on someone who was hardworking and tough enough to bear the weight and struggle of adversity, yet gentle enough to care for the animals in a beautiful way. And in his speech, he hypothesized, and I quote, God said, "I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt and watch it die, then dry his eyes and say, maybe next year. I need somebody who can shape an axe from a persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car tire, who can make a harness out of haywire, feed sacks, and shoe scraps, and who planting time and harvest season will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday at noon. And who planting time, and then pain from tractor back, put in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. In this simple yet powerful tribute, he really does capture those who work night and day and who often overcome challenge and tribulation in order to care for the needs of our population, but also the population of the world. It's remarkable. We're talking about individuals who are really the pioneers in looking after the environment. These folks look after the land, the soil, the air, the water, like nobody else. Yet this government insists that they too need to be penalized with a carbon tax. We're talking about folks who heat their barns in order to care for their animals, who dry their grain so that they can get it to market, who irrigate so that they can have crops, who transport livestock so that you can pick them up in the freezer section. That's what we're talking about here. Now, of course, that cost gets passed down from the farmer to Canadians. And unfortunately, we've seen as groceries have skyrocketed due to poor Liberal mismanagement, terrible policies, i.e. carbon tax. And so individuals, 20% of them are skipping meals. Food banks are serving people at an astronomical rate, more than ever. Canadians are finding it difficult to make their way to the end of the month, still being able to feed their families. And they can expect that in 2023, their grocery bills are actually going to go up by another $1,100, thanks to this Liberal government, the carbon tax, and their mismanagement of the overall economy and out-of-control spending. But that's not where they want to stop. They also want to go after fertilizer use. Now, of course, we're talking about farmers who already are trying to run a business, and so they're using fertilizer with great care, making sure that their input costs are minimal, so not wanting to use very much. Fertilizer is expensive, in case the folks across the way didn't know. And so, of course, they're wanting to use as little as possible in order to get the greatest yield possible still. But this government feels that they need to be punished even for that. How dare they want to feed the country? How dare they want to feed the world? How dare they want to increase their yield? And so they go after fertilizer use. They penalize the farmers for it. Meanwhile, the cost of living continues to increase. Canadians continue to pay the price, farmers continue to be demonized instead of celebrated as the incredible people they are. Today, the motion that is before us is one calling for this government to dare to lean in and understand the act of farming, to dare to understand the impact of their policies on the Canadian people, and to give them a break. For the sake of families, for the sake of seniors, for the sake of those living with a disability, for the sake of each and every woman and child and man across this country. They deserve a break.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I somewhat thank the member for her speech, I guess, but just for comparison, she compares the whole Liberal bench to one question that she asked to one member back when she was first elected, and maybe when that person was first elected. And she said she's from rural Alberta. Well, I live in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. I grew up in a household, we grew all our own vegetables. We never had to buy anything in the way of vegetables from one season to the next. We kept a horse, we raised a pig for food later. We'd slaughter the pig and do whatever with it. But the member makes it seem like it's all about her and her constituents. It's about everyone in Canada as members of Parliament. And yes, I get a plane back and forth to Ottawa every time I come here. I don't walk.
You don't?
No, I don't walk here. Oh, wow. I actually get a plane. Oh, wow. 2 planes, actually. I spend a lot of time sitting down waiting. So can this member please explain, should we only abide by what she thinks people are in this House, or do we all have our own identity?
For Lethbridge.
I appreciate the question from that member, and indeed, this member is an honourable one, so we can call him that. He's asking a very good question, and he's making my point exactly. It seems rather ridiculous to be applying a carbon tax to something that people must use. In Canada, we don't have really a choice as to whether or not we're going to heat our homes. So we do. Well, we get penalized by using a carbon tax. We don't really have a choice in such a vast country as to whether or not we need a car for many of us to get to work. Why are those individuals being penalized for making a living? You're a member of Parliament. The member opposite takes a plane here to represent his constituents. Why is that being penalized? These are very good questions, and I encourage him to ask his government.
The member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem with the Conservatives is that we have to cut expenditures, but they never propose any solutions. Last week, someone in my riding suffered a self-inflicted wound because this person was homeless and could not enter a shelter where a spot had been promised. So there's homelessness and there's health for this one person. To help this person, we need to invest in health care and in housing. We're asking the federal government for health transfers. It has refused. So Conservatives, should they be elected, which we don't necessarily want, but if they are elected, are they going to increase healthcare transfers as every single province is demanding? The member for Lethbridge.
I fail to see the relevance. I recognize that that was an important question to the member with regard to healthcare transfers. The topic of conversation today is around the carbon tax and this government's mismanage of the economy. It also has to do with the cost to Canadians. And so I guess where I would perhaps find some commonality with the member is that indeed, Canadians are in a really, really tight spot right now in trying to make ends meet, and they certainly do need to be helped. I think one of the best ways to help them is by removing the carbon tax and other penalizing policies, including the printing of money, and helping put the faith back in the Canadian people.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Cowichan-Mellon-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a few questions for the member. Is she aware that under the current Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, there are already wide exemptions in existence for farming fuels? That's written in the Act. And secondly, her colleague from Huron-Bruce, he sponsored Bill C-234. The only reason that bill on grain drying made it through committee and was reported back to the House was because of the support of the NDP. So it'd be nice to see some acknowledgement from Conservatives that some of their measures are getting through because of support of other opposition parties.
Brief answer from the member for Lethbridge.
I am baffled as to why the members of the NDP party are consistently supportive of the Liberals. It's really interesting to watch, actually, because on the one side of their face, they support the Liberals and all that they do, and on the other side, where they go after them. And so it's like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, just make up your mind. So I would invite that member to truly be an opposition member and hold the government to account.
Resuming debate, the member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for Lethbridge for her passionate speech on the farming sector. So I rise on the opposition motion with regard to the carbon tax, which should not apply on food production and on the food chain. Now, there are a lot of differing views in this chamber today, but I hope we can shed some light on the situation facing farm families across the country. The price of everything in this country has gone up, and Canadian families are struggling to feed themselves. Seniors and low-income Canadians are struggling to pay their bills and heat their homes. They're also struggling to keep the lights on because they have so little money. Food prices are at their highest level in 40 years, and it's hard to believe that the current government doesn't see that it is their policies that are driving up food prices on the ground here in Canada. And they can't blame the pandemic or the war in Ukraine. It's a problem of their own making. The carbon tax is making it impossible for farm families, or rather family farms, to operate sustainably. And with the government's plan to triple the tax in January, things are only going to get worse before they get better. According to the Canadian Food Price Report for 2023, a typical Canadian farm will spend $150,000 on carbon taxes per year once the rate is increased in the new year. Family farms simply cannot afford this punitive tax. Liberals and the NDP seem content to bankrupt our farmers to feed their selfish ideology. Canadians need to eat. The data speaks for itself. This carbon tax is not working. This government has not met a single emission target for this country. We're far behind the rest of the world when it comes to finding tangible ways to limit pollution in Canada. We currently rank 58th out of 63 countries, Madam Speaker, according to recent studies. I found the questions from the Liberals and other opposition parties quite amusing today. For them to stand up and say that our party does not believe in climate change is quite funny. We're very aware of its impact on the world and here in our country. For over 175 years, we've had family farms in Beauce. All parties in committee supported our private members' bill, C-234, which aims to add natural gas and propane for heating in buildings and drying grains. But this motion does not go far enough. We cannot simply pretend that our country is not facing food insecurity and poverty. Many families can barely feed themselves right now. Visits to food banks are at an all-time high in Canada, 1.5 million requests in March. Frankly, it's shameful. Why can't we find solutions to the problem of food prices without being called, without being accused that we don't believe in climate change. Madam Speaker, in my reading, Moisson Beauce Food Bank has concluded that the massive increase of 20% of visitors, that of those 20% of new food bank users are children, 1/3. We Conservatives are compassionate and want to find a way to reduce the price of food across the country, and that starts on the farm by eliminating the carbon tax. Not only has this government messed up with the carbon tax, but it has also decided to impose an extremely unfair tariff of 35% on fertilizer. It's also planned to limit fertilizer emissions by 30% without even doing an impact analysis on farmers' yields. This government is so out of touch. People in my riding are skipping meals in order to stay afloat financially. It just doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker. Now, I feel I'm beginning to know this government. I've been here since 2019. And, Madam Speaker, a Liberal member will probably stand up after I finish my speech and tell me that I don't understand what I'm saying because Quebec is not subject to the federal carbon tax. The Minister of the Environment loves to remind me in a very condescending way of this. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I understand very well how things work in my province, and what the minister said is completely without truth. Our province does business with every other province in the country subject to this tax on food production. So whether it's on our imports from other provinces or the transport of goods, of food goods, whether the Liberals want to believe it or not, this tax affects every single province and territory in Canada. Moving on, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank our Canadian farm families and give you some interesting statistics about their work. One study concluded that only 8% of Canadian emissions come from the farm sector. Only 8%. Do you know what the average is in the rest of the world? 26%. So our farmers are very advanced. They're doing very well. They care a lot about the environment, and they're constantly adapting to be more environmentally efficient. But instead of thanking these hard-working Canadians, the government continues to demonize farmers generally. The Liberals recently outlined their plan to reduce fertilizer emissions in Canada by 30% by 2030. But as I mentioned earlier, no study has been undertaken to show the impact this could have on our yields in the future. It'll ultimately be an extremely expensive and unscientific plan that could not come at a worse moment for Canadian agriculture and consumers. The reality is that our farmers are already outperforming the rest of the world in terms of sustainability. In fact, Canadian farmers are already up to 70% more efficient in their use of fertilizer than other countries on average. Food prices have risen by more than 10% in the last year, and these avoidable increases will eventually make the situation worse.
Grain drying is another sector that will be massively affected by the Liberal carbon tax increase. Canadian grain is a very important commodity for our country. It is a primary source of nutrition, but also one of our main exports. When natural gas and propane are taxed on top of other taxes, farmers have to wonder if they even want to plant crops in the years to come. Their margins evaporate, and it is no longer profitable to be in business here in Canada for many of them. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we need to seriously reevaluate many of these Liberal environmental plans. We need to clear the way for our farmers to feed our nation with healthy, affordable food. The only way to reduce food inflation is to lower input costs not triple them. Families want to buy local. They want to eat Canadian food. But lately, local produce has become increasingly expensive due to government mismanagement of priorities. How can a container of local strawberries cost more at the grocery store in the summer here than a container from California? Our system is faulty while other countries are supporting their agricultural sector. When these foreign products are shipped into Canada, whether by air, rail, or sea, how can the government not see that this is what is really causing climate change? We need to be more self-sufficient and more competitive in this country. We need to take care of Canadians by voting and implementing on real change in the right areas. I encourage my colleagues opposite to look carefully at this motion, and they can even provide us with amendments. The fact is that Canadians need to have lower grocery prices, and farmers need our help to stay profitable, to keep our family farms going, and to feed Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the member would be this, and I've asked it a number of times, and I really hope that he'll answer it because nobody else seems to want to. Conservatives ran on pricing pollution. I mean, this member, when he was elected in September of 2021, when his constituents went to the ballot box and cast a vote for him, were under the impression that he and his party were in favor of pricing pollution. Now we've seen time after time Conservatives come forward and bring forward motions to the contrary. So can the member please try to explain to the House and to Canadians why Conservatives are suddenly taking a different position on this than the one that they ran on?
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listening to my colleague, it's as if nothing happened over the past year. For my part, what's very important to note is the mismanagement of this government for a number of programs that were put in place. I totally agree that CERB was very important at the beginning, but it should have been reviewed. We've mentioned this a number of times during question period. Many times over the past year, there's money that was sent out incorrectly. So what's important now is to not triple this tax starting in 2023, because this is the food that Canadians eat that's in question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Beauce for his speech, but I'd like to know, the Conservative Party, it's as if they were describing the carbon tax to score points. The carbon tax is more about businesses, SMEs being punished, but big emitters are having lower taxes to encourage the production of hydrocarbons. We know that at the last Conservative meeting, there was a resolution to recognize the existence of climate change, and it was rejected by 54% of members of the Conservative Party. So I'll ask my colleague, how can he explain the lack of recognition of climate change and always talk about the carbon tax? The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. But at the outset, we're not headed in the right direction, because no later than yesterday at the Agriculture Committee, the Minister of Agriculture wasn't even able, following the question by one of my colleagues, wasn't able to tell the difference between a family business, because the refunds, we're being told that people get a refund on the carbon tax, which is equivalent to what they've paid. That's for individuals. But family farm businesses are forgotten, because most companies, farm companies in Canada, the minister didn't know it, but 95% of farms in Canada are family farms, and they do not receive the refund at the same level. So agriculture is being penalized, and our food as well.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Foothills.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I know he talked about the carbon tax not being paid in Quebec, but I know his producers buy fertilizer, buy fuel, transport their goods to other parts of the country. We heard yesterday at committee, or the other day at committee, that 44% of produce growers are selling their goods at a loss. This government always talks about sustainability. My question to my colleague is, with $150,000 carbon tax bills on Canadian farmers, is that sustainable to Canadian agriculture?
The honourable member for Beauce has up to 1 minute to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Foothills for his question. I think it's unsustainable for farms. There will be closures of farms in a significant number if there's not a stop that's put to this carbon tax for the agricultural sector. I want to repeat, Madam Speaker, this morning's motion is not about stopping the carbon tax on everything. It's on what goes into agriculture. It's about feeding the planet because we're a significant food exporter. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of the adjournment are as follows.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, climate change. And the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, maritime transportation. Resuming debate, the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kings Hants. 7 times, Madam Speaker, 7 times since this Parliament was formed have Conservatives brought in a motion regarding pricing pollution like the one that we have here today. March 23rd, 2022, April 4th, 2022, June 7th, 2022, September 28th, 2022, October 3rd, 2022, October 4th, 2022, and today.
Amazing.
7 times they brought this in. 6 times it's been defeated. In all likelihood, it'll again be defeated today. And they are relentless. And they are just absolutely relentless about this issue. And to make it even more confusing, Madam Speaker, they ran on this in the last election. On election day in September 20th, 2021, when these Conservatives went to the poll, had their constituents go to the polls to vote for them, their constituents voted in favor of thinking that they agreed with pricing pollution. From their election platform, Madam Speaker, quote, Conservatives will work with provinces to implement an innovative national personal low carbon savings account. This will put a price on carbon.
No way.
The leader of the plan later on goes on to compare it to the current plan that this government has by saying, quote, our plan is just as effective in emission reduction. This is what they ran on. And since the election, they brought forward 7 motions against pricing pollution.
Their platform.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I think it's very important, my honourable colleague Zachary, if he's saying the Conservatives thought they could be just as efficient as the Liberals on emissions, wouldn't that be a sign that they were putting forward a failed plan?
This is a point of debate and not a point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader, can continue.
And I've asked the question repeatedly of Conservatives as to why. It's not a trick question. I just want an answer. I want to wrap my head around what's going on. And time after time, whether it was the member from Beauce or the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes yesterday, or countless Conservatives that I've asked, I continually am met with not just kind of dancing around the issue, but complete and utter avoidance of addressing the issue. It's as though they are so incredibly ashamed of what they ran on in the last election that they won't even take the time to explain to Canadians why they've changed their mind.
They're embarrassed.
Perhaps they are embarrassed. But here's the best part about it, Mr. Speaker. Let me read to you some, Madam Speaker, let me read to you some quotes from what members of the Conservative Party said when they released this plan prior to the last election. The member from Durham, as we know, who's the one that brought forward the plan because he was the leader at the time, said, we recognize that the most effective way to reduce our emissions is using pricing mechanisms. That's what the member from Durham said. The member from Calgary Centre, who I know has asked questions challenging this in the House today, said, and I quote, "I think it's an evolution for parts of our party, but there's also many parts of our party that may have been pushing forward for environmental solutions of all types." This is a sitting member who is supportive of this. This is what he said when he ran in the last election.
Seems to be other members debating against each other, and I would just ask members to please hold off, because it's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that has the floor, and there will be opportunities for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Point of order. James Bay.
I would like to apologize. I was just concerned that he was accusing the Conservatives of believing in evolution, and I don't think that that's fair.
Again, this is another point of order. Another point of order, the honourable member for Regina Louvain. The point of order.
Sorry, just a response to the point of order. We just don't believe that the NDP have...
I already indicated that these are points of debates and not points of order. And I would ask the members, if they want to have conversations with each other, they may want to step out into the lobby to do that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think they both might be right, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the position of the Conservatives. If the answer is we had absolutely no faith in our previous leader and the decision that he took, that's fine. Say it. Just say it. If the issue is that, Conservatives were upset with that when the member from Durham put it in their platform, well, I didn't hear any of them voicing their concerns during the election. I mean, this platform was issued, I believe it was in May or June they started talking about this, well before the election. And I don't remember hearing the member from Calgary Centre say that he's against it. As a matter of fact, he said the exact opposite as I just read out. And so did so many Conservatives. They just sat there and they accepted it. They accepted it as being part of their plan. They went out and they knocked on doors and they tried to convince Canadians of why their plan, albeit different, it was, in my opinion, a flawed way of doing it, because they were basically saying, well, instead of putting a price on pollution and giving back a rebate to everybody the exact same amount, we would like to put a price on pollution, but it goes into a savings account. And then from that savings account, you will have a catalog that you can go and determine how to use your points. And like an arrow plan. You can choose what you want with your points. You can get a bicycle. You can get you can give carbon credits somewhere. You can do this, that. Listen, I don't think that it was a good plan, but at least it was a plan, and at least it was a plan that understood and respected how the market works. You put a price on something, it will change the way that people look at making their purchases. And this isn't rocket science, Madam Speaker. This is economics 101. You make something more expensive, fewer people are going to want to buy it. It's going to eventually change the way that people look at making their purchases and move in another direction. It's not the first time it's happened. Look at purchasing cigarettes, for example. Every time they get a little bit more expensive, people start to make the choice of, well, maybe it's time for me to quit. This isn't something that is brand new. And Conservatives would want you to believe that this is something that is just absolutely foreign and out there and uncomprehendable. The party that touts themselves to be the stewards of the economy, those that know how an economy works better than anybody else, can't even understand the basic fundamental principle that if you put a price on something, it will make it less attractive for people to buy. But that's where we are. So I find it very, very hypocritical and very rich that Conservatives come in here time after time, bringing forward these motions, 7 since the last election, to challenge something that supposedly they believed in, because in the last election, they did believe in it. And they put it on their platform. The member from Regina Louvain, who looks like he's ready to ask me a question, and even though my time's not up, he ran on it. He ran on it, Madam Speaker. He knocked on doors. He said, hey, I'd like to tell you about securing the environment. This is our plan to secure the environment, the Conservative plan to combat climate change. He ran on it. He knocked on doors. He was convincing people that this was the right way to go. But yet here we are. Now he's involved in 7 motions basically saying the exact same thing, which is that pricing pollution doesn't work. And all I really want, Madam Speaker, and why I've asked it countless times today and leading up today, all I really want, Madam Speaker, is for one Conservative to just get up and explain why. Just say, I had absolutely no confidence in the member from Durham when he put forward this proposal. I regret that he did, and I wish that he hadn't. That would at least attempt to explain what is going on here. But instead, I'm met with complete and utter avoidance and silence when I ask that question. I just want to understand why Conservatives have done a 180-degree turn on this issue. So, Madam Speaker, listen, I know that life is very difficult for Canadians right now, and in particular, those who are the most vulnerable. They're really struggling right now. And I don't think that we help when Conservatives get up and try to say that the pricing pollution is going to directly affect them, when they know full well that the money that's collected through that pricing mechanism is redistributed. And as a matter of fact, more people get more than they end up spending. And they should know this. They do know this, Madam Speaker, but they will not miss an opportunity to try to convince people that that is not the case. And why are they doing it? They're doing it solely for political gain. In their calculus, they have decided that if we try to convince people that this pricing pollution is going to make their lives worse, that means people will vote for us in the next election. And it's extremely unfortunate that Conservatives would use this as an opportunity when we're talking about trying to protect and save our environment. It's unfortunate that they would do this when we know that we have to act quickly now for future generations, like in particular for our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's the honour for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the member's ability to stand for 10 minutes and talk about nothing but Conservatives. I think it's a testament to himself and how little he really thinks about what Canadians are going through during this difficult time. But I do have a question for him, which is interesting when we're talking about campaign platforms, because the Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, on August 19th stated her government's climate strategy, including the federal carbon tax provisions, will stay the course. And I'm quoting, Madam Speaker, so I can use the name. She dismissed claims by Conservative MP Pierre Poilievre that the government would stretch its promise, $50 per tonne.
Cannot be naming, even if he's quoting, he needs to refer to the leader of the official opposition or our leader, that way there.
She dismissed claims by the leader of the official opposition that the government would stretch its promised $50 per tonne price cap by 2022 if re-elected this fall. So this member, I'd like him to explain into his constituents why they broke their promise on raising the carbon tax past their committed $50 a tonne.
Parliamentary Secretary.
So, first of all, it's easy to talk about Conservatives for so long when they give me so much material. Second of all, I will answer that question. Clearly, at some point along the way, it was determined that it would be most effective to raise the rate again, and that's why they did it. So see, Madam Speaker, see how easy it was? I answered the question. I answered the question to him. They made a decision after the fact that no, actually we need to increase it again. See how easy that was? Now, I would love for a member from the Conservative Party to stand up and show me exactly how easy it is to answer the question of why they've done a complete 180 on this issue of pricing pollution.
Comments? The member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, you have to be some special kind of incompetent to get lower percentage marks in the polls than Danielle Smith, but then step forward, Doug Ford. Doug Ford, who's tried to rip up the charter rights of janitors in schools and thought that was a good idea. A guy who's trying to pave over the Greenbelt for his buddies. But people forget that the first thing Doug Ford did was to rip up the carbon pricing system in Ontario. People didn't pay a carbon tax in Ontario. And Doug Ford said, I'm going to rip up the system that makes it possible for Ontarians not to pay a carbon tax. And then Ontarians are going to pay a carbon tax, and then that'll allow Doug Ford to jump up and down and holler and shout and go to the Supreme Court and say, I'm going to fight a carbon tax that was imposed because of his dumb decision. We see Conservatives time and time and time again coming into the House with policies that are driving it more and more difficult for people while the planet is in crisis. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks it is about the Conservatives in Ontario supporting someone like Doug Ford on such a dumb position.
The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, he's absolutely right. The member's absolutely right. In 2006, it was Ontario and Quebec that made the cap-and-trade deal with California. And then as soon as Doug Ford came along, he ripped it up and said, I'm out of this deal. And what do we see 5-6 years later? We see Quebec and California having progressed so much further in terms of environmental protections, in terms of electrifying their grid, in terms of encouraging electric vehicles. They seem to be light years ahead now. And Ontario got stuck behind because Doug Ford thought that, and just like these Conservatives do, in my opinion, that they can play to fears and they can play to people's emotions when they start talking about issues like this. I mean, that and the fact that we shouldn't be surprised that Conservatives who vote 54% at their last convention that climate change doesn't exist, I guess we shouldn't be surprised that they take policy decisions like this.
On a le temps pour une brève question, l'honorable.
Brief question. The member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. My colleague lies criticizing Conservatives in this House. He's a champion, all categories. For 10-20 minutes, he's criticizing the Conservatives. Now he talked about the climate change plan. Now let's talk about the Liberal plan, their results, their own results. The Liberals are the ones in power. Greenhouse gases have only continued to increase. We are the 58th country. That was said at the COP meeting. We are still investing in fossil fuels. But the other side said $8.7 US. The other side said in 2023, in 24 days, we will get down to zero. Will that really happen? What is the plan by the Liberal government to address one of the greatest crises of our time?
What am I hearing here, Madam Speaker? Is the Bloc Québécois now suddenly against pricing pollution? Because that's what it sounds like. The Bloc Québécois is falling into the exact same trap that the Conservatives do, which is that they try to say, oh, well, emissions in this particular sector have gone up, therefore equals plan failed. No, they're doing that because they know that there are too many variables that go into this to be, it's not as linear as the member would like to suggest, and there's more to it than just a simple answer that he gave.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege for me to speak on the opposition motion before us today. Madam Speaker, as I like doing normally, I will review the provisions of the text and address each section. First of all, the Conservatives are still talking of tripling the price of pollution. They mentioned that the pollution has tripled, but they forget to mention something important. All the funds collected are handed over to people and companies, and that the price will progressively increase in the course of the next 8 years till 2030. The second provision talks about the increase for groceries in 2023, and these are estimates. I think the Conservatives have forgotten to illustrate and quantify the place of the carbon price in this increase.
Madam Speaker, I have it here in front of me. It makes clear that the key drivers to food inflation that we are seeing both in 2022 and indeed what is being projected next year is actually because of the war in Ukraine, which between Ukraine and Russia represents 27% of the global grain market that has been restricted and has seen access challenges. Of course, we're seeing rising prices on oil and gas as a result of the war as well. Also supply chains. I mean, we've just gone through COVID. There is still a COVID zero policy in China, one of the major manufacturers and distributors of products around the world. And I know that there can be a really important foreign affairs discussion on the Canada-China relationship, but right now, that supply chain is still being affected. And also labor. We have 1 million unfilled jobs in Canada, and indeed Western countries around the world are dealing with similar challenges with demographics as baby boomers actually retire, and that large demographic works its way out of the system in terms of the workers. And for me, that is what is driving it. Indeed, that's what this report says at page 15. It's extremely important, but the Conservatives are laying this all on one policy choice that I don't think they've been able to illustrate represents a significant increase whatsoever in terms of the price increases that we're seeing. I also think it's important to recognize that nearly all farm inputs are exempt from the carbon price. Yes, transportation fuels and other indirect costs can and will have an impact, but with Bill C-234, which is actually back before the House right now, it has been reported back from committee stage, we might see a near exemption altogether on direct farm costs associated with any type of carbon pricing. That's because there's a recognition that, yes, we are encouraging and farmers are taking on great innovation themselves. The government has put almost $1.5 billion in the last couple budgets to be able to help make that transition, but some of those commercial technologies are not readily available. And that is the balance that we've walked thus far. Les dispositions 3.
Provisions number 3 and 4 concern challenges when it comes to financial affordability. And as I said already, on this side of the House, we are concerned by the cost of living, and we are putting forward measures. This gives me the opportunity to talk about the current economic situation of the coming days and how we should find a balance between supporting vulnerable people and maintaining our solid financial position.
Talk about where Canada's economic and relative debt position is. It's important, Madam Speaker, because if you were listening here today, and I know there might be some folks in the public gallery that have been watching this debate or watching at home, my God, they would think that things are completely broken in this country, which I think is very problematic, that message that the Leader of the Official Opposition sends, because Canada actually has one of the strongest records in the G7 on economic performances. And as I mentioned, I don't think any parliamentarian in this House would somehow suggest that there aren't challenges, that there isn't affordability difficulties. But when we look at our economic position to comparative countries, we're extremely strong. I find it ironic that the Conservative Party stands up and talks about government spending when many of the measures which this government took on during the pandemic, they were supportive of. And then, of course, now that they've been in place, now that there has been a cost to the Canadian Treasury to make sure that we were protecting Canadians, that we were protecting businesses, now they talk about how government's spending too much money. And it's that hypocrisy. I mean, the member from Kingston, the Islands, did it far better than I can, Madam Speaker, talking about how the Conservative Party actually ran on a carbon price just 13 months ago during the last election in 2021. And he's right. The Conservative Party 13 months ago said this was a good idea. And now they stand here before us pretending that they would have never thought up such an idea. And it's that mixed messaging that I think creates challenges in terms of Canadians believing whether or not the Conservative Party is authentic in their beliefs. I think at this time I also want to say, and we just passed the fall economic statement, Madam Speaker. The third reading vote happened just about an hour ago. And I think it's important to recognize that this government is walking a key balance between making sure that vulnerable Canadians have the support that they need during this difficult time, but that we're also maintaining a strong fiscal position. And we are not being irresponsible with government spending. And again, I want to go back to those comparative numbers. Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We also have the lowest actual deficit as a proportion of our debt in the G7 as well. So when we look at other comparator countries, the Conservatives would paint a picture that somehow things are very poor in this country. No, actually, we're doing very well in an international context. A couple other things. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have, just so I am aware? 3 minutes. Okay, perfect. Look, I just want to talk a little bit more around some of the hypocrisy of the Conservative Party as it relates to the things we talked about. So there is a public budget office, or I should say parliamentary budget office report that talks about some of the money that the government has spent during the pandemic as we go to actually be able to return and collect that money for some individuals who might not have been eligible. And again, the Conservatives voted on those measures in this House, and they supported them at the time. And now, of course, we've heard questions this week saying that somehow this is terrible, that the government should have had more accountability. Well, we've been very clear, Madam Speaker, had the program been tightly designed so much so that it would have taken weeks, months on end to actually get that program money out to individuals in question, they would have been in a much more dire situation. In fact, that same PBO report, Madam Speaker, says if the government hadn't done what it had done, poverty would have doubled in this country. And so I want to remind my Conservative colleagues, when they want to reference that report, if their suggestion is that we should have been even more bureaucratic, we should have put even more program requirements at the time of incredible instability, in terms of the fact that there was a lot of uncertainty about what would move forward. We wanted to be able to act quick. We knew that there would still have to be an accounting on the other side of that. That is something this government will be taking forward in the days ahead. But we did it to protect Canadians. We did it to make sure that the economic principles of the country were strong and that Canadians knew that we had their back. And that's exactly what I'm proud to stand on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, with. The last thing on carbon pricing, because that is the topic of the day, and again, member from Kingston and the Islands did a good job. One of my colleagues joked, geez, if we could just cut that 10 minutes and then play it again, maybe we would. But there's been a lot of questions about Atlantic Canada, and I want to remind my constituents, indeed those in Atlantic Canada, that notwithstanding the Conservative Party maybe making the pitch that it is going to apply this winter, the carbon price will not apply to home heating this winter in Atlantic Canada. And I want to really highlight the programs that we've put in place. There are $500 million that we have put out. The Minister of Immigration today in question period talked about these programs of $5,000 grants to help homes transition off home heating oil. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, that is about affordability. That is about saving thousands of dollars a year in energy bill costs. That matters to my constituents, it matters to people across the country, but particularly in Atlantic Canada. And of course, it also is beneficial for the environment. So I think you're referencing that I might just have a few seconds left. I, of course, look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues. It's one of my favourite parts of this, so I'll sit down and I look forward to taking them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. So we want to talk a little bit about how we rank amongst our peers around the world and how our economies performed. From 2019 to 2021, Canada had the second highest increase in gross debt to GDP ratio out of 33 countries, only behind Japan. You'd think our economy would have improved, but despite leading their peers in debt accumulation, Canada did not outperform our peer group in economic growth during the pandemic. Canada had the 11th lowest real GDP growth. So the fact that we spent almost more money than any other country, but our GDP growth did not keep pace, would my honourable colleagues say that was a record that they should be proud of?
For King's Hands.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to say again, we stand on our record on this side of the House that in a time of immense need, we were there to help support Canadians to make sure that the economic scarring, and I want to take it back and contrast this to the Conservative approach back in 2008, 2009, where the Harper government did frankly not get involved whatsoever, and the economic scarring lasted years. In fact, it was back until 2015 that there was issues on that side. The other thing I want to remind the member is he can talk that somehow the program and the way we rolled it out somehow was not beneficial for economic growth or otherwise. He voted for those measures. He was involved in helping support it because, you know what, at that time, all of us as parliamentarians were saying this was the right thing to do. So I find it a little bit ironic and a little bit facetious that now he raises this, that somehow that wasn't good spending at the time.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech.
Especially the first part, which he said in French. Greatly appreciated to hear the language of Molière here in this chamber. Madam Speaker, the inflation crisis we're going through is affecting everyone, especially low-income people. And especially low-income retired persons, because their pensions are rarely indexed. At the Bloc Québécois, we're asking the government to increase OAS for seniors over the age of 65, but the government has decided to increase OAS for those who are 75 and older. This indirectly forces seniors between the ages of 65 and 74 with low incomes to go back to work. Does my colleague believe that this is the message his government is sending to seniors aged 65 and older under 74? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I will try to respond in French first. I believe it's very important with the increase in old age security. It's important for everyone it's a good thing for everyone across the country, but my issue with the Bloc Québécois ask is that if the government increases benefits OAS for all seniors in Canada, that would represent $10 billion a year, year after year.
It is, Madam Speaker. And so I'm happy to have that conversation. It is a massive expenditure, especially when I talk about baby boomers coming across at the same time. In hindsight, the $3 billion that the government is spending every year, I would have perhaps liked to see that 65 and up and targeted on lower income. But we are promising to increase the guaranteed income supplement for those who are 65 and up, which will help address that gap. But it's fine to talk about spending for seniors, but we need an economic plan to make sure that as our baby boomers come through, that we can actually afford it long term.
Brief question, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his thoughtful speech. I do want to ask him about carbon pricing on the largest emitters. The Canadian Climate Institute, the institute that the federal government established, analyzed the federal carbon pricing benchmark, and while they agreed that carbon pricing works and strong carbon pricing is essential to any credible climate plan, they highlighted how it does not do enough to curb industrial emissions. Output-based pricing creates loopholes for the largest emitters. So again, the Liberals, while saying the right things on climate and doing something on carbon pricing, are unwilling to match their actions to the scale of the crisis we're facing and are unwilling to make the biggest polluters pay their fair share. Does my colleague agree the government needs to fix the output-based pricing system?
Answer from the member for Kings Hands.
Be very quick. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for letting me see our former Premier Darrell Dexter yesterday, so thank you for her kindness on that as I had the chance to connect with him. On output-based pricing system, look, I think there's a conversation to be had about that in terms of trying to find that equilibrium. At the same time, we got to make sure our major emitters and our major corporations that are involved in economic trade or businesses that are particularly vulnerable are not necessarily priced out, and that's a economic competitive question that I think needs to be analyzed before we go there. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to take a few moments to rebut some of the things my colleague from King's Hands had said. In my question, and it was pretty direct, from 2019 to 2021, Canada had the second highest increase in its gross debt to GDP ratio out of 33 countries covered by the IMF, behind only Japan. Our gross debt to GDP ratio increased from 87.2 to 112.1% in 2021, an increase of 24.9 percentage points. Given that Canadian governments accumulated more debt as a share of our economy than nearly every other country in our peer group, the expectation would be that Canada's economy fared better than others during this period. That is incorrect. Despite leading our peers in debt accumulation, Canada did not outperform our peer group in economic growth during the pandemic. Canada had the 11th lowest real GDP growth, 5.2% in 2020, and the 12th lowest real GDP growth, 4.6% in 2021. Canada also did not outperform its peer groups by achieving lower unemployment during the pandemic. Canada had the third highest unemployment, 9.58 out of 33 industrialized countries, and the 8th highest unemployment rate of 7.43 in 2021. Madam Speaker, I get these numbers, there's a lot of numbers that just came out at everyone, but I put these numbers on the record to debunk the myth that the Liberals keep on trying to portray, that they somehow went into the pandemic later than everyone else and came out sooner. That's simply not the fact, Madam Speaker. They spent more than every other country in the world but Japan, and our citizens are not better off. The proof is in the pudding, Madam Speaker. 1.5 million Canadians a month use the food bank to put food on the table for their families. That's a failure of leadership by these Liberals, Madam Speaker. Students at universities across our country are staying in hostels or needing to use a food bank to eat. Or, like my alma mater, my University of Regina, they are actually fundraising so that students don't go to bed hungry and asking alumni for money to help feed students. And another thing that I'm looking forward to, Madam Speaker, is splitting my time with the member from Souris, Brandon, and hearing what he has to say about a private member's bill that he brought forward last Parliament that still hasn't been implemented yet. But on the topic, Madam Speaker, of not doing what Canadians need, I'd like to talk a little bit now about the agriculture and the agriculture file. And my colleague from King's Hants left a little bit of wiggle room on Bill C-234. I know he had some positive things to say about it, and I'm very interested because at committee, all of his Liberal members voted against the bill in committee, so I'm looking to see, as a chair, he didn't have to vote, and I'm really excited to see how he votes and if he's going to stand with the agriculture producers in King's Hants or his party whip and vote in party line or vote for the people that sent him here. I'm very much looking forward to that vote, Madam Speaker, because I think over the last couple of weeks, a few members on the back benches of the Liberal Party are starting to feel a little bit of pressure when it either comes to supporting the carbon tax or if it comes to supporting amendments at the report stage of Bill C-21. And if some of the rural members from the Maritimes or Newfoundland or some of our members from Alberta and Manitoba are going to support these gun amendments that criminalize law-abiding firearms owners, or if they're going to actually support their constituents and make sure that their voice is heard in this chamber. So there's a few votes, Madam Speaker, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how some of the Liberal members in the back rows, what they're going to do. Madam Speaker, this motion is about making life easier and more affordable for Canadians. I think we hear it in our offices across the country that one of the biggest strains now on families is going to the grocery store and trying to make sure they have enough food to put on the table. And some of these increases, Madam Speaker, are staggering. And I get pictures sent into my office of what $100 buys now at a grocery store, and it doesn't go a long way for a lot of these families. And some of the reasons why are fish are up 10.4% to purchase, butter 16.9%, eggs 10.9%, margarine 37.5%, bread, rolls, buns 17.6%, dry or fresh pasta 32.4%, fresh fruit 13.2%, oranges 18.5%, and the list goes on. Lettuce 12.4%, potatoes up 10.9%, Madam Speaker. And these are a lot of staple foods for families when our household is no different than anyone else. We have 3 growing children, they're 5, 7, and 9, and they're starting to eat more and more, Madam Speaker. And a lot of families, like a lot of other families, are seeing our grocery bills continue to climb. And these are the things that we need to have solutions for as members of the House of Commons or as public servants. We got to look for how we can ease this inflationary pain. And one of the things that we can do, Madam Speaker, is get together and take some taxes off of the prices of these fruits and vegetables and everyday essentials. We also had a motion brought forward a couple of weeks ago taking the carbon tax off of home heating, which I think is quite reasonable. And some of the members across the way voted in favor of that motion, and I thank them for voting in favor of that motion, member from Avalon, and I appreciate that very much because he was listening to his constituents. And I think it's incumbent on us to remember who brought us here. I know a former Premier Wall always said, these aren't our seats, these are the seats of the constituents. We're just caretakers for a while because someone else will come and take them. And I think a few members are remembering that, and we appreciate that support very much. When it comes down to erasing the carbon tax on the price of groceries, Madam Speaker, I think it's pretty much unanimous in this House of Commons that price of groceries are too high. We're just trying to figure out how to deal with that situation. But also, the price of groceries are high, Madam Speaker, because that carbon tax hits our producers. It hits the farmers. It hits the trucking industry. It is at each link of the supply chain, Madam Speaker, the carbon tax continues to increase the price of goods. And that's something that we're trying to get through to our members across the aisle and get through to our Liberal, NDP, and Bloc colleagues is it's not just a one-time hit. It continuously makes things more expensive. And we saw this from a recent report that a 5,000-acre farm, Madam Speaker, by 2030 will pay $150,000 in carbon taxes a year. I grew up on a family farm, and a small family farm in southwest Saskatchewan. We had dairy, beef, and we raised our own hay, and we had maybe 2,000 acres that we combined. They're not big farms, Madam Speaker. I don't know anyone that farms 5,000 acres that can take a $150,000 hit year after year after year. The only outcome, Madam Speaker, and if common sense prevails, the only outcome for these family farms is bankruptcy. And the Minister of Agriculture was at the Ag Committee, which I'm proud to be a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and she's there for ministerial estimates. And I asked her, and I said, Madam Minister, can you give me a definition of what a family farm is? And she couldn't. And I said, do you realize, because a lot of some Liberal members haven't been on a farm, don't know agriculture. They see it as a big corporate agriculture and big business. But 95% of the farms in Canada are still family farms. And Madam Minister couldn't taking the family out of the family farm. Said, no, families are still okay. It's the farm that's getting taxed. Madam Speaker, that's not a thing. The family farm is a one unit. It's a package deal. You can't separate those two because a lot of times some are incorporated, some aren't, and that's one thing that we learned through CERB is sometimes the family farm that isn't incorporated, they missed out on some programming, Madam Speaker. And I'll leave you with this when it comes to the rising cost of inflation. And Tiff Macklin said himself, the Governor of Canada, that the increase in spending by this government has had an effect on inflation. And one more thing that's really going to hit us hard, Madam Speaker, in the next coming months is now the interest rate is 4.25%. People are going to start losing their homes. I know friends of mine where their mortgages now have gone up $750 to $800 per month. That's over a $10,000 increase in what they're going to have to pay for the mortgages over a year. And families are squeezed hard enough, farm families and everyone in between, they can't absorb that $10,000 hit. They can't absorb that $1,000 hit on their grocery bill. And it's something that we're going to have to, as the House of Commons, come to the realization that you can't get blood from a stone, Madam Speaker. We got to give tax breaks to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. And yes, every day that I sit in this seat, I think of the people who put me here, and I think most people in this House do the same thing. But what I'd like to understand with the motion today is how do you apply that to areas that the provinces themselves have brought in their own climate action plan and their own pricing on pollution? So how does this serve those provinces when it's not all across Canada that the Government of Canada put in the pricing on that particular entity?
Member for Regina Louvain.
If I had more time in my speech, I would have gone down that path, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. the carbon tax does hit at different points in the supply chain. So taking the carbon tax off of food would also help lower the price of transportation, would also help lower the price of our agriculture inputs, thus lowering the price of food across the country as well, Madam Speaker. It's just not at the point of the grocery store where the carbon tax gets added on to the price of groceries, but throughout that whole supply chain. So that's why this motion would help almost immediately lower the price of groceries across the country, the ones that have the federal backstop and the ones that have their own.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I would like to ask him, how can we become more resilient in light of inflation? We should be reducing our dependence on fuel. We have to help the private sector find more workers, and we also need to launch many construction projects to help the economy. What does my friend think of this?
Well, thank you very much for your question. And yes, we do have to launch many infrastructure projects. I think that's one of the big Liberal failures is the infrastructure bank's hardly done any projects at all. But we also have to make our economies more resilient through innovation through the private sector. And we've been doing that. And agriculture is the perfect example, Madam Speaker. Agriculture, all the innovations done through technology and through better seeding practices, they've all been done through the private sector, whether it be precision ag, zero tillage, crop rotation, crop cover. It was all done by private and entrepreneurial agriculture producers. There wasn't one government program that said, thou shalt do zero tillage. They were done through private innovation and through technology and through sharing of best practices. That's how we get ahead and create a more resilient economy, not by continuous government intervention.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Port Moody Coquitlam. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to start with recognizing, as the member said, that families and people are suffering right now on the rising prices of food and inflation. It's true, it's happening, and unfortunately, as families and regular Canadians are suffering, large corporations are taking home outsized, massive profits that are not being fairly taxed. So my question to the member is does the member agree with the NDP that large corporations should pay their fair share and that those outsized profits that grocery chains and oil and gas sector have gained over this time be redistributed to people to help pay their bills?
A member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the NDP continuously try to do this class warfare where they pick companies against employees, and they pit Westerners against Easterners and urban and rural, and continuously try to divide Canadians. They learned that from their Liberal counterparts, where everyone should be working together in Canada to make our economy work better. I've never seen a company without employees, and I've never seen employees without a company. So they should work hand in hand, and we should stop trying to pit them against each other, because that's a recipe for failure. That's what the NDP did in Saskatchewan, and that's why they're relegated to having 10 seats in our province, because they didn't understand the economy and that we need to work together to grow our economy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that was the most interesting exchange that my colleague just was part of, and maybe we can get into that later in questions as well. Our Conservative motion that we are debating today is an opportunity for all members of Parliament, even those in the Liberal backbenches, to stand up for their constituents. I know it'll take courage, but I urge each and every one of them to do the right thing. If we can pass this motion, it'll send a clear message, a strong signal to the Prime Minister that his government needs to get serious about the dramatic rise in the price of food. It'll also send a signal to our entire agriculture and agri-food sector that the House of Commons will not sit idly by. We must do everything in our power to stop the Liberal government from making it more expensive for them to produce the food that Canadian consumers rely on. There is a cost of living crisis for millions of Canadians. Our Conservative team gets up every single day in this House to fight for them, and sadly, all they hear are empty Liberal talking points with no solutions. Just yesterday, the Bank of Canada raised the interest rate another 0.5 percentage point. First-time homebuyers are now paying $500 more a month, Madam Speaker, in monthly payments for the same mortgage that they had a year ago. And it now takes 67% of their income to service a traditional mortgage. With these relentless rate hikes, more and more already struggling Canadians will have to choose between paying their mortgage and putting food on the table. Canadians are out of money, and this Liberal government is out of touch. Just look at the number of credit card applications this year over last year. A report the other day, Madam Speaker, had it at 31% increase. Like all MPs in the House, I am getting emails and calls from mums and dads who are struggling to pay their bills and put food on the tables. I'm hearing from seniors who worked decades for their retirement, to save for their retirement, only to see inflation eradicate their income and their financial security. Every time families and seniors go to the grocery store, they get sticker shock. It's expected the average family will pay an additional $1,065 for groceries next year. No wonder that 1 in 5 Canadians are already skipping meals, and a record 1.5 million Canadians are visiting food banks every single month. Our Conservative Opposition Day motion will not only help reduce the cost of food for families and seniors, it'll pour water on the fire of government-induced inflation. Now, Madam Speaker, I farmed all my life. It's what I know best. I also represent countless farm families and hear from them every day. They find it reprehensible that this Liberal government is determined to make it more difficult for them to produce the food we eat. It is simply unconscionable. Their own government is implementing policies that are making it more expensive for them to farm and stay competitive. Farmers will never forgive the Liberals for calling them tax cheats. And they will never forget how the Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture voted against my private member's bill, C-208, that my colleague just referred to earlier, that made it easier to transfer their farm to the next generation. The only one little correction there, Madam Speaker, is that it is working, and it is out there today, and farmers are taking advantage of it, but they are only 3% of the small businesses in Canada. There are 97% of the small businesses in Canada that aren't farmers, and they are also getting the opportunity to level the playing field, because nobody is getting an advantage here. It's just a leveling of the playing field under C-208. So, Madam Speaker, back to the farming industry. They are livid. Farmers are livid that the Liberals recently voted against a Conservative bill to completely exempt them from the carbon tax. And we live in Canada where it gets cold and wet. Farmers need to dry their grain and heat their livestock barns. Farmers are getting punished through no fault of their own. As the 2023 recent Canada Food Price Report stated, a typical 5,000-acre farm, that's been alluded to today many times, of which there are many across the prairies, will now have to pay $150,000 in carbon taxes per year once the Liberals triple their carbon tax. Now, Madam Speaker, when I was a farm leader, I recognized that there's 100 million acres of farmland, arable farmland on the prairies. At that rate, it requires, if that was an average rate, it would require $3 billion taken out of the farm pockets and added to the cost of food in Canada, Madam Speaker. I want to remind the Minister of Agriculture every time the cost of growing food and processing food and transporting food goes up, we see those costs borne out of our grocery store receipts. Our Conservative motion aims to resolve the long-standing issue of the Liberal carbon tax being one of the cost drivers that is making Canada less competitive and making food more expensive. On the first issue, farmers have seen their input costs soar, which includes energy and fertilizer. With the Liberal carbon tax being applied to many aspects of our agriculture and transportation sectors, it is making farmers less competitive on the world stage. Lots of farmers in my region have experienced a wet spring and had to rely on aerial application services. Those companies pay the Liberal carbon tax, which is passed down to the farmer. Many farmers get custom haulers to take their grain, oilseeds, and pulses, to the elevator. I grew many of those, Madam Speaker. I should get the word right. And pulses to the elevator or their final destination. Those companies pay the Liberal carbon tax, and it is passed down onto the farmer. Most farmers use fertilizer to increase their yields. Those companies that produce and transport the fertilizer pay the Liberal carbon tax, which is passed on to the farmer. I can go on and on, but it's clear the Liberal government doesn't know how farmers operate. Almost every product that a farmer needs to purchase to plant a crop, maintain a crop, then harvest a crop, get transported in from somewhere, and the Liberal carbon tax is applied to all of it. For the beef and pork producers in my riding, they too feel the brunt of the Liberal carbon tax. The trucking companies that haul the supplies they need to run their farms and ship their livestock pay the Liberal carbon tax, and it's passed on to the farmer. If you're starting to see a trend, it's that a significant portion of our agriculture sector is paying the carbon tax. As our leader said, our Conservative team wants to repatriate food production by standing with our farmers here at home. The Liberal government's high energy taxes and proposed fertilizer emissions cuts will only drive food production abroad to higher polluting foreign jurisdictions, which would have them then burn fuel to ship, train, and truck that food back to us. Our Conservative team wants to repeal these taxes and fertilizer mandates to get out of the way and get off the backs of our farmers. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to move ahead here. It's no wonder why the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that families are seeing a net loss thanks to the Liberal approach. Farmers and families and seniors are getting crushed, and it's time for action. They're tired of the Liberal gaslighting about how much better off they are under the carbon tax rebate scheme.
It being 5:27, and this being the final supply day in the period ending December 10th, 2022, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply.
Is as follows. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Barlow, move that given that I, Canada's food price report, dispense? Canada's Food Price Report 2023 states that a typical farm will pay $150,000 in carbon tax per year. When the carbon tax is tripled, families will pay an additional $1,065 for groceries in 2023 for a total of $16,288 due to increased costs being passed on to consumers. Numero
3. Food bank visits were at an all-time high, reaching 1.5 million in March 2022, a 15% increase from the previous year, according to Food Banks Canada. And 4, 20% of Canadians are skipping meals, and grocery price inflation is at 11%.
Call on the government to cancel the carbon tax that is applied to all food inputs and production, including A, all farm fuels, B, grain drying, C, fertilizer, D, transportation, and E, other appropriate aspects of the food supply system.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For Foothills.
We would like the recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bertol, seconded by Mr. Barlow, move that given that I, Canada's Food Price Report 2023 states at a typical farm, may I dispense? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fisher.
Might want to start. Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Gazan. Back to Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, I'll ask them to raise their hand and the chair will recognize them. Personne? Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 108, 108. Nays contre 203, 203.
I declare the motion defeated. Great. The next question is on the supplementary estimates B. La question est la.
The question is as follows. Ms. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Cara, moves that the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2023 be concurred in.
The President of the House wishes the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I request a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Zerowicz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Back to Mr. Perkins.
Back to Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And seeing there's no hands up, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 204, 204. Nays contre, 106, 106.
I declare the motion carried. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Cara, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to His Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023 be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Okay. Madame Fortier, appuyée par
Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Cara.
36, le projet de loi C36, loi
That Bill C-36, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to now rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Revote.
Save the day.
The Honourable Whip for the for the government.
Monsieur le Président, je crois.
Mr. Speaker, I think you will find that there is more than unanimous consent for the result of the previous vote to be applied to this one, the Liberals voting yes.
The Honourable Deputy Whip for the official opposition.
There is agreement on this. We agree to apply the vote with Conservative members voting against.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Bloc are also more than unanimous to apply the results of the previous vote, with the Bloc members voting in favour of the motion.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the NDP agrees to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member of the Green Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens also agreed to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
Okay, there are a couple of hands up online. Quelques mains levées.
A few hands raised on the screen. Independents.
Member Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree for the result to apply, and I would vote in favour.
The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour, 203, 203. Nays contre, 106, 106.
The motion is carried. Clerk, call. Second reading of the
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. Je quitte maintenant.
I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
À l'ordre. La Chambre.
Order. The House is in Committee of the Whole to consider Bill C-36, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Chair, could the President of the Treasury Board please confirm that the supply bill is in its usual form? Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, could the President of the Treasury Board confirm that the bill for supply is in its usual form?
L'honorable Président.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good news. This bill is identical to the one used in the previous time for supplementary estimates. Thank you.
Therefore, shall Clause 2 carry? Carried on division? Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carry on division. L'article 5 est...
Shall Clause 5 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1 carry? Carried on division.
Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 1 short title carry? No. Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division.
Shall the title carry?
Adopté.
Carried on division. Shall the bill carry? Carried on division. Shall I rise and report the bill?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Right through there.
Mr. Speaker.
Gotta wait.
I'll try that again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-36 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Madame Fortier, appuyée.
Mrs. Fortier.
C-36, an act for granting His Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to motion be carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I request a recorded division.
The Honourable Whip. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I think you will find that there is unanimous consent for the results of the previous vote to apply to this vote. The Liberal members voting yes.
Deputy Whip for the official opposition.
We agree to apply the vote with Conservative members voting against.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members of the Bloc Québécois agree with applying the vote, and we will vote in favour of the motion.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Greens agree to apply the vote and be voting for.
I see two hands.
Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favour.
And the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree for the vote to apply, and I will vote in favour.
Okay, that's everybody. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 203, 203, nays contre 106, 106.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? It's not often I get to do this. Right now. Madame Fortier, seconded by Ms. Cara, moves that Bill C-36, que le projet de loi C-36.
That Bill C-36, an act for granting to His Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party, President of the House, wishes the motion be carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote with good news to follow, I'm sure.
The Honourable Whip for the Government.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, with great enthusiasm, I invite you to consult the House and see if there's unanimous consent for the results of the previous vote to apply to this vote, the Liberals voting in favour. We'll see if there's great enthusiasm. The Honourable Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting against.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great enthusiasm that we accept to apply the vote and the Bloc members vote in favour.
Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP certainly agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens too agree to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
And we have some online, so the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, with great enthusiasm from Toronto, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote, and I will vote in favour.
C'est tout le monde.
That's everyone.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
I see that. Obviously, yeah.
Je pense que c'était débordant, là.
I think that's the great enthusiasm.
Yeas pour 204, 204, nays contre 106, 106.
I declare the motion is carried.
That's it, right?
Well.
It being 6:37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. We'll go slowly so that we can get ready.
We'll take a little.
Make sure people that move into the lobbies keep their conversations out there so we can get into P&B. I just want to.
I'll wait for him to be ready.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chen, seconded by Mr. Chang, moves that in the opinion of the House, A, the government should, one, condemn anti-Asian hate in all forms of racism and racial discrimination, and two, ensure that all anti-racism policies and programs address the historical and present-day racism, discrimination, stereotyping, and injustices faced by people of Asian descent. 3,
3. Highlight the lived realities of racism and barriers to inclusion experienced by people of Asian descent in national consultations on issues of anti-Asian racism. And B, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should conduct a review of anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidents across the country. Debate.
Member for Scarborough North. Mr. Speaker, today I am privileged to rise in this House to introduce motion number 63 on anti-Asian racism, stemming from the alarming surge in hate and discrimination against people of Asian descent. On May 8, 2020, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, "The pandemic continues to unleash a tsunami of hate and xenophobia, scapegoating and scaremongering, and that we must act now to strengthen the immunity of our societies against the virus of hate." Over the past 2.5 years, increasing violence against Asians have been reported around the world. Targeted, taunted, and threatened, Asian peoples have experienced being punched in the face, beaten into a coma, and in the worst cases, murdered. The spa shootings in Atlanta, Georgia on March 16, 2021 took 8 innocent lives, including 6 Asian American women. 2 weeks later, on March 29, 2021, an anti-Asian attack at a cafe in Richmond, British Columbia included racial slurs and coffee hurled at a shop manager. These instances of hate are underpinned by the arduous conditions that Asians have suffered, including experiences of exploitative labor conditions and overrepresentation in precarious, low-paying jobs. Canada is not immune to the global virus that is anti-Asian racism. 1 year into the COVID-19 pandemic, a federal government-funded report published by the Chinese-Canadian National Council, Toronto chapter, details a disturbing increase in anti-Asian hate across the country. Among the 643 documented racist attacks from March 10 to December 31st, 2020, are seniors being coughed or spat on, and physical assaults against children who are most likely to experience significant mental and emotional trauma. The report notes that those perceived to be the most vulnerable, namely adolescents and older adults, were subjected to greater instances of physical abuse, while women reported the majority of incidents overall. As for where these racist attacks took place, 49% were in public spaces, such as parks and sidewalks, while 17% occurred in businesses, especially in the food sector, like restaurants and grocery stores. In 2021, the situation only worsened. A follow-up report shows that between January 1st and December 31st, 2021, 943 instances of anti-Asian racism were logged, representing an increase of 47% over the previous year. While women continue to report the majority of cases, attacks against children increased by a staggering 286%, and cases reported by the South Asian community shot up by 318%. Together, these two national reports paint an increasingly dire picture of the harsh realities of racism faced by Canadians of Asian descent today. Mr. Speaker, allow me this opportunity to acknowledge the organizations that supported this research: Anak Bayan Canada, Chinese-Canadian National Council for Social Justice, Chinese-Canadian National Council Toronto Chapter, Chinese and Southeast Asian Legal Clinic, Council of Agencies Serving South Asians, Eliminate Hate, Project 1907, and Viet Collective for Community Justice. That being said, the lived experiences of differential treatment are not new for Asian Canadians. The stories unfolding today rest on a backdrop, a longer history of structural and institutional racism in Canada. Whether it was the Electoral Franchise Act of 1885 that barred Chinese Canadians from voting in federal elections, or the internment of 21,000 Japanese Canadians during the Second World War, Asian Canadians have endured harmful stereotypes and discriminatory laws throughout the centuries. Chinese Canadian veterans who served in World War II returned home to Canada only to then have to fight for their right to vote. Their efforts paid off in 1948 when Canadians of Chinese and South Asian descent were finally granted the right to vote in Canadian federal elections, followed by the Japanese Canadians in 1949. Blatant or less overt, deliberate or subconscious, the treatment of Canadians of Asian descent have been that of the perpetual foreigner, despite their generational roots and immense contributions to building this country. Starting in 1881, over 17,000 Chinese men were brought to Canada to help construct the Transcontinental Railroad. Immediately upon completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway, the Chinese Immigration Act of 1885 was passed into law, imposing a head tax of $50 on all Chinese immigrants entering Canada. The new law represented the first piece of legislation in Canada to exclude immigration on the basis of race and ethnicity in order to preserve the dominant white settler colonial state. The Chinese head tax would increase, reaching its peak in 1903 of $500, equivalent to 2 years of income for an immigrant worker at the time. In the 38 years that the tax was imposed, 82,000 Chinese immigrants paid nearly $23 million, an amount estimated to be worth $354 million in 2021. It appears that from the government's point of view, the discriminatory head tax was not enough to halt Chinese immigration. As a result, an updated Chinese Immigration Act of 1923 came into effect on July 1st, 1923. Now called Canada Day, July 1st was referred to by the Chinese community as Humiliation Day in the decades that ensued. The Chinese Exclusion Act, as it is now commonly referred to, banned virtually all Chinese immigrants from entering the country, until it was repealed 24 years later in 1947. People of Chinese descent were the sole demographic singled out for full exclusion. This was just one of over 100 different policies that systematically denied equal rights to Chinese people, viewing them as inferior and reducing them to second-class citizens. They were barred from being able to vote, to hold public office, or to own property. Additional laws were passed in provinces where Chinese immigrants lived that limited their employment and housing options, as well as imposed many other restrictions, including subjugation to random police checks for immigration documents. Perhaps most difficult of all, a generation of predominantly Chinese men were unable to reunite with their families, resulting in a gender imbalance of 28 Chinese men to every Chinese woman in Canada. While Europeans were enticed to immigrate to Canada with promises of free land, the Chinese head tax and Chinese Exclusion Act inhibited the reunification of Chinese families. Collectively, these policies severely impacted the social and economic development of the Chinese community in Canada for decades to come, leaving a lasting impact and enduring generational trauma. The repeal of these xenophobic laws, the gaining of the right to vote, and the passing of the Canadian Citizenship Act of 1947 were the first steps in righting the historical wrongs that Canadians of Asian descent endured. Restrictions based on race and national origin were not fully eliminated in Canada's immigration system until 1967. The liberation of immigration policies marked a turning point for advocates of a more equitable vision for our country. Mr. Speaker, next year marks the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Exclusion Act, a stain in our country's history that reminds us to reflect on the lived realities of anti-Asian hate that remains and thrives today. The motion I am introducing is a concerted call for action to condemn the rising prevalence of anti-Asian racism that's been commonplace throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the global health crisis began, Canadians of Asian descent have now more than ever been subjected to xenophobic harassment, racist stereotypes, and hateful slogans, parroted even by public figures. In response, protests have taken place across the country, including the rally I attended at Nathan Phillips Square at Toronto City Hall last year, held in support of the movement against these odious forms of hate. The diversity of attendees demonstrated the strong message that Asian Canadians do not stand alone against the rising tide of anti-Asian racism, and that there is solidarity to enact lasting change through equity programs, initiatives, and hate crime prevention. Canadians are recognizing our joint responsibility to speak up and do something about the anti-Asian racism that is taking hold in Canada and around the world. That is why it is important to stand together with all Canadians against all forms of discrimination, hate, and xenophobia. Racist acts and terminology that flame distrust and division have no place in an inclusive society. For many in the Asian community, displays of solidarity like these recent gatherings are liberating moments to express the newest fears that they carry. There is comfort in allies joining the call for action to confront racism. Through motion number 63, I am asking this Parliament to call on the government to condemn anti-Asian racism and all forms of racism and racial discrimination, to ensure anti-racism policies and programs address the historical and present-day racism, discrimination, stereotyping, and injustices faced by people of Asian descent, and to highlight the lived realities of racism and barriers to inclusion experienced by people of Asian descent in national consultations on issues of anti-Asian racism. Furthermore, the motion calls on the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security to conduct a review of anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidents across the country. In all its ugly forms, anti-Asian racism is undoubtedly a part of Canada's history, but Canadians have a choice today as to whether hate will play a part in our collective future. I ask this Parliament to join me in supporting this bold but necessary motion at this critical moment for Canadians of Asian descent across the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate what my colleague has brought forward for the House of Commons, because at the end of the day, there is a history that Canada has that needs to be talked about. And this is an example in terms of why it's so important that we look in terms of Canada's diversity and how it has enriched our country, while at the same time recognizing that we have made some horrific mistakes. And for me, Mr. Speaker, it is about education. It is about tolerance. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in regards to the importance and the significance of what the member is proposing in terms of just heightening the public awareness through education. Because, as I say, it's important that we not forget even the bad things that have occurred in our country's history.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Thank you to my colleague for that important question and for pointing out the importance of education in dismantling these systems of oppression, in addressing anti-Asian hate, and in promoting a multicultural, diverse society that is inclusive. It is so important that we acknowledge the historical context of this country. Yes, the strives and the positive decisions that have been made throughout the decades, but to also realize the racism that we confront today. And it's through education, through engaging people in this project of building inclusion that we can build a better country for decades to come.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Scarborough North for bringing this motion forward. Now, of course, he's absolutely correct to say that anti-Asian racism is on the rise. It began with COVID, but it hasn't abated since COVID. In my own personal experience, 4 generations of my family have experienced racism, overt as well as covert racism. And things have gotten so bad that it is extremely hurtful. Now, with respect to this motion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the issue is this. Why didn't the member include a report back mechanism so that the House would actually know what work is being done and how the government is, in fact, taking real action to tackle anti-Asian racism.
Member for Scarborough North.
I would like to thank the member for that very important question and also for sharing her experiences of racism. Like her, as a proud Canadian of Asian descent, I too have experienced hate and racism in my life. And as the member has rightfully pointed out, it is important that these decisions be made and reported back to this House. That is why in this motion, I am asking for the Committee on Public Safety and National Security to conduct a review of anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidents across this country. It is my hope that through that conversation and that study that we can bring out the hidden narratives of lived experiences of racism, that we can ask and seek for accountability and ultimately achieve justice for those who have been attacked and harassed and subjected to this unfathomable, unacceptable form of racism that has emerged today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague on the other side for putting this private member motion together. I think he shed the light on the importance of awareness and of analyzing and consulting basically on the move forward, because we are such a multicultural society and we've got all kind of ethnicities and languages in this country. So to him, through you, Mr. Speaker, what is, in his opinion, the secret recipe that is really going to really make all of us overcome some of the situations that might happen here and there? Thanks.
For Scarborough North, we've got 30 seconds, so it's not a lot of time.
It's important for all of us as Canadians to stand up and acknowledge the history of racism in this country, but to also look at how racism is affecting the lives of Canadians today. I would say that we begin by acknowledging the truth, by acknowledging the lived realities faced by Asian Canadians in this era. And that is why, in acknowledging that truth, we must take steps. We must take steps together as a collective society to move forward, to address hate, to combat all forms of racism, and to pave a path forward where we can build inclusion in this beautiful country we call home.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague across the way for his wonderful speech here tonight. But tonight I rise in this House in support of his motion, whose necessity became obvious over the past 3 years. The COVID pandemic divided Canadians in many ways, but one of the most despicable divisions that arose was the increase in anti-Asian racism. It shocked most everyone I knew, but it clearly built. A gut reaction to blame one of Canada's greatest contributing communities for a worldwide pandemic. Such is the work of small minds. But racism it is. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. To our shock, we watched this stupidity manifest itself. In case there was any doubt, we saw it on videos. In March 2020, we watched an Asian man in his 90s being pushed to the floor as he was pushed out the door of a store, a man with dementia, and everybody I knew saw their own grandfather in that assault. In May 2020, we saw a video of an 84-year-old Asian woman being intentionally tripped while she was walking in her walker, and the person went out of their way and snuck up behind her to trip her. It was devastating to watch. I spoke up. My community came to me and asked me, Greg, this is happening. Will you please speak up for us? And definitely, I joined with one of the local Asian leaders, and we spoke about Calgarians, because things were happening in Calgary as well. And make sure that we are not confusing anything that's happening on the world stage with Canada's own ethnic communities. This was something that was a despicable response, but it got worse. It got worse in July 2020. A Calgary man on a bike path drove by a woman who was on a skateboard and spit on her and issued a racial slur. It's on video. And it was one of the most despicable things we've seen on video in Calgary. We recognize the spot where it was in Calgary, so it's nothing we can say is just somebody else. It is in our communities, and it manifests itself very badly. Police reported that anti-Asian hate crimes had increased by 11% between 2019 and 2020, 11% across the country. However, in the Lower Mainland in Vancouver, anti-Asian hate crimes increased by an outrageous 878%. And in case we need to look deep into the mirror, Canada's rate of anti-Asian hate is per capita double that reported in the United States. We wear this. There is no community more solidly ensconced in the Canadian mosaic than the East Asian community. My generation is one that grew up with the East Asian community. We shared hockey teams and baseball teams, music lessons. We ate at each other's homes. We celebrated each other's festivals. Waves of immigrants that have arrived in Canada after the first East Asian community came here are equally part of our mosaic. So it's with dismay that we watch the racial antagonism emerge. And let me say that Canada is still a warm country for immigrants, particularly those that are fleeing parts of East Asia where they feel they have less freedom and opportunity than we offer here in Canada. We are a great country, and we are blessed to have these wonderful new Canadians. Let's reflect on the 17,000 Chinese laborers who came to Canada to build the western section of the Transcontinental Railway. Due to unsafe working conditions, more than 4,000 of those men tragically lost their lives. That's almost a quarter. Not only were the Chinese railroad workers forced to complete the most dangerous tasks, but often their families were never notified of their deaths, nor did these families receive compensation for the death of their family member. These stalwart railroad workers were compensated less than half that of other railroad workers. Chinese workers were paid $1 a day and had to pay for all of their food and gear. To add insult to this injustice, the Chinese community was degraded in newspapers as they were blamed for taking jobs away from Canadians of European descent. It is ironic in this country that Canada's first grand public enterprise in uniting a nation from the Atlantic to the Pacific was so divisive in the manner it treated those who came from Atlantic shores in preference to those who came from Pacific shores. Prime Minister Stephen Harper's national apology for this injustice, issued in 2016, he stated, for over 6 decades, these malicious measures aimed solely at the Chinese were implemented with deliberation by the Canadian state. This was a grave injustice, and one we are morally obligated to acknowledge. An apology can never replace the pain and sorrow of the rail workers and their families. However, I am hopeful this apology lands and addresses some of our history. In this summer, June of 2022, I also went to speak about the railway workers at a monument in Calgary called the Wall of Names, honored by the Calgary Kaiping Association. It's at a place called Shenlock Park, and the monument had been vandalized. So this is not over. This didn't end with COVID. It's extremely disappointing and reminds us all that we have to make sure that we continue. But this monument was one where they erased the names of all the Chinese immigrants who'd come to Canada in those years, and recognized that happened before 1923 because the Act more or less excluded East Asian immigrants after that period. It is a shame. It's something that needs to be righted, and it continues to exhibit itself on the streets of my city, a very open, dynamic, multicultural city, that somehow there is still voices that say these people are different. Well, they're not. These people are part of our mosaic. These people belong with us, and these people are Canadians. This motion is one we back 100%, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to be able to speak to it in this House of Commons, and thank you very much.
Continuing debate, le débat continue. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm honored to rise to speak to this motion M63, to denounce and to address the reality of anti-Asian racism. I know this motion is something many of my colleagues care about, and rightly so, and I congratulate the member for Scarborough North for having presented this motion. I know it was tabled in a similar version last year at the Heritage Committee by the MP for North York, and our member for Vancouver East also cares about this issue, and I believe she also wanted to present a motion on this. So from the outset, I think it's clear, Mr. Speaker, I repeat this, you can't be against something so obvious. It's quite clear that we will support this motion. We don't only want to prevent it, we want to stop it, and the Bloc Québécois supports motion 63. As often as necessary, we are going to vigorously denounce any type of hate speech. Let's also remember that Asian Canadians since the 19th century have been victims of segregation since World War II. It took a long time for us to realize the error of our ways. There were discriminatory policies and exclusionary policies. Yet today, people of Asian descent are still victims of discrimination and of crime. And in recent years, we've seen that harassment has gone up, also because of the COVID-19 pandemic. When policies are anti-racist policies are brought about, everyone supports these policies. It's it's the right thing to do. But we have to be careful not to walk into a trap. We don't want to exclude any types of measure against racism, and we have to make sure that we don't exclude any group which might be a victim of discrimination. Let me ask the question candidly. We will enthusiastically support and pass this motion. But should Canada not have a general, strong, a robust policy which condemns any type of racism and raises awareness about the issue regardless of which group is targeted? I'm willing to do the work. Today, it might be anti-Asian racism, but perhaps another motion will be tabled with regard to another type of racism against another group. That's all very well and good, but at a certain point, we will have to learn from history and implement an overall policy which covers all forms of discrimination. So, in the opinion of the House, that the government should condemn anti-Asian hate and all forms of racism and racial discrimination, ensure all anti-racism policies and programs address the historical and present-day racism, discrimination, stereotyping, and injustices faced by people of Asian descent, highlight the lived realities of racism and barriers to inclusion experienced by people of Asian descent in national consultations on issues of anti-Asian racism, and the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should conduct a review of anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidents across the country. A little earlier, Mr. Speaker, I referred to the past. Canada's past and its racist and discriminatory policies towards persons of Asian descent, including Canadian citizens. In the 19th century and during the first half of the 20th century, in British Columbia, but elsewhere in Canada, there was an opposition to Japanese and Asian immigration. Thousands of persons came from Asia to Canada to help build the railroad, a historic event. And how did we thank these people after they helped to build the railway, CP, across the country? Well, we erected barriers to Chinese immigration to Canada. We took away their right to vote. We took away certain privileges, and we prevented them from accessing certain basic rights like housing. Landlords were allowed to prohibit the rental of their units to persons of Asian descent. In 1872, an election act in British Columbia prohibited Japanese persons of Japanese descent and First Nations from voting. Well, you would think the rest of the country would be up in arms over that, but no, because a federal law said certain groups prohibited from voting at the provincial level would also be prohibited from voting at the federal level. When we implement policies, we have to make sure that these policies last and that we turn to the future and make sure they are vigorous and can withstand the test of time, so that in future, if there are trends to discriminate again, should these trends come back, we should have strong measures in place to prevent that. World War II also had its fair share of dark moments. Japanese Canadians were placed into internment camps, and all their goods were taken away, despite many of them being born here, and there are many examples of this happening. And, Mr. Speaker, when I say that it's important to remember the history and to learn from history, well, we've just gone through COVID-19, but earlier in 2003, there was SARS, and persons of Asian descent were the targets of racist commentary and hate crimes. In fact, in 2019-2020, during the first wave of COVID, the police in Vancouver, and my colleague from Vancouver East can confirm this, there was an increase of 700% of hate crimes towards the Asian community because of false information which had been disseminated on how this virus originated. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we fight against racism and hate. We're working hard to undo the stereotypes which did exist in Canada's former policies. We believe in the equality of all citizens, regardless of their backgrounds. We believe in the feeling of belonging for all Quebecers and all Canadians, regardless of their backgrounds. So we will enthusiastically and warmly support Motion M63. It is an important step. It is an important recognition of a phenomenon which we need to denounce and fight. And I hope this will only be the first step to a larger movement. Congratulations again to my colleague for Scarborough North for his initiative. Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're debating M63, a motion that focuses on anti-Asian racism and discrimination. I would like to first acknowledge and thank some of the organizations doing incredible work to support the Asian communities in fighting against anti-Asian racism. Groups like Yarrow Society, WA Foundation, the Metro Toronto Chinese and Southeast Asian Legal Clinic, Stand With Asians, Chinese Canadian National Council for Social Justice, Eliminate Hate, and Project 1907, and so many others. Their work is so important, and they have been leading the way. As part of the process to prepare for this debate, my office contacted a number of the organizations for input regarding this motion. They were clear in saying that instead of symbolic gestures, they want the government to take meaningful action to address the rise in anti-Asian racism. The fight against racism and discrimination is re-emerging as one of the defining struggles of our generation. We are witnessing a surge in racism, white supremacy, and fascism. There is no question that COVID-19 is fueling anti-Asian racism and xenophobia worldwide. In May 2020, the UN Secretary General said, and I quote, "The pandemic continues to unleash a tsunami of hate and xenophobia, scapegoating and scaremongering." He called on the governments to, quote, "act now to strengthen the immunity of our societies against the virus of hate." Vancouver saw a 717% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes and was dubbed, quote, "the anti-Asian hate crime capital of North America." In fact, data from Statistics Canada confirms the rise in racist hate crimes is a national trend. Between 2018 and 2021, police reported hate crimes based on race and ethnicity more than double to over 1,700. An Angus Reid survey from June of last year reported that more than half of Asian Canadians experienced a situation related to anti-Asian discrimination in the last year, and more than 1 in 4 reported this occur all the time or frequently. These numbers are startling, even though we know that the true number of all incidences is much higher than those reported. Advocacy groups warn that many of those experiencing hate crimes never report to the police. Many who have tried to access police services experienced disappointment, felt invalidated, or felt that no adequate support was provided. The government must work in partnership with NGOs to help bridge this gap. There has to be stable core funding for NGOs who is doing the heavy lifting in the community, and supports and must be in place that are culturally specific and language accessible. Too many victims are suffering silently and in isolation. They should know that they are not alone, that they would be supported as they recover from this traumatic experience, and that if the victims come forward, every effort will be made to ensure that there will be consequences for the perpetrators. Another measure to encourage victims to come forward, the government must do its part by ensuring that there will be consequences for the offenders. Even among the small proportion that are reported to police, few cases result in charges being laid. Between 2013 and 2018, 82% of hate crimes did not result in a charge after being reported to police. This must change. To send a clear message that Canada will not tolerate hate-motivated crimes means we have to put the full force of the law against the offenders. That would require a dedicated hate crime prosecution unit with adequate resources and teeth. To further this work, the government should facilitate a national community engagement process so that people of Asian descent with lived realities of anti-Asian racism and systemic barriers to inclusion can come together to share their experiences and discuss action that must be taken to address it. If the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security is to conduct a review of anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidences across the country, as suggested by the motion, they should be asked and be tasked with providing actionable recommendations and guidance to government bodies and law enforcement on reporting, addressing, and preventing hate crimes and hate-motivated incidences. It is time that we move beyond symbolic gestures. The House has unanimously passed 2 NDP motions to tackle anti-Asian racism in March of 2021. These motions got passed, but there's never any follow-up action from this government. For example, the government has not hosted a federal, provincial, territorial meeting to discuss the rise in hate crimes in Canada and to coordinate our collective efforts and identify best practices to countering this trend. There has been no action on the creation and properly funded dedicated hate crime units in every community in Canada. There are no national standards for identifying and recording all hate incidences and their dispensation in the justice system. The government has not worked in collaboration with nonprofits to facilitate the reporting of hate crimes in Canada's anti-racism strategy 2019 and 2022, and the government's anti-racism policies and programs do not specifically target anti-Asian racism. What is the point of passing these motions when follow-up action is not taken? There is simply no accountability. I have reached out to the member for Scarborough North with amendments to his motions that would ensure meaningful action and accountability measures. Sadly, he rejected all of them. Words without action is meaningless. The government must do better, for every single attack is aimed at stripping us of our sense of safety and dignity. It is a clear message to say that we are not wanted, that we do not belong. And for me, this is not just theoretical, it is personal. 4 generations of my family have suffered racist attacks. My grandfather suffered silently. So many years ago, by himself, he was told that he had to move to the back of the bus. He had told that he had to get off the bus. He was told repeatedly that he did not belong. My parents and I experienced racial slurs. We were called names. We were made fun of. We were just not wanted. Growing up in this country, that's what it felt like for me. And I have to say, to my dismay, my daughter, just this year, on her way to school, was spat on. And somebody yelled racial slurs at her. When she told me this, my heart sank. History repeats itself over and over again. So to that end, this must stop, Mr. Speaker. So I move that the motion be amended, A, by replacing the word hate with racism in paragraph A1 and adding after the words, quote, racial discrimination, the following, quote, and take meaningful action to combat the ongoing increase in anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidences, including the creation of and funding for a dedicated hate crime persecution unit. B, in paragraph A2, by adding, quote, through concrete actions and a substantive commitment to resources, including but not limited to support for victims of hate that are culturally specific and language accessible. C, in paragraph A3, by adding the word unique after the words adding the word anti-Asian. Before racism, adding the word systemic, before barrier, and adding the words through a national community engagement process after the words people of Asian descent. D, in paragraph B, by adding the words, quote, and provide actionable recommendations and guidance to government bodies and law enforcement on reporting, addressing, and preventing hate crimes and hate-motivated incidences following the words across the country. E, by adding paragraph C, provide a progress update to the House on actions taken by the government on the following specific calls for action outlined in 2 unanimous consent motions to tackle anti-Asian hate passed in the House on March 22nd and 24, 2021. 1, host a federal, provincial, territorial meeting to discuss the rise in hate crimes in Canada and to coordinate our collective efforts and identify best practices to countering this trend. 2, create and properly fund dedicated hate crime units in every community in Canada. 3, establish national standards for identifying and recording all hate incidents and their dispensation in the justice system. 4, work in collaboration with nonprofits to facilitate the reporting of hate crimes. And 5, include anti-Asian racism in Canada's anti-racism strategy 2019 to 2022 and all anti-racism policies and programs. And F, by adding paragraph D, renew Canada's anti-racism strategy through engagement with stakeholders and those with lived experiences and table the action plan that specifically address anti-Asian racism within 12 months. It is critical that everyone stands firm against the forces that represent racism, white supremacy, and fascism, whether it is being propagated by an individual or organization. This has no place in our public dialogue and no place on our streets, Mr. Speaker.
So it's my duty to inform the honourable members that, pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading if a private member's bill, unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Since the sponsor is not present to give his consent, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. On a point of order, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that we're not supposed to reference whether or not the mover or if any member is in the House or not. However, I've noticed that, Mr. Speaker, you just referenced that the mover had left the chamber just now. And so is that proper?
I can reference it when it comes to the consent of a member or not when it comes to this. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So it's okay to reference that the member from Scarborough North just left the chamber.
The chair can reference it for the motion of an amendment, but a member in the chamber cannot. So the chair reserves that right when it comes to the consent or not consent of a motion. People come to order. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader on the same.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well what she has done is not appropriate. If there's a member inside the chamber or outside the chamber, that is up for that member. The member has no idea in terms of why it is the member is here or outside the chamber, and I find that it's disrespectful for her to make such a motion, given we're talking about private members' hour, and the member has brought forward a wonderful motion.
Sure. On that same point of order, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. The government member takes offense to the fact that I have a point of order to make to get clarity on the rules of the House. And that's exactly my right to do that. And for him to say that is not my right to do so, I demand that he retract that comment and to apologize.
Well, I would also think that I thought I was clear enough to say that the chair can reference whether somebody's here or not, but members cannot. And I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. I would say that we should continue. I don't see any movement from the House Leader, nor the Parliamentary Secretary, nor would I expect him to, because of that clarification that I tried to give from the Chair. Seeing that we're continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. The government the government member sitting there is shouting things at me and still calling shame as though I have no right in this House. I am duly elected in this House just like anyone else. I can get up and ask for clarity from the Speaker as I have done. There is.
We are descending way too far into debate on this of what we should or should not be doing on a private member's bill. A private member's motion. So I will let this be the last very short point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wouldn't want the record to reflect that as if I'm the only one that's raising my voice inside the chamber. The member is likewise doing the same thing.
All right. Maybe it's just been a long day, right? It's been a long day. Okay. Let's move on to the next speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, I speak today to address Motion M63, which calls upon our government to condemn anti-Asian hate and all forms of racism and racial discrimination. The proposed motion seeks to address the troubling rise in anti-Asian racism and hate that this country has seen over the past several years. I thank my honourable colleague, Mr. Sean Chen, Member of Parliament for Scarborough North, for bringing forward this motion and for raising these issues.
Point of order, and I did hear it as well. I know the member can't refer to the actual names of the members presenting the motion, and I think that's probably what the member for Vancouver East was standing on.
Clarifying the rules of the House to see what is supposed to be, and are we allowed to actually reference members by name?
not reference members by name. So maybe I'll let the member, the Parliamentary Secretary, start over without that reference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak today to address motion M63, which calls upon our government to condemn anti-Asian hate and all forms of racism and racial discrimination. The proposed motion seeks to address the troubling rise in anti-Asian racism and hate that this country has seen over the last several years. I thank my honourable colleague, the Member of Parliament for Scarborough North, for bringing forward this motion and for raising these issues. Mr. Speaker, our government condemns all forms of racism and is committed to supporting all communities in Canada that experiences the harmful effects of hate and racism, including people of Asian descent. Asian communities in Canada are a diverse group with varying histories, ethnicity, culture, and religion. According to the 2021 census, people of Asian descent make up 17% of Canada's population. Asian Heritage Month has been celebrated in Canada since the 1990s. In December 2001, the Senate of Canada adopted a motion proposed by Senator Vivian Poy to officially designate May as Asian Heritage Month in Canada. In May 2002, the Government of Canada signed an official declaration to announce May as Asian Heritage Month. This spring, we marked the 20th anniversary of Asian Heritage Month, and the theme of this year was continuing a legacy of greatness. This theme emphasized the rich, diverse, and historic paths that have laid the foundation for Asian communities in Canada to flourish. During Asian Heritage Month and the rest of the year, we celebrate the diversity, history, culture, and contribution of people of Asian ancestry in Canada. In a society governed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom, the Multiculturalism Act, and the Human Rights Act, anti-Asian hatred and racism has absolutely no place in Canada. Hatred and racism poses a direct threat to the foundation of our democratic institutes, to the security of our communities, and to our nationwide efforts to combat the pandemic and the myriad of other challenges we are currently and collectively facing. While most Canadians are committed to equality and justice, racism and discrimination remains a significant problem, as we saw both during and following the surge of the COVID-19 crisis. During this time, we saw a significant increase in anti-Asian sentiment and hate. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about anti-Asian racism, we're referring to historical and ongoing discrimination, negative stereotyping, and injustice experienced by people of Asian descent based on others' assumption about their ethnicity and nationality. Through the Chinese Immigration Act of 1885, a head tax was imposed on every Chinese person seeking entry into Canada, marking a period of legislated anti-Chinese racism. On June 22, 2006, the Government of Canada apologized in the House of Commons to Canadians of Chinese heritage who paid the head tax, their families, and the Chinese community across Canada. Shortly after Japan's entry into the Second World War on December 7, 1941, Canadians of Japanese heritage were forcibly removed from Canada's west coast. In September 1988, the Government of Canada formally apologized in the House of Commons and offered compensation for wrongful incarceration, seizure of property, and the disenfranchisement of Canadians of Japanese heritage during the Second World War. On April 4, 1914, the Kamagata Maru sailed from Hong Kong to Shanghai and the Japanese ports of Moji and Yokohama, finally arriving in Vancouver, British Columbia in May of 1914. its passengers, mostly Sikhs from Punjab, India, and all British subjects, and for all British subjects, challenged the continuous regulation of Canada's Immigration Act, which had been put in place in part to limit immigration from non-European countries. In May 2016, our government made a formal apology for the Komagata Maru incident in the House of Commons to the victims and their relatives. Our government recognizes these historical wrongs and recognizes the need to continue to combat racism and discrimination in our country. Unfortunately, issues of biases, stereotyping, racism, and discrimination have only become more pronounced with the surge of anti-Asian hate during the pandemic. For many Canadians, this is a daily lived reality. For example, according to the 2021 Canadian Legal Problems Survey, the Chinese population was 10 times more likely to report being a victim of ethnic or racial discrimination than non-racialized people. Police reported data supported this claim. The first year of the pandemic, we saw a 37% rise of police-reported hate crime, including an 80% increase of crime motivated by hatred of race or ethnicity. There was also a disturbing 301% increase in hate crime against the East Asian population. We know racism is a problem in Canada, and we are taking action. In 2019, Canada launched its 3-year anti-racism strategy. As part of that, we have invested close to $100 million in a whole-of-government approach to addressing racism and discrimination. Early in the pandemic, when it became clear that certain social groups were being unequally impacted, the Federal Anti-Racism Secretariat and Women and Gender Equality Canada co-founded the Equity Seeking Communities COVID-19 Task Force. This brought together 25 federal departments and agencies to guide our government in addressing the inequities generated by the pandemic. In May of 2021, the Federal Anti-Racism Secretariat worked with Asian communities leaders from across the country to co-create an official definition of anti-Asian racism, which has been integrated into Canada's anti-racism strategy. Our government is working with all of its partners collaboratively with many federal departments, provincial, territorial, and municipal government, and with communities across the country to address racism and hate against Asians. This includes funding for digital citizen initiative designed to counter online disinformation, analyze the origin and spread of online disinformation, and build capacity for communities to respond. In the past, funding went to projects designed to understand the origins and the spread of racist ideas or online disinformation targeting specific communities. Budget 2021 also provided $11 million over 2 years, starting in the 2021-22 year, to expand the impact of Canadian Race Relations Foundation. This including scaling up efforts to empower racialized Canadians and to help communities combat racism in all of its forms. This investment, in part, enables the foundation to facilitate initiatives like the establishment of a national coalition to support Asian Canadian communities, and create a fund to support all racialized communities directly impacted by increasing acts of racism during the pandemic. This work is far from finished. In Budget 2022, our government announced an investment of $85 million over 4 years for Canada's new anti-racism strategy. In addition, an announcement in Budget 2022, our government is also developing the first ever Canada Action Plan on combating hate. This spring, we carry out 21 engagement sessions with communities and partner organizations. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and I believe there's like a minute and 2 minutes, approximately 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to talk about my colleague's motion that he's presented to the House. I do believe, Mr. Speaker, in the question that I had asked the member is something in which I believe ultimately we need to see a lot more of. At the end of the day, when we talk about issues of racism, or we talk about the motion that the member has put forward, two things come to mind. First and foremost, recognizing the Canada's history and our heritage, in recognizing that we have done some things that have caused a great deal of harm. And it's a part of our history, and we do need to remember that. We do need to reflect on it. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to the issue of education. When I was an MLA many years ago during the 90s, a portion of my days as an MLA, I was responsible for ethnic I wouldn't even use the word ethnic, more like tourism, Mr. Speaker, where we had a cross-cultural awareness report that was brought forward. I think it was the Manitoba Intercultural Council. And they said that one of the ways in which you're going to combat racism is through education. And when I think of education, I'm not just talking about our school system, even though that's important, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about our work environment, our other community type of facilities that are there. Because racism is there and it's very real, and it has an impact on some communities obviously more than other communities. And I think the Manitoba Intercultural Council was right in their recommendations. The recommendation that emphasized the importance of education. So when we see motions of this nature or days that are being recognized, and we often talk about those wonderful attributes of Canada's diversity and what our many cultures have to bring, I would suggest to you that we can all use some form of cross-cultural education, and I'll leave it at that until the next time it comes up for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. When we do come back to that, the member will have about 8 minutes remaining. Time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and then seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we are living the effects of climate change, the real effects on people, the real effects on our economy. And last year in British Columbia, we had a series of catastrophic wildfires, one of which burned down the town of Lytton. At the same time, a heat dome brought temperatures in the high 40s to southern BC, killing over 600 people in Metro Vancouver. That fall, an atmospheric river destroyed every highway connecting southern BC coast with the rest of Canada, and some of those highways have only now just been reopened. Floods devastated the towns of Princeton and Merritt, numerous First Nations communities, and some of the best agriculture lands in the province. The true costs of those events have yet to be calculated, but the federal government has pledged $5 billion in support to British Columbia to help communities rebuild. This year, BC has largely been spared, but this spring a storm track, now called a derecho. Mr. Speaker, we've had to learn a whole new taxonomy of climate disasters, caused almost $1 billion in insured damage losses to parts of Ontario and Quebec. Then in the fall, Hurricane Fiona became the strongest hurricane to make landfall ever in Atlantic Canada. Houses were washed out to sea, lives were lost. Again, the federal government has had to promise aid to the tune of over $300 million. The Canadian Climate Institute reported in September that the impacts of climate change will slow Canada's economic growth by $25 billion annually by 2025. That's half of the projected GDP growth in 2025 and 12 times all insured weather-related losses in Canada in 2021. Those impacts will increase to almost $100 billion annually by 2050. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the question that triggered this adjournment debate, was based on that report. The Canadian Climate Institute report also found that proactive measures that help communities and Canadians adapt to climate change could reduce the impact of climate disasters. In fact, the report notes that a combination of global emissions reductions and Canadian adaptation measures could reduce the negative impacts by 75%. Now, shortly after I asked this question, the government tabled its National Adaptation Strategy, and that strategy did include a $1.6 billion in new funding to broadly address climate adaptation. About a third of that amount is to top up the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. That fund has been chronically underfunded and oversubscribed. Many communities trying to rebuild after fires and floods don't get the help they need. So my final question to the minister was, will the government stop subsidizing the fossil fuel industry and redirect those billions of dollars to help communities prepare for climate change? We will save many times that investment by reducing the direct impacts of extreme weather on Canadian communities, and more important, reduce the tragic consequences of these climate disasters on the lives and livelihoods of Canadian families.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. Through the G20, Canada has committed to rationalize or phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. This was reaffirmed in June 2021 when G7 leaders committed to eliminate inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. Canada has since accelerated this commitment to 2023. Environment and Climate Change Canada and the Department of Finance are working together to identify and assess relevant measures in order to fulfill this commitment. And to date, important progress has been made. 9 tax preferences that supported fossil fuel exploration or production have been or are in the process of being phased out or rationalized. In addition to phasing out or rationalizing inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, at COP26, Canada signed the Statement of International Public Support for Clean Energy Transition. This commits Canada to further prioritize and support for clean technology and new direct public support for international unabated fossil fuel sector by the end of 2022. Except in limited and clearly defined circumstances that are consistent with the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming limits and the goals of the Paris Agreement. Further, the December 2021 mandate letters committed the government to develop a plan to phase out public finances of the fossil fuel sector, including by federal crown corporations. As climate impacts continues to grow in frequency and intensity, the government recognizes that a more ambitious, strategic, and collaborative approach is required to adapt and build resilience to changing climate. That is why the Government of Canada is developing Canada's first national adaptation strategy, working with provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, Indigenous people, and other key partners. This strategy will establish a shared vision for climate resilience in Canada, identifying key priorities for increased collaboration, and establish a framework for measuring progress at the national level. A national adaptation strategy offers the opportunity to unite actors across Canada through shared priorities, cohesive action, and a whole-of-Canada approach to reducing climate change risk. The strategy will build on an existing foundation of core adaptation efforts that saw roughly $4.8 billion invested in adaptation-specific programming since 2011. The program suite supports efforts to mainstream adaptation, build climate resiliency throughout communities in Canada, and strengthen and support capacity for action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister in his reply to my question in question period did admit that there was still $4 billion of subsidies going to the oil and gas sector. And the government is just lacking in boldness and ambition on climate adaptation just when we need it most. It's just like the tepid responses to climate mitigation and the lack of success in bringing down our carbon emissions. The almost $500 million top-up to DMAF is not enough. We need to make bold investments to minimize the impacts of the climate crisis. And the NDP believes that we must provide at least $2 billion in additional funds to the Disaster and Mitigation and Adaptation Fund every year. That's still well below the $5 billion we're losing every year in insured damages. And we need to make investments in adaptation, not just reactive funding to the disasters that are devastating communities across the country, leaving Canadians without homes and without livelihoods. We need to make these investments now. We need to make sure we're supporting Canadians and Canadian communities as they face an uncertain future. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, since 2018, the federal government has invested over $2 billion with an additional $1.3 billion in 2021 to further support actions, including nature-based solutions in Indigenous communities. There's also a strong business case for proactive investments. According to the Climate Change Institute's $1 in proactive adaptation measure can return anywhere from $13 to $15 in direct and indirect benefits. Climate change has significant impacts on Canadians' health and on the economy. The earlier Canada takes action to address climate change, the more effectively the country can reduce its risk and protect the health and safety of Canadians. And I agree with my honourable member with his solutions, and I agree with my government's solutions as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise virtually in the House this evening. I'm in the wonderful city of Montreal for the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties of the Biodiversity Convention. But I'm turning my attention this evening to a question I asked in question period on November 24th. The question had a response from the Honourable Minister of Transportation. This is a complex issue. It's one that doesn't come up very often in the House, so forgive me if I step back and set some context before I dive into this. It's the question of the use of the waters of the Salish Sea as far up from the tip of Vancouver Island up to areas near Parksville, Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and certainly in and around all the 5 Gulf Islands that are within Saanich Gulf Islands. Our waters are being used as free parking lots to handle bulk carriers and freighters that can't be efficiently loaded in the Port of Vancouver. This costs everyone money. The grain farmers who want their product shipped in a timely way, the grain sellers who want to have the product delivered, and those who are buying the product line up at the Port of Vancouver, where the freighters find that their holds can't be filled, they're sent away, and they cool their jets and sit in the waters of the Salish Sea in places Transport Canada has dubbed anchorages. They are, under common law, the vessels at sea must be given refuge in safe anchorages at times of storms. This isn't storms, this is routine, daily and multiplying. What does this mean? As I pointed out in my question on November 24th, it's a loss of quality of life, and the constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands and throughout the area, in the region, do not feel consulted. Right now, there is a consultation process taking place, or it just is closed, a public consultation hosted by the Port of Vancouver. Constituents don't feel consulted. They feel ignored once again. Their concerns dismissed. As the Port of Vancouver officials informed people, the public, that the use of the Salish Sea for free parking was going to continue. It was an essential part of the Port of Vancouver's operations. Of course, nobody pays for it except, again, the grain farmers, the people buying the grain, the people selling the grain, and the residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and other regions through our marine coastal zones. The Indigenous nations of this area were never consulted either, and they are angry at the idea that their treaty rights under the Douglas Treaties mean so little that the Port of Vancouver and the federal government have never engaged with them about this use of our waters. What else does it mean? It means damage to the southern resident killer whales from the noise of these massive vessels moving and parking in our waters. It means damage to the benthic organisms, the ocean floor, of course, because these being anchorages and not ports, the anchor drops and drags. But this was the point I really wanted to raise in Late Show tonight. days after my question in late November, there was yet another incident in Plumper Sound where a large bulk carrier dragged its anchor and drifted right into a spot where had there been another freighter parked, they would have collided. We've had 102 incidents in the period from 2015 to 2020, 102 times that these large vessels have drifted on their anchors and sometimes collided, nearly collided. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it's a large accident waiting to happen. And the residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, the people of this area, are absolutely fed up to our teeth with this ignoring of our rights and abuse of our ecosystem.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really do appreciate the manner in which the Leader of the Green Party is bringing what is a very important issue for her constituents to the floor of the House of Commons, first in the form of a question, and then now during the late show in terms of as a follow-up. I think that most people would see the issue for what it's worth, and that is obviously we are very much concerned about our coastlines, and as a government, committed to working with others, other stakeholders. The member says that there has been no consultation that has been completed. I would be somewhat surprised if, in fact, over the years there hasn't been representation on the Port of Vancouver, whether it was directly through the Port of Vancouver or indeed members of Parliament such as herself or directly with the Department of Oceans or Transport in making sure that the government and other authorities are in fact being kept up to date on it. When she talks about the 100 incidents, 100 plus, I think she said 102 incidents, of course that would raise issues of safety. We want to ensure that the Port of Vancouver and its authority is, in fact, closely monitoring what is taking place. I would be, and the member will have a minute in terms of just to follow up, in terms of what it is that the member is suggesting. Is there alternative locations? Maybe she could fill in a little bit more in that area that she's aware of, or possible solutions outside of an outright ban. Has she done some work with the Port of Vancouver Authority? I think that these are questions that I personally would be interested in just getting her thoughts on. It is a discussion that I will carry forward to the best of my ability. I'm very much concerned when she talks about our killer whales, as I know the Minister of Oceans would also carry that same concern, let alone people in Canada. You don't have to live on the coast to appreciate the beauty and the majestic and the need for us to protect our ocean environment. Mr. Speaker, the government has invested both financial and through regulations and laws to protect our ocean ways, invested a great deal of money, and I suspect that the interest is there. But the member, I'm sure, can appreciate, as I do. I can remember in being in third party where we had prairie wheat farmers where there was wheat that was being rained on in the prairies, and we were wanting to be able to get it out. And at the time, I can recall raising the issue where we had these large ships anchored just outside of Vancouver, and why it is that we can't get it in. It does seem to me that we do need to work more collaboratively with the Port Authority and look in terms of what viable options could be there going forward. Suffice to say, I'm not surprised that she's in Montreal doing the work that she's doing there. And I am pleased that she's taken the issue in a late show to again raise the awareness of it, and I will be sure to pass it on to the appropriate minister. Her concerns.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I couldn't ask for a better opportunity for dialogue because, believe it or not, in some ways this is supply chain hell, and it links our ridings. There's very few issues that will link directly, and it's the rail lines that link us from Winnipeg to Saanich Gulf Islands, and it's the inefficiency of the delivery of grain primarily. So here's two solutions. One, the Liberals promised to ban the export of coal to other countries. We are getting coal shipped up from the United States because U.S. coal ports no longer ship because of the climate concerns. So let's ban coal exports. That will help. The Liberals already promised to do it. And not ban, obviously we want to improve the facilitation of grain exports. The honourable member will remember when we had the wheat board, the exports of grain and the shipment was better coordinated. This is driving the unions, the longshoremen don't like this. CN and CP are behind inefficiencies along with the Port of Vancouver. We need to fix the system for shipping grain, and then we won't have anchorages.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've always enjoyed the one-on-one discussions that the leader of the Green Party has had with myself, and would invite her, maybe the next time that we can get together to have some dialogue. It is an area of concern and interest on my part, and I would welcome to have that. I have found her to be very informative on a wide spectrum of issues. And especially, as she so eloquently pointed out, there is a connection even for the city of Winnipeg and our trains. Winnipeg is a hub of train activities, and I do appreciate the manner in which she raises it, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to being able to have a further dialogue with her on this in the coming days ahead.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and accordingly this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.